An Adventure with a Dog and a Glacier by John Muir. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In the summer of 1880, I set out from Fort Wrangell in a canoe with the Reverend S. H. Young, my former companion, and a crew of Indians, to continue the exploration of the icy region of southeastern Alaska begun in the fall of 1879. After the necessary provisions, blankets, etc., had been collected and stowed away, and the Indians were in their places ready to dip their paddles, while a crowd of their friends were looking down from the wharf to bid them goodbye and good luck, Mr. Young, for whom we were waiting, at length came aboard, followed by a little black dog that immediately made himself at home by curling up in a hollow among the baggage. I like dogs, but this one seemed so small, dull, and worthless that I objected to his going, and asked the missionary why he was taking him. "Such a helpless wisp of hair will only be in the way," I said. "You had better pass him up to one of the Indian boys on the wharf to be taken home to play with the children. This trip is not likely to be a good one for toy dogs. He will be rained on and snowed on for weeks and will require care like a baby." But the missionary assured me that he would be no trouble at all, that he was a perfect wonder of a dog, could endure cold and hunger like a polar bear, could swim like a seal, and was wondrous wise, etc., making out a list of virtues likely to make him the most interesting of the company. Nobody could hope to unravel the lines of his ancestry. He was short-legged, bunchy-bodied, and almost featureless, something like a muskrat. Though smooth, his hair was long and silky, so that when the wind was at his back, it ruffled, making him look shaggy. At first sight, his only noticeable feature was his showy tail, which was about as shady and airy as a squirrel's, and was carried curling forward nearly to his ears. On closer inspection, you might see his thin, sensitive ears and his keen, dark eyes with cunning tan spots. Mr. Young told me that when the dog was about the size of a wood rat, he was presented to his wife by an Irish prospector at Sitka, and that when he arrived at Fort Wrangell he was adopted by the Stickeen Indians as a sort of good luck totem, and named Stickeen for the tribe, with whom he became a favorite. On our trip he soon proved himself a queer character, odd, concealed, independent, keeping invincibly quiet, and doing many inexplicable things that piqued my curiosity. Sailing week after week through the long, intricate channels and inlets among the innumerable islands and mountains of the coast, he spent the dull days in sluggish ease, motionless and apparently as unobserving as a hibernating marmot. But I discovered that somehow he always knew what was going forward. When the Indians were about to shoot at ducks or seals, or when anything interesting was to be seen along the shore, he would rest his chin on the edge of the canoe and calmly look out. When he heard us talking about making a landing, he roused himself to see what sort of place we were coming to, and made ready to jump overboard and swim ashore as soon as the canoe neared the beach. Then, with a vigorous shake to get rid of the brine in his hair, he went into the woods to hunt small game. But though always the first out of the canoe, he was always the last to get into it. When we were ready to start, he could never be found, and refused to come to our call. We soon found out, however, that though we could not see him at such times, he saw us, and from the cover of the briars and the huckleberry bushes in the fringe of the woods was watching the canoe with wary eye. For as soon as we were fairly off, he came trotting down the beach, plunged into the surf, and swam after us, knowing well that we would cease rowing and take him in. When the contrary little vagabond came alongside, he was lifted by the neck, held at arm's length the moment to drip, and dropped aboard. We tried to cure him of this trick by compelling him to swim farther before stopping for him, but this did no good. The longer the swim, the better he seemed to like it. Though capable of most spacious idleness, he was always ready for excursions or adventures of any sort. When the Indians went into the woods for a deer, Stickeen was sure to be at their heels, provided I had not yet left camp. For though I never carried a gun, he always followed me, forsaking the hunting Indians and even his master to share my wanderings. The days that were too stormy for sailing I spent in the woods or on the mountains or glaciers, wherever I chanced to be, and Stickeen always insisted on following me, gliding through the dripping huckleberry bushes and prickly panics and rubus tangles like a fox, scarce stirring their close-set branches, wading and wallowing through snow, swimming ice-cold streams, jumping logs and rocks, and the crusty hummocks and crevices of glaciers with the patience and endurance of a determined mountaineer, never tiring or getting discouraged. Once he followed me over a glacier, the surface of which was so rough that it cut his feet until every step was marked with blood. But he trotted on with Indian fortitude until I noticed his pain, and taking pity on him, made him a set of moccasins out of a handkerchief. But he never asked help or made any complaint, as if, like a philosopher, he had learned that without hard work and suffering there could be no pleasure worth having. Yet nobody knew what Stickeen was good for. He seemed to meet danger and hardships without reason, insisted on having his own way, never obeyed an order, and the hunters could never set him on anything against his will or make him fetch anything that was shot. I tried hard to make his acquaintance, guessing there must be something in him, but he was as cold as a glacier and about as invulnerable to fun, though his master assured me that he played at home, and in some measure conformed to the usages of civilization. His equanimity was so immovable it seemed due to unfeeling ignorance. Let the weather blow and roar, he was as tranquil as a stone, and no matter what advances you made, scarce a glance or a tail wag would you get for your pains. No superannuated mastiff or bulldog grown old in office surpassed this soft midget in stoic dignity. He sometimes reminded me of those plump, squat, unshakable cacti of the Arizona deserts that give no sign of feeling. A true child of the wilderness, holding the even tenor of his hidden life with the silence and serenity of nature, he never displayed a trace of the elfish vivacity and fun of the terriers and collies that we all know, nor of their touching affection and devotion. Like children, most small dogs beg to be loved and allowed to love, but Stickeen seemed a very Diogenes, asking only to be let alone. He seemed neither old nor young. His strength lay in his eyes. They looked as old as the hills, and as young and as wild. I never tired looking into them. It was like looking into a landscape, but they were small and rather deep-set, and had no explaining puckers around them to give out particulars. I was accustomed to look into the faces of plants and animals, and I watched the little sphinx more and more keenly as an interesting study. But there is no estimating the wit and wisdom concealed and latent in our lower fellow mortals, until made manifest by profound experiences. For it is by suffering that dogs as well as saints are developed and made perfect. After we had explored the glaciers of the Sumdum and Taku inlets, we sailed through Stevens Passage into Lynn Canal, and thence through Icy Strait into Cross Sound, looking for unexplored inlets leading toward the ice fountains of the Fairweather Range. While the tide was in our favor in Cross Sound, we were accompanied by a fleet of icebergs drifting out to the ocean from Glacier Bay. Slowly we crawled around Vancouver's Point, Wimbledon, our frail canoe tossed like a feather on the massive swells coming in past Cape Spencer. For miles the Sound is bound by precipitous cliffs which look terribly stern in gloomy weather. Had our canoe been crushed or upset, we could have gained no landing here, for the cliffs, as high as those of Yosemite, sink perfectly sheer into deep water. Eagerly we scanned the immense wall on the north side for the first sign of an opening, all of us anxious except Stickeen, who dozed in peace or gazed dreamily at the tremendous precipices when he heard us talking about them. At length we discovered the entrance of what is now called Taylor Bay, and about 5 o'clock reached the head of it, and encamped near the front of a large glacier which extends as an abrupt barrier all the way across from wall to wall of the inlet, a distance of 3 or 4 miles. On first observation, the glacier presented some unusual features, and that night I planned a great excursion for the morrow. I awoke early, called not only by the glacier but also by a storm. Rain mixed with trailing films of scud and the ragged, drawn-out nether surfaces of gray clouds filled the inlet and was sweeping forward in a thick, passionate, horizontal flood, as if it were all passing over the country instead of falling on it. Everything was streaming with life and motion, woods, rocks, waters, and the sky. The main perennial streams were booming, and hundreds of new ones born of the rain were descending in gray and white cascades on each side of the inlet, fairly streaking their rocky slopes and roaring like the sea. I had intended making a cup of coffee before starting, but when I heard the storm I made haste to join it. For in storms, nature has always something extra fine to show us, and if we have wit to keep in right relations with them, the danger is no more than in homekeeping, and we can go with them rejoicing, sharing their enthusiasm and chanting with the old Norseman, "The blast of the tempest aids our oars, the hurricane is our servant and drives us whither we wish to go." So I took my ice axe, buttoned my coat, put a piece of bread in my pocket, and set out. Mr. Young and the Indians were asleep, and so, I hoped, was Stickeen. But I had not gone a dozen rods before he left his warm bed in the tent and came boring through the blast after me. That a man should welcome storms for their exhilarating music and motion, and go forth to see God making landscapes, is reasonable enough. But what fascination could there be in dismal weather for this poor, feeble wisp of a dog, so pathetically small? Anyhow, on he came, breakfastless, through the choking blast. I stopped, turned my back to the wind, and gave him a good dissuasive talk. "Now don't," I said, shouting to make myself heard in the storm. "Now don't, Stickeen! What has got into your queer noodle now? You must be daft. This wild day has nothing for you. Go back to camp and keep warm. There is no game abroad, nothing but weather. Not a foot or wing is stirring. Wait, and get a good breakfast with your master, and be sensible for once. I can't feed you or carry you, and this storm will kill you." But nature, it seems, was at the bottom of the affair, and she gains her ends with dogs as well as with men, making us do as she likes, driving us on her ways however rough. So after ordering him back again and again to ease my conscience, I saw that he was not to be shaken off. As well might the earth try to shake off the moon. I had once led his master into trouble when he fell on one of the topmost jags of a mountain and dislocated his arms. Now the turn of his humble companion was coming. The dog just stood there in the wind, drenched and blinking, saying doggedly, "Where thou goest, I will go." So I told him to come on if he must, and gave him a piece of the bread I had put in my pocket for breakfast. Then we pushed on in company, and thus began the most memorable of all my wild days. The level flood, driving straight in our faces, thrashed and washed us wildly until we got into the shelter of the trees and ice cliffs on the east side of the glacier, where we rested and listened and looked on in comfort. The exploration of the glacier was my main object, but the wind was too high to allow excursions over its open surface, where one might be dangerously shoved while balancing for a jump on the brink of a crevasse. In the meantime, the storm was a fine study. Here the end of the glacier, descending over an abrupt swell of resisting rock about 500 feet high, leans forward and falls in majestic ice cascades. And as the storm came down the glacier from the north, Stickeen and I were beneath the main current of the blast, while favorably located to see and hear it. A broad torrent, draining the side of the glacier, now swollen by scores of new streams from the mountains, was rolling boulders along its rocky channel between the glacier and the woods with thudding, bumping, muffled sounds, rushing towards the bay with tremendous energy as if in haste to get out of the mountains, the waters above and beneath calling to each other, and all to the ocean, their home. Looking southward from our shelter, we had this great torrent on our left, with mossy woods on the mountain slope above it, the glacier on our right, the wild cascading portion of it forming a multitude of towers, spires, and flat-topped battlements, seen through the trees, and smooth gray gloom ahead. I tried to draw the marvelous scene in my notebook, but the rain fell on my page in spite of all that I could do to shelter it, and the sketch seemed miserably defective. When the wind began to abate, I traced the east side of the glacier. All the trees standing on the edge of the woods were barked and bruised, showing high ice mark in a very telling way, while tens of thousands of those that had stood for centuries on the bank of the glacier farther out lay crushed and being crushed. In many places I could see down 50 feet or so beneath the margin of the glacier mill, where trunks from 1 to 2 feet in diameter were being ground to pulp against outstanding rock ribs and bosses of the bank. About 3 miles above the front of the glacier, I climbed to the surface of it by means of axe steps made easy for Stickeen, and as far as the eye could reach, the level or nearly level glacier stretched away indefinitely beneath the gray sky, a seemingly boundless prairie of ice. The rain continued, which I did not mind, but a tendency to fogginess in the drooping clouds made me hesitate about venturing far from land. No trace of the west shore was visible, and in case the misty clouds should settle or the wind again become violent, I feared getting caught in a tangle of crevasses. Lingering undecided, watching the weather, I sauntered about on the crystal sea. For a mile or two out I found the ice remarkably safe. The marginal crevasses were mostly narrow, while the few wider ones were easily avoided by passing around them, and the clouds began to open here and there. Thus encouraged, I at last pushed out for the other side, for nature can make us do anything she likes, luring us along appointed ways for the fulfillment of her plans. At first we made rapid progress, and the sky was not very threatening, while I took bearings occasionally with a pocket compass to enable me to retrace my way more surely in case the storm should become blinding. But the structure lines of the ice were my main guide. Toward the west side we came to a closely crevassed section in which we had to make long, narrow tacks and doublings, tracing the edges of tremendous longitudinal crevasses, many of which were from 20 to 30 feet wide, and perhaps 1,000 feet deep, beautiful and awful. In working a way through them I was severely cautious, but Stickeen came on as unhesitatingly as the flying clouds. Any crevasse that I could jump he would leap without so much as halting to examine it. The weather was bright and dark, with quick flashes of summer and winter close together. When the clouds opened and the sun shone, the glacier was seen from shore to shore, with a bright array of encompassing mountains partly revealed, wearing the clouds as garments, black in the middle, burning on the edges, and the whole icy prairie seemed to burst into a bloom of iris colors from myriads of crystals. Then suddenly all the glorious show would be again smothered in gloom. But Stickeen seemed to care for none of these things, bright or dark, nor for the beautiful wells filled to the brim with water so pure it was nearly invisible, the rumbling, grinding moulins, or the quick flashing, glinting, swirling streams in frictionless channels of living ice. Nothing seemed novel to him. He showed neither caution nor curiosity. His courage was so unwavering that it seemed due to dullness of perception, as if he were only blindly bold. And I warned him that he might slip or fall short. His bunchy body seemed all one skipping muscle, and his peg legs appeared to be jointed only at the top. We gained the west shore in about 3 hours, the width of the glacier here being about 7 miles. Then I pushed northward in order to see as far back as possible into the fountains of the Fairweather Mountains, in case the clouds should rise. The walking was easy along the margin of the forest, which, of course, like that on the other side, had been invaded and crushed by the swollen glacier. In an hour we rounded a massive headland and came suddenly on another outlet of the glacier, which in the form of a wild ice cascade was pouring over the rim of the main basin toward the ocean with the volume of 1,000 Niagaras. The surface was broken into a multitude of sharp blades and pinnacles leaning forward, something like the updashing waves of a flood of water descending a rugged channel. But these ice waves were many times higher than those of river cataracts, and to all appearance motionless. It was a dazzling white torrent 2 miles wide, flowing between high banks black with trees. Tracing its left bank 3 or 4 miles, I found that it discharged into a fresh-water lake, filling it with icebergs. I would gladly have followed the outlet, but the day was waning, and we had to make haste on the return trip to get off the ice before dark. When we were about 2 miles from the west shore, the clouds dropped misty fringes, and snow soon began to fly. Then I began to feel anxiety as to finding a way in the storm through the intricate network of crevasses which we had entered. Stickeen showed no fear. He was still the same silent, sufficient, uncomplaining Indian philosopher. When the storm darkness fell, he kept close behind me. The snow warned us to make haste, but at the same time hid our way. At rare intervals, the clouds thinned, and mountains, looming in the gloom, frowned and quickly vanished. I pushed on as best I could, jumping innumerable crevasses, and for every 100 rods or so of direct advance, traveling a mile and doubling up and down in the turmoil of chasms and dislocated masses of ice. After an hour or two of this work, we came to a series of longitudinal crevasses of appalling width, like immense furrows. These I traced with firm nerve, excited and strengthened by the danger, making wide jumps, poising cautiously on the dizzy edges after cutting hollows for my feet before making the spring, to avoid slipping or any uncertainty on the farther sides, where only one trial is granted, exercise at once frightful and inspiring. Stickeen flirted across every gap I jumped, seemingly without effort. Many a mile we thus traveled, mostly up and down, making but little real headway in crossing, most of the time running instead of walking, as the danger of spending the night in the glacier became threatening. No doubt we could have weathered the storm for one night, and I faced the chance of being compelled to do so. But we were hungry and wet, and the north wind was thick with snow and bitterly cold, and of course that night would have seemed a long one. Stikine gave me no concern. He was still the wonderful, inscrutable philosopher, ready for anything. I could not see far enough to judge in which direction the best route lay, and had simply to grope my way in the snow-choked air and ice. Again and again I was put to my mettle, but Stikine followed easily, his nerves growing more unflinching as the dangers thickened. So it always is with mountaineers. At length our way was barred by a very wide and straight crevasse, which I traced rapidly northward a mile or so without finding a crossing or hope of one, then southward along the glacier about as far, to where it united with another crevasse. In all this distance of perhaps 2 miles, there was only one place where I could possibly jump it, but the width of this jump was nearly the utmost I dared attempt, while the danger of slipping on the farther side was so great that I was loath to try it. Furthermore, the side I was on was about a foot higher than the other, and even with this advantage it seemed dangerously wide. One is liable to underestimate the width of crevasses where the magnitudes in general are great. I therefore measured this one again and again, until satisfied that I could jump it if necessary, but that in case I should be compelled to jump back to the higher side I might fail. Now a cautious mountaineer seldom takes a step on unknown ground which seems at all dangerous, that he cannot retrace in case he should be stopped by unseen obstacles ahead. This is the rule of mountaineers who live long, and though in haste, I compelled myself to sit down and deliberate before I broke it. Retracing my devious path in imagination as if it were drawn on a chart, I saw that I was recrossing the glacier a mile or 2 farther upstream, and was entangled in a section I had not before seen. Should I risk this dangerous jump, or try to regain the woods on the west shore, make a fire, and have only hunger to endure while waiting for a new day? I had already crossed so broad a tangle of dangerous ice that I saw it would be difficult to get back to the woods through the storm, while the ice just beyond the present barrier seemed more promising, and the east shore was now perhaps about as near as the west. I was therefore eager to go on, but this wide jump was a tremendous obstacle. At length, because of the dangers already behind me, I determined to venture against those that might be ahead, jumped, and landed well, but with so little to spare that I more than ever dreaded being compelled to take that jump back from the lower side. Stikine followed, making nothing of it, but within a distance of a few hundred yards we were stopped again by the widest crevasse yet encountered. Of course I made haste to explore it, hoping all yet might be well. About 3/4 of a mile upstream it united with the one we had just crossed, as I feared it would. Then tracing it down I found it joined the other great crevasse at the lower end, maintaining a width of 40 to 50 feet. We were on an island about 2 miles long and from 100 to 300 yards wide, with 2 barely possible ways of escape, one by the way we came, the other by an almost inaccessible sliver bridge that crossed the larger crevasse from near the middle of the island. After tracing the brink, I ran back to the sliver bridge and cautiously studied it. Crevasses caused by strains from variations of the rate of motion of different parts of the glacier, and by convexities in the channel, are mere cracks when they first open, so narrow as hardly to admit the blade of a pocket-knife, and widen gradually according to the extent of the strain. Now some of these cracks are interrupted like the cracks in wood. And opening, the strip of ice between overlapping ends is dragged out, and if the flow of the glacier there is such that no strain is made on the sliver, it maintains a continuous connection between the sides, just as the 2 sides of a slivered crack in wood that is being split are connected. Some crevasses remain open for years, and by the melting of their sides continue to increase in width long after the opening strain has ceased, while the sliver bridges, level on top at first and perfectly safe, are at length melted to thin, knife-edged blades, the upper portion being most exposed to the weather. And since the exposure is greatest in the middle, they at length curve downward like the cables of suspension bridges. This one was evidently very old, for it had been wasted until it was the worst bridge I ever saw. The width of the crevasse was here about 50 feet, and the sliver, crossing diagonally, was about 70 feet long, was depressed 25 or 30 feet in the middle, and the up-curving ends were attached to the sides 8 or 10 feet below the surface of the glacier. Getting down the nearly vertical wall to the end of it and up the other side were the main difficulties, and they seemed all but insurmountable. Of the many perils encountered in my years of wandering in mountain altitudes, none seemed so plain and stern and merciless as this. And it was presented when we were wet to the skin and hungry, The sky was dark with snow and the night near, and we had to fear the snow in our eyes and the disturbing action of the wind in any movement we might make. But we were forced to face it. It was a tremendous necessity. Beginning not immediately above the sunken end of the bridge, but a little to one side, I cut nice hollows on the brink for my knees to rest in, then leaning over with my short-handled axe, cut a step 16 or 18 inches below, which on account of the sheerness of the wall was shallow. That step, however, was well made. Its floor sloped slightly inward and formed a good hold for my heels. Then, slipping cautiously upon it, and crouching as low as possible, with my left side twisted toward the wall, I steadied myself with my left hand in a slight notch, while with the right I cut other steps and notches in succession, guarding against glinting of the axe, for life or death was in every stroke, and in the niceness of finish of every foothold. After the end of the bridge was reached, it was a delicate thing to poise on a little platform which I had chipped on its up-curving end, and bending over the slippery surface get astride of it. Crossing was easy, cutting off the sharp edge with careful strokes and hitching forward a few inches at a time, keeping my balance with my knees pressed against its sides. The tremendous abyss on each side I studiously ignored. The surface of that blue sliver was then all the world. But the most trying part of the adventure was, after working my way across inch by inch, to rise from the safe position astride that slippery strip of ice and to cut a ladder in the face of the wall, chipping, climbing, holding on with feet and fingers in mere notches. At some times one's whole body is eye, and common skill and fortitude are replaced by power beyond our call or knowledge. Never before had I been so long under deadly strain. How I got up the cliff at the end of the bridge I never could tell. The thing seemed to have been done by somebody else. I never have had contempt of death, though in the course of my explorations I oftentimes felt that to meet one's fate on a mountain, in a Grand Canyon, or in the heart of a crystal glacier, would be blessed, as compared with death from disease, a mean accident in a street, or from a sniff of sewer gas. But the sweetest, cleanest death, set thus calmly and glaringly clear before us, is hard enough to face, even though we feel gratefully sure that we have already had happiness enough for a dozen lives. But poor Stickeen, the wee, silky, sleeked beastie, think of him. When I had decided to try the bridge, and while I was on my knees cutting away the rounded brow, he came behind me, pushed his head past my shoulder, looked down and across, scanned the sliver and its approaches with his queer eyes, then looked me in the face with a startled air of surprise and concern, and began to mutter and whine, saying as plainly as if speaking with words, "Surely you are not going to try that awful place?" This was the first time I had seen him gaze deliberately into a crevasse or into my face with a speaking look. That he should have recognized and appreciated the danger at the first glance showed wonderful sagacity. Never before had the quick, daring midget seemed to know that ice was slippery, or that there was such a thing as danger anywhere. His looks and the tones of his voice when he began to complain and speak his fears were so human that I unconsciously talked to him as I would to a boy, and in trying to calm his fears, perhaps in some measure, moderated my own. "Hush your fears, my boy," I said. "We will get across safe, though it is not going to be easy. No right way is easy in this rough world. We must risk our lives to save them. At the worst we can only slip, and then how grand a grave we shall have! And by our nice bones will do good in the terminal moraine." But my sermon was far from reassuring him. He began to cry, and after taking another piercing look at the tremendous gulf, ran away in desperate excitement, seeking some other crossing. By the time he got back, baffled of course, I had made a step or two. I dared not look back, but he made himself heard, and when he saw that I was certainly crossing, he cried aloud in despair. The danger was enough to daunt anybody, but it seemed wonderful that he should have been able to weigh and appreciate it so justly. No mountaineer could have seen it more quickly or judged it more wisely, discriminating between real and apparent peril. After I had gained the other side, he howled louder than ever, and after running back and forth in vain search for a way of escape, he would return to the brink of the crevasse above the bridge, moaning and groaning, as if in the bitterness of death. Could this be the silent, philosophic Stickeen? I shouted encouragement, telling him the bridge was not so bad as it looked, that I had left it flat for his feet, and that he could walk it easily, but he was afraid to try it. Strange that so small an animal should be capable of such big, wise fears. I called again and again in a reassuring tone to come on and fear nothing, that he could come if he would only try. Then he would hush for a moment, look again at the bridge, and shout his unshakable conviction that he could never, never come that way, then lie back in despair as if howling, "Oh, what a place! No, I can never go down there." His natural composure and courage had vanished utterly in a tumultuous storm of fear. Had the danger been less, his distress would have seemed ridiculous. But in this gulf, a huge yawning sepulchre big enough to hold everybody in the territory, lay the shadow of death, and his heart-rending cries might well have called heaven to his help. Perhaps they did. So hidden before, he was transparent now, and one could see the workings of his mind like the movements of a clock out of its case. His voice and gestures were perfectly human, and his hopes and fears unmistakable, while he seemed to understand every word of mine. I was troubled at the thought of leaving him. It seemed impossible to get him to venture. To compel him to try by fear of being left, I started off as if leaving him to his fate, and disappeared back of a hummock. But this did no good, for he only laid down and cried. So after hiding a few minutes, I went back to the brink of the crevasse, and in a severe tone of voice shouted across to him that now I must certainly leave him. I could wait no longer, and that if he would not come, all I could promise was that I would return to seek him next day. I warned him that if he went back to the woods, the wolves would kill him, and finished by urging him once more by words and gestures to come on. He knew very well what I meant. And at last, with the courage of despair, hushed and breathless, he lay down on the brink in the hollow I had made for my knees, pressed his body against the ice to get the advantage of the friction, gazed into the first step, put his little feet together, and slid them slowly down into it, bunching all four in it, and almost standing on his head. Then, without lifting them as well as I could see through the snow, he slowly worked them over the edge of the step, and down into the next and the next in succession, in the same way, and gained the bridge. Then, lifting his feet with the regularity and slowness of the vibrations of a second's pendulum, as if counting and measuring 1, 2, 3, holding himself in dainty pose, and giving separate attention to each little step, he gained the foot of the cliff, at the top of which I was kneeling to give him a lift should he get within reach. Here he halted in dead silence, and it was here I feared he might fail, for dogs are poor climbers. I had no cord. If I had had one, I would have dropped a noose over his head and hauled him up. But while I was thinking whether an available cord might be made out of clothing, he was looking keenly into the series of notched steps and finger holes on the ice ladder I had made, as if counting them and fixing the position of each one in his mind. Then suddenly up he came with a nervy, springy rush, hooking his paws into the notches, and stepped so quickly that I could not see how it was done, and whizzed past my head, safe at last. And now came a scene. Well done, little boy, brave boy," I cried, trying to catch and caress him. But he would not be caught. Never before or since have I seen anything like so passionate a revulsion from the depths of despair to uncontrollable, exultant, triumphant joy. He flashed and darted hither and thither as if fairly demented, screaming and shouting, swirling round and round in giddy loops and circles like a leaf in a whirlwind, lying down and rolling over and over sideways and heels over head, pouring forth a tumultuous flood of hysterical cries and sobs and gasping mutterings. And when I ran up to him to shake him, fearing he might die of joy, he flashed off 200 or 300 yards, his feet in a mist of motion. Then turning suddenly, he came back in wild rushes and launched himself at my face, almost knocking me down, all the time screeching and screaming and shouting as if saying, "Saved! Saved! Saved!" Then back away, dropping suddenly at times with his feet in the air, trembling and fairly sobbing. Such passionate emotion was enough to kill him. Moses' stately song of triumph after escaping the Egyptians in the Red Sea was nothing to it. Who could have guessed the capacity of the dull, enduring little fellow for all that most stirs this mortal frame? Nobody could have helped crying with him. But there is nothing like work for toning down either excessive fear or joy. So I ran ahead, calling him, in as gruff a voice as I could command, to come on and stop his nonsense, for we had far to go, and it would soon be dark. Neither of us feared another trial like this. Heaven would surely count one enough for a lifetime. The ice ahead was gashed by thousands of crevasses, but they were common ones. The joy of deliverance burned in us like fire, and we ran without fatigue, every muscle with immense rebound, glorying in its strength. Stikeen flew across everything in his way, and not till dark did he settle into his normal fox-like gliding trot. At last the mountains crowned with spruce came in sight, looming faintly in the gloaming, and we soon felt the solid rock beneath our feet, and were safe. Then came weariness. We stumbled down along the lateral moraine in the dark, over rocks and tree trunks, through the bushes and devil-clubbed thickets and mossy logs and boulders of the woods where we had sheltered ourselves in the morning, then out on the level mud slope of the terminal moraine. Danger had vanished, and so had our strength. We reached camp about 10 o'clock and found a big fire and a big supper. A party of Hoona Indians had visited Mr. Young, bringing a gift of porpoise meat and wild strawberries, and Hunter Joe had brought in a wild goat. But we lay down, too tired to eat much, and soon fell into a troubled sleep. The man who said, "The harder the toil, the sweeter the rest," never was profoundly tired. Stikeen kept springing up and muttering in his sleep, no doubt dreaming that he was still on the brink of the crevasse, and so did I. That night, and many others, long afterward, when I was nervous and overtired. Thereafter, Stikeen was a changed dog. During the rest of the trip, instead of holding aloof, he would come to me at night when all was quiet around the campfire and rest his head on my knee with a look of devotion as if I were his god. And often, as he caught my eye, he seemed to be trying to say, "Wasn't that an awful time we had together on the glacier?" None of his old friends know what finally became of him. When my work for the season was done, I departed for California and never saw the dear little fellow again. Mr. Young wrote me that in the summer of 1883 he was stolen by a tourist at Fort Wrangell and taken away on a steamer. His fate is wrapped in mystery. If alive, he is very old. Most likely he has left this world, crossed the last crevasse, and gone to another. But he will not be forgotten. Come what may, to me Stikeen is immortal. End of an Adventure with a Dog and a Glacier by John Muir. Read by Winston Tharp.
The Åland Question by Jon Ugla. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Åland Question. Résumé of arguments and points of view in defense of Finland's right to the Åland archipelago by Jon Ugla, member of the Permanent Law Commission. The Åland Question. 1. The situation and boundaries of Åland. The group of islands called Åland lies between 59 degrees 47 minutes and 60 degrees 32 degrees latitude and 36 degrees 52 minutes and 38 degrees 47 minutes longitude. It has a length of about 70 kilometers from Saggö and Karlskär in the north to Lågskär Lighthouse in the south. Its greatest width is 110 kilometers from Signilskär in the west to Jurmo, Brandö in the east. The whole area of Åland amounts to 1,426 square meters. Of its 15 parishes, 7 are situated on the largest of the islands, the so-called mainland of Åland. The others are called island parishes, and of these Brandö, Kumlinge, Sottunga, Föglö, and Kökar are the most easternly situated near the frontier of Finland proper. The administrative boundaries of the group of islands, which forms a separate district of administration or county, are indicated in the north by the natural contour of the archipelago against the Botnian Bay. In the west and south they are indicated by the territorial boundary against the Åland Sea, respectively the Baltic. The boundary against the mainland has, ever since the districts of administration were regulated in the 17th century, followed the so-called shiftet, straits which separate the islands belonging to the mainland in the east and Brändö, Kumlinge, Sottunga and Sjökär island parishes in the west. In the middle of 1850, Utö, Jurmo and Österskär villages, lying out in the open sea near the Baltic, were separated from Åland and joined in their administration and jurisdiction with the mainland. 2. Historical points of view in the Åland question. Ever since the early Middle Ages, Åland belonged administratively to Finland. The Christian congregations in Åland subordinated already, according to the oldest deeds of the Middle Ages, from the beginning of 1300 under the diocese of Åbo. During the Middle Ages, when clerical and secular administrations, as well as jurisdiction, became more stable, Åland and Finland, Österland, became by degrees geographically more and more united. When the castle of Kastelholm was erected, Åland formed at times a castle fief of its own, usually however subordinating under the governor of Åbo. In 1437, when the Finnish district of jurisdiction was divided, it was decided that Åland was to belong to the so-called Nordfinne district of jurisdiction. The group of islands belonged to the duchy, even as a fief to Duke Johan in 1556, and even after 1581, when Finland was made a Grand Duchy, Åland constituted an integral part of the same. When, according to the constitution, it was decreed in 1634 that the country was to be divided into counties, Åland was made a separate district of jurisdiction under the governor of Åbo and Björneborg. Even before that time, Åland had been under the jurisdiction of the new Finnish Court of Appeal at Åbo. Before Finland was united to Russia in 1809, it was an integral part of Sweden, but geographically it formed a unit of its own with a clearly marked frontier against Sweden. From a number of official deeds of the time before 1809, it appears that Åland was considered part of the Finnish territory, and every time important frontier regulations were performed, the authorities confirmed this fact. 3. Åland constitutes a part of the present state territory of Finland. During the war 1808-1809, Åland was occupied by the Russian troops. In the peace negotiations at Fredrikshamn, Åland took an important part. The Swedish negotiators did all in their power to retain Åland for Sweden. These efforts were not dictated by ethnographical considerations, nor by the feeling of more intimate relationship between Åland and Sweden than between Åland and the rest of Finland. They indicate a natural desire that Sweden should retain as large territories as possible. The Russians, however, conscious of the strategic value of the islands, were not to be persuaded. An attempt from the Swedish side to prevent the erecting of fortifications in Åland failed. The peace treaty of Fredrikshamn of the 17th of September 1809 contained, among other things, the following articles. Article 4. Sa Majesté le Roi, blank, blank, blank. Article 5. La mer de Åland, blank, 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 blank. During the last century, the inhabitants of Åland and those of the mainland have shared political changes and cultural development, and at times of hard political oppression done their duty in the struggle for the constitutional rights of the whole country. In evidence of the political connection of Åland with Sweden, the Swedes allege that the representative of the county of Åland sat in the Riksdag in Stockholm 1809 to 1810, Åland being during that year united with the county of Uppland. After the rising in May 1808, when it was liberated from Russian occupation, the administration of Åland passed into the hands of the governor of the county of Uppland, and by decree of the 6th July 1808, a part of the county of Åbo and Björneborg, Åland included, from where the Russian troops retired, was for the time being placed under the jurisdiction of Svea Court of Appeal and the Diocese of Uppsala. This resulted in the clergy of Åland nominating a representative who in May 1809 entered the clerical estate of Riksdag in Stockholm, then opened. He remained there until the end of the Riksdag. His mandate was thus a result of the chances of war and not of any legal circumstances whatever. On the other hand, Åland was represented at the Diet of Borgå by a member of the clergy, whereas the farmers were not in a position to send a representative. 4. The development of the international legal relations with regard to the Åland Islands after the Peace of Fredrikshamn, the November Treaty of 1855, the events during the Crimean War, the Paris Treaty of 1856, on which the so-called Åland Servitude was founded, the Baltic Sea Treaty of 1908, the breach of the treaty on the side of the Russians through their erecting fortifications on the Åland Islands, etc., need not be discussed here, any more than the still unsolved question whether the Åland Servitude still holds good or not. 5. Through the declaration of the independence of Finland in December 1917, the ties with the Russian Empire of more than 100 years' standing were broken, and Finland entered the ranks of the free nations. The independence of Finland has been recognized by a number of states, among others by Sweden and Russia, in the beginning of January 1918. The Declaration of Independence included the complete territory of the Grand Duchy, with the boundaries clearly defined in the Peace Treaty of Fredrikshamn, thus also comprising the islands of Åland. The Russian government, in recognizing the independence of the country, has not made any special conditions as to Åland. Just at the time when Finland became independent, however, Åland irredentism became manifest through appeals for the uniting of Åland with the old mother country. Though in the Swedish press a number of arguments have been set forth, pretending to support the claims of Sweden for Åland, responsible men were forced to acknowledge that the islands of Åland were politically a part of the Finnish state territory. In order to effect a detachment of the islands from the state of Finland, for the sake of their being ceded to Sweden, reasons have been alleged which will be discussed below. 6. Swedish claims for detaching Åland from Finland. A fact of fundamental importance, unless one goes back all the way to the Crimean War, is that Swedish claims of Åland were not put forth until late in the autumn 1917, in connection with the agitation in Åland for a reunion of Åland with Sweden. Official circles in Sweden even then looked upon the Åland tendencies rather reservedly. A great Stockholm paper wrote in the beginning of December that Sweden did no longer take any interest in the Åland Islands. The Swedish political discussions concerning Åland in the early stages of the general war were called forth exclusively by the dangers for Sweden of Åland in Russian hands and fortified by Russia. When Russia collapsed and Finland, with Åland, was liberated from Russia, the occasion for such misgivings disappeared. In their present state, the Swedish claims of Åland arose essentially out of the three following important causes. 1. The Åland irredentism manifesting itself in an appeal to Sweden. 2. The breaking out of the Finnish revolt, the consequences of which threatened to throw Finland back under Russian dominion and thereby make the question of Åland vital for Sweden in case the islands in some way returned under Russian rule. And 3. The Swedish military expedition sent in February 1918 to Åland, officially pretending to have a humanitarian aim, but whose psychological influence on opinions and sentiments of the people afterwards became considerable and gained an evidently political character. The Swedish claims are thus based on arguments principally formulated and built up after the liberation of Finland from Russia, not on actual circumstances known and acknowledged earlier. We have now to take into consideration a widely spread popular opinion in Sweden, urging energetic measures to acquire Åland for Sweden. As motives for these aspirations, to judge from accessible pamphlets and articles in the daily press, the Swedes chiefly allege the geographical and strategic situation of Åland, which in their opinion implies a menace against the safety of Sweden, the historical, economic and cultural ties between the islands and Sweden, and last but not least, the Swedish population of Åland, supposed to be animated by a strong desire to attain a reunion with the old mother country. The Swedish government has also fallen in with the said policy, proposing that the Finnish government should institute a plebiscite before the General Peace Conference. 7. Repudiation of the Swedish claims. The Swedish claims for a union of the Åland Islands with Sweden, above historically explained, must from the Finnish side be considered unjustifiable, both on the principle of the right of nations and from a military, political, economic, geographic or ethnographic point of view. A critical review of the different Swedish claims accentuates all the arguments set down from the Finnish side in favor of preserving the group of islands for Finland. A. Points of view in connection with the right of nations. As pointed out above, Åland is an integral part of the state of Finland, and it is an incontestable duty to defend the integrity of the country and oppose any undue attempt to deprive it of any part of its territory. In Finland, the Swedish claims have been looked upon as an attempt to profit from favorable conjunctures, not considering the altered political situation created through Finland's liberation. At present, the counterpart of Sweden is the young independent state of Finland, which has never had and never will harbour any aggressive plans against the old mother country. The idea propounded in the Swedish press, Nya Dagligt Allehanda, October 1st, 1918, that solving of the Åland question depends on an agreement between Sweden and Russia, must be most decidedly repudiated. Questions touching the sovereign rights and territorial integrity of Finland can of course not be solved without the consent of the Finnish state. Whether Åland is to remain part of Finland or not is a question that does not concern Russia. It must however be admitted that from the side of official Sweden stress has been laid on the necessity of an amicable settlement, and the King of Sweden's speech to the deputation from Åland in February 1918 was of the same tenor. The best opportunity of solving the Åland question with the consent of Finland has however been neglected by Sweden, Sweden having during the Red Revolt omitted to render help in the hard struggle of Finland for reinstating legal order and shutting out the contagious plague of Bolshevism. In its utmost need, Finland applies first of all to its old mother country for help, but the help was denied. Finland need not agree to decide the future of Åland by a plebiscite, so much the less as a procedure of this kind has never before been applied in any case comparable to that of the Åland question, and there is no evidence at all how far the said measure will be applied at the future international general settlement. In any case, we must assume that the right of the sovereign Finnish state will be respected by the powers and that no part of the country will be detached from it against its will. Those times must be over when the small nations and their life interest were treated as objects of the outrageous policy of the powers. It is not sufficient to proclaim the right of self-determination of the small nations, the right of the states must also be respected. An annexation of Åland against the will of Finland would result in tearing asunder the ancient ties of friendship and kinship with Sweden, thus making an end of solidarity between the northern nations, most desirable from all points of view. B. Military points of view. The military claims alleged from the Swedish side can now be classed in two categories. Firstly, the Swedes make out that the future independence of Finland from Russia is not guaranteed. There is the possibility of the country returning under Russian rule. Secondly, there are the military considerations, significant even in case Finland exists as an independent state. The points of the first category coinciding with the arguments of the Swedes ever since 1809 up to the time of the General War, no further explanation is needed. In justification of the second group of arguments, the following is alleged. Among the northern countries, notably Sweden and Finland, Sweden through its population and political and military development is the dominating one. Åland, the key to the Baltic and the Bothnian Bay, is consequently guarded in the best way by belonging to Sweden. The general position in North Europe therefore demands that Åland be united to Sweden. To Sweden it is of vital interest and vast importance to guard itself through the possession of Åland against the danger of an attack from Åland occupied by an enemy, especially as the group of islands is situated so close to the Swedish mainland and to the capital of the realm. The possibilities of Finland warding off a hostile occupation would not be worth much, and it is to be apprehended that Finland might become dependent on a great power, the country then having to submit to its being used as a basis in attacks against Sweden. On Finland's side, this part of the question may be met in the following way. The strategic position of the Åland Islands is of such great importance, according to the Swedish opinion, as to make the Åland question a vital one. Characteristic are the fruitless negotiations in Fredrikshamn in 1809 and those in connection with the peace conference at Paris 1856, which led to the convention of the same year stipulating that military or maritime establishments on the islands were not to be erected and maintained. When the Russians built fortifications in Åland at the beginning of the general war in opposition to treaties and conventions, it caused disquietude and protest from Sweden, and they claimed a solving of the Åland question in a manner to secure the military interests of Sweden. Doubtless, the Åland Islands in the hands of a hostile eastern power constitute a threat against Sweden, just as the said islands in the hands of a hostile western power constitute a direct threat against an independent Finland. The question has, however, entered into an essentially new phase after the collapse of the Russian Empire, when the independent Finnish state was constituted. There is no danger of Finland threatening the Swedish interests and their possibilities of defense as long as Åland belongs to Finland. Further, Finland is willing to offer Sweden any guarantees in military matters needed to secure their interests. Since August 1918, negotiations have been carried on between Finnish, Swedish and German delegates concerning the demolition of all the fortifications and military buildings in Åland. During the negotiations, the Finnish government loyally carried out all they engaged themselves to perform in the way of demolishing the Åland fortifications, and were ready to guarantee that the work should be duly carried out. The Swedes, however, preferred claims of greater import than the question of demolition and its technical details implied, which claims indicated their intention of combining this question with that of sending to Åland considerable Swedish forces, which might have created a new international state of things to support the Swedish political plans as regards the future of Åland. Through mutual concessions, especially on the Finnish side, the parties have now fully agreed as to the extent of the duty of demolishing and the manner and time of performing the work. Through the said agreement, forming an evidence of the desire of Finland to further any efforts for concord in the north, a way has been paved for regulating the Åland question in a manner to satisfy the interests of both states. From the Swedish side, however, there is the objection that there are no guarantees of the Åland Islands in the future being ruled by a neutral Finland, with friendly feelings towards Sweden. Finland may, they aver, sooner or later be thrown back under the rule of a new Russian dominion or become dependent on some other power hostile to Sweden. The former alternative does not, we think, call for any detailed refutation. The coming Peace Congress of the world will definitely clear up the future of Finland with regard to the right of nations. There ought not to be the least reason to fear that the independence of Finland at the said Congress will not be recognized by all the powers, and the people of Finland being determined by all available measures to assert their independence, Sweden should not entertain an unreasonable fear in the matter. Should Finland, in case of war, in which Sweden happened to be involved, cooperate with any other power than Russia, we must remember that the three countries belong to the same group of powers, and thus together have to undertake the defense of Åland. In such a case, there are greater chances for Finland to take the needful steps for the defense of the islands, thanks to the favorable means of communication between the mainland and Åland via the islands, whereas the means of communication between Åland and Sweden in times of war are not as easily kept up and are always exposed to the possibility of being broken off. Should on the other hand such an unlikely thing happen as a war between Sweden and Finland, the possibility of Sweden defending Åland would be extremely doubtful owing to the above said strategic situation, especially as presumably an agreement as to the non-fortifying of the islands will be made in the near future. C. Commercial points of view. One of the reasons for a connection of Åland with Sweden is the intimate economic relation between the group of islands and the old mother country. It cannot be denied that the population of Åland may in a measure have felt isolated economically from Finland, owing to the difficulty of communication with the mainland and the more favorable market for their goods in Sweden, which however cannot constitute an indisputable reason for breaking the ties of union between Åland and Finland. The excellent situation of Åland and its possibilities of export wood, fish and agricultural products, no less than the commercial tendencies of the people, will always result in lively commercial intercourse with Sweden, for which the custom boundary will not constitute any obstacle worth mentioning. Difficulties occasioned by the present rationing and license system do not count, as these restrictions will by and by be set aside at the return of normal conditions. If Åland were separated from Finland, very grave commercial difficulties would be the consequence. A custom boundary drawn through the Finland-Åland archipelago, consisting of hundreds of large and small islands and rocks, could practically not be guarded with any effectivity. Smuggling on a large scale, followed by a general demoralization of the people, would be the inevitable result. The separatistic movement in Åland is founded to a great extent on the desire for economic advantages. An enormous increase of trade is looked forward to in case of a union with Sweden. Economic life, however, is dependent on many circumstances which cannot be surveyed at a glance, and it is extremely doubtful whether the high-flown hopes of the separatists would ever be realized. The population of Åland also alleged that their economic conditions would become less advantageous in the independent Finnish state than hitherto. This assertion does not hold good. Things will probably develop in contrary direction. The government is expected to take measures towards social reforms and the furthering of economic life in Åland. Thus, the question of new means of communication will be considered and steps will be taken for the development of agriculture. A powerful impetus would be given by the introduction of independent local autonomy, as extensive as the constitution of the country allows, and by applying the principles of parish local administration. D. Geographical points of view. The archipelago of Åland, one of the greatest and densest in the world, consists of a countless number of large and small islands, partly inhabited, partly uninhabited, lying between the Finnish mainland and the main island called Åland proper. The Åland Islands are of the same geological structure as the mainland, north of Åbo and Björneborg. The archipelago forms a bridge between the Finnish mainland and Åland proper, which is the last of the group on the western side. Geologists assume that the county of Åland, as well as the islands and rocks round the Finnish coast, in primeval times formed one undivided mainland, having through geological changes got its present shattered character. The connection between Åland proper and the mainland is facilitated through the straits between the islands on the inner side being covered with practicable ice. Although Åland proper lies nearer to Sweden than to the boundary of the Finnish mainland, it belongs geographically to Finland. The natural boundary between Sweden and Finland runs along the Åland Sea with a depth of 200 to 300 meters, while the depth of the inner side only amounts to 20 meters on an average. We do not in Finland agree that from a geographical point of view a Swedish administrative center would be more natural than a Finnish one for the Åland Islands. E. Ethnographical, language and cultural points of view. Åland irredentism. Further reasons for a detachment of Åland are, according to the Swedes, the mutual language and historical and cultural development. Race, habits, customs, dialect, etc. are closely related to Sweden, they say. Åland as a Swedish county would be something quite natural, while a connection with the predominantly Finnish Finland is an abnormity as to language and ethnography. To meet these assertions, we beg to point out the following. The population of Åland not being able to put forward the plea of an earlier settlement than the rest of the Swedish population on the Finnish mainland, it does not form a tribe or a nationality apart, and the existence of Swedish culture in Åland is not opposed to the Swedish-Finnish culture in Finland. The population of Åland, on the contrary, constitutes an integral part of the Finnish-Swedish nationality, comprising about 1/8 of the whole population of Finland, and who are principally settled on the western and southern coasts, while the southwestern archipelago forms a tie of union. There is no boundary of race or language between the Åland Islands and the Swedish archipelago on the southwest coast of Finland, neither is there a geographical boundary against the mainland. When the question of separating Åland from Finland arose, an energetic protest from all the political parties, especially the Swedish-speaking group, was heard. The latter thought a detachment fatal for the existence of the Swedish nationality in Finland. The future of the Finnish-Swedish nationality might be endangered, it was thought, by the loss of one part of its territory. The Swedish political party in Finland not long ago exhorted the people of Åland to desist from their separatistic action and to take part in the work for the mutual culture and for the reconstruction of the native country. In pleading their cause, the Åland people referred to the principle of the right of small nations to decide for themselves, as a result of the general war and aiming at giving oppressed nations a happier lot and building up the states on a firmer and more homogeneous basis. On their part, the population of Finland maintain the above principle, but they cannot approve of its being applied in the question under debate. The population of Åland, estimated at about 25,000 souls, cannot be called a nationality by itself, as mentioned above. It is only a part of the Swedish-speaking population of Finland, at present estimated at about 400,000 people. The principle of the right of the small nations to decide for themselves would lead to a disturbance of international legal relations and the stability of the states, if every province of every group of people speaking the same language were allowed to decide about its own fate. Reasons of more weight and consequence than the opinion in Sweden and Åland could offer are needed to make the principle of the right of the small nations to decide for themselves applicable, if the said principle is not to become an empty catchword or be turned into a pretext for all kinds of hostile tendencies against the existence of a state. The weightiest reasons alleged by the Åland people is the fear of being denationalized. They fear that the Swedish language and the culture inherited from their fathers might be suppressed during a continued union with Finland through the predominance of the Finnish language in public life and through Finnish-speaking immigration. These fears need not any longer constitute a ground for separatistic tendencies. Influenced by the great events all over the world, the principle of protecting minorities and securing their languages and their right of cultural development have gained ground, and it is to be hoped that justice will be done to the said principle at the coming General Peace Congress. The said principle has already been recognized in Finland, for the proposition for a new constitution contains guarantees to secure the rights of the Swedish-speaking population. Further privileges will be secured to Åland by developing its administration into self-government and by introducing reforms to be submitted to a careful revisal by the government. Such a policy, as well as the measures taken to further economical life, ought to counteract irredentism in Åland and create stronger ties between it and the rest of Finland. Sweden's desire of annexing Åland is supported by the following arguments. Founding their claims on the principle of the right of nations to decide for themselves, the Finlanders make out that the aspirations of the Finnish populations in East Karelia to be united with Finland ought to be realized. In the Karelian question, they allege similar points of view as those of the Swedes allege in the Åland question. Finland might, they say, in compensation for the ceding of Åland, receive East Karelia. We must accentuate most strongly that the East Karelian question is a political problem by itself, not to be coupled with the Åland question. The incorporation of East Karelia is necessitated by the facts that it belongs to Finland geographically. that its inhabitants ethnographically as to language and character are Finns, that the population has time after time insisted on being detached from the Russian Empire, now in a state of dissolution, and incorporated with the independent Finnish state, and that the introduction of culture among the uneducated population can only be performed by Finland. The economic interests of this district, whose traffic partly passes through exclusively Finnish territory, are to a great extent dependent on its being united with Finland. It is by no means the intention of Finland to solve the East Karelian question in a manner to injure Russian interest of importance. On the contrary, we must strive to keep up good relations between Finland and Russia. However, Finland must see that its eastern frontier is secured against future hostile attacks, which is possible only if a regulation of the boundaries can be attained. The principle of the right of nations to decide for themselves aims at rendering the states ethnographically as homogeneous as possible, and consequently the Finns apply it to their Karelian kinsmen, who are economically and culturally dependent on Finland and who form an isolated Finnish-speaking group in Russia, while the population of Åland, amounting to about 6% of the Swedish population of Finland, forms an integral part of the territory inhabited by Swedes. Åland irredentism is not the phenomenon of a permanent character created through circumstances of a normal nature. It is the outcome of exceptional circumstances directing the opinion of the population towards the idea that the happy future could be attained only by a union with Sweden. By the following short statement of late events in Åland, we hope clearly to show that the above opinion is correct. After the outbreak of the general war, a considerable Russian garrison, representing a soldiery of lowest quality, were placed in Åland. The presence of these soldiers, behaving most brutally, and the work at the fortifications made the people dread that peace and happiness were gone forever from the islands as soon as they were fortified and had become strategically important. Through the revolution in Russia and the development in consequence thereof, the situation in Åland became more and more critical. The soldiery became more and more dissolute and terror reigned, which manifested itself in murder and plunder. At the same time, the political situation in Finland assumed a most menacing character in consequence of the outrageous behavior of the Finnish Bolshevists. The conclusion drawn from this state of things by the leading persons of Åland was that the position of Åland as a part of Finland was extremely precarious. To look to Sweden as the possible liberator from these difficulties was but natural. Late in the autumn 1917, the first symptoms of irredentism manifested themselves, and a consequent agitation got nourishment enough through the further development of the situation, through the Red Revolt in Finland, through the expeditions of the rebels to Åland, and through the fighting that took place in Åland between the government troops on the one side and the Red Hordes under Russian soldiery on the other. It is not to be wondered at that irredentism in Åland grew and strengthened during these troubled times, the more so as the result of the war for the liberty of Finland seemed extremely uncertain to begin with. The leading persons of Åland justified their agitation by saying that the only means of saving their people from remaining within the boundaries of Bolshevistic Finland as a part of a Bolshevistic federative East Europe was a union between the islands and Sweden. We must, however, acknowledge that the separatistic agitation in Åland did not equally succeed in all parts of the islands. The feeling of solidarity with Finland manifested itself especially in the eastern parts of the archipelago. Thus the irredentic tendencies gained very little ground in the eastern parishes, especially Tjökar. Here we must also point out the strong psychological influence on the separatistic tendencies with the Swedish military expedition to Åland during February to May 1918 exercised. An expedition which was interpreted by the leading agitators as a proof that the union with Sweden was to be regarded as a fait accompli. Later events have, however, shown how untenable the basis was on which the irredentic agitation was founded. The Red Revolt in Finland was quelled, and the country has assumed its place as an independent state among the nations. In summing up our views about the irredentism of Åland, we must say that it is founded on the circumstances of a temporary character, that there is no longer a real reason for its existence, and that solicitude for the future of the Åland population, which will be secured through measures already proposed and taken, ought under no circumstances to necessitate an international intervention, which, while lacking the authority justified by the state of affairs, would injure the rights and prerogatives of Finland to decide about its own territory. Helsingfors, December the 1st, 1918. End of the Åland Question by John Uggla. Read in Finland by Pentti Hirvonen.
Side note: Alcazar, from the Land of the Blessed Virgin, Sketches and Impressions in Andalusia, by William Somerset Maugham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Arriving at Seville, the recollection of Cordova took me quickly to the Alcazar, but I was a little disappointed. It has been ill and tawdrily restored, with crude pigments, with gold that is too bright and too clean. But even before that, Charles V and his successors had made additions out of harmony with Moorish feeling. Of the palace where lived the Mussulman kings nothing, indeed, remains. But Pedro the Cruel, with whom the edifice now standing is more especially connected, was no less oriental than his predecessors, and he employed Morisco architects to rebuild it. Parts are said to be exact reproductions of the older structure, while many of the beautiful tiles were taken from Moorish houses. The atmosphere, then, is but half Arabic. The rest belongs to that flaunting, multicolored barbarism which is characteristic of northern Spain before the union of Aragon and Castile. Wandering in the deserted courts, looking through horseshoe windows of exquisite design at the wild garden, Pedro the Cruel and Maria de Padilla are the figures that occupy the mind. Seville teems with anecdotes of the monarch who, according to the point of view, has been called the cruel and the just. He was an amorist for whom platonic dalliance had no charm, and there are gruesome tales of ladies burned alive because they would not quench the flame of his desires, of others fiercely virtuous, who poured boiling oil on face and bosom to make themselves unattractive in his sight. But the head that wears a crown apparently has fascinations which few women can resist, and legend tells more frequently of Pedro's conquests than of his rebuffs. He was an ardent lover to whom marriage vows were of no importance. That he committed bigamy is certain, and pardonable. But some historians are inclined to think that he had at one and the same time no less than 3 wives. He was oriental in his tastes. In imitation of the Paynim sovereigns, Pedro loved to wander in the streets of Seville at night, alone and disguised, to seek adventure or to see for himself the humor of his subjects. And like them also it pleased him to administer justice seated in the porch of his palace. If he was often hard and proud toward the nobles, with the people he was always very gracious. To them he was the redresser of wrongs and a protector of the oppressed. His justice was that of the Mussulman rulers, rapid, terrible, and passionate, often quaint. For instance, a rich priest had done some injury to a cobbler, who brought him before the ecclesiastical tribunals, where he was for a year suspended from his clerical functions. The tradesman thought the punishment inadequate, and taking the law into his own hands gave the priest a drubbing. He was promptly seized, tried, condemned to death. But he appealed to the king, who with a witty parody of the rival court changed the punishment to suspension from his trade, and ordered the cobbler for 12 months to make no boots. On the other hand, the Alcazar itself has been the scene of Pedro's vilest crimes. in the whole list of which is none more insolent, none more treacherous, than that whereby he secured the priceless ruby which graces still the royal crown of England. There is a school of historians which insists on finding a Baptist minister in every hero. Think what a poor-blooded creature they wish to make of the glorious Nelson. But no casuistry avails to cleanse the memory of Pedro of Castile. Even for his own ruthless age, he was a monster of cruelty and lust. Indeed, the indignation with which his biographers have felt bound to charge their pens has somewhat obscured their judgment. They have so eagerly insisted on the censure with which themselves regard their heroes' villainies, that they have found little opportunity to explain a complex character. Yet the story of his early life affords a simple key to his maturity. Till the age of 15 he lived in prisons, suffering with his mother every insult and humiliation, while his father's mistress kept queenly state, and her children received the honours of royal princes. When he came to the throne he found himself a cat's paw between his natural brothers and ambitious nobles. His nearest relatives were ever his bitterest enemies, and he was continually betrayed by those he trusted. Even his mother delivered to the rebellious peers the strongholds and the treasures he had left in her charge, and caused him to be taken prisoner. As a boy he had been violent and impetuous, yet always loyal. But before he was 20 he became suspicious and mistrustful. In his weakness he made craft and perfidy his weapons, practising to compose his face, to feign forgetfulness of injury till the moment of vengeance. He learned to dissemble so that none could tell his mind, and treated no courtiers with greater favour than those upon whose death he had already determined. Intermingled with this career of vice and perfidy and bloodshed is the love of Maria de Padilla, whom the king met when he was 18, and till her death loved passionately, with brief inconstancies, for fidelity has never been a royal virtue, and she figures with gentle pathos in that grim history like wild, perfumed flowers on a storm-beaten coast. After the assassination of the unfortunate Blanche, the French queen, whom he loathed with an extraordinary physical repulsion, Pedro acknowledged a secret marriage with Maria de Padilla, which legitimized her children, but for 10 years before she had been treated with royal rights. The historian says that she was very beautiful, but her especial charm seems to have been that voluptuous grace which is characteristic of Andalusian women. She was simple and pious, with the nature of great sweetness, and she never abused her power. Her influence, as runs the hackneyed phrase, was always for good, and untiringly she did her utmost to incline her despot lover to mercy. She alone sheds a ray of light on Pedro's memory. Only her love can save him from the execration of posterity. When she died, rich and poor alike mourned her, and the king was inconsolable. He honoured her with pompous obsequies, and throughout the kingdom ordered masses to be sung for the rest of her soul. The guardians of the Alcazar show you the chambers in which dwelt this gracious lady, and the garden fountain wherein she bathed in summer. Moralists, anxious to prove that the way of righteousness is hard, say that beauty dies, but they err, for beauty is immortal. The habitations of a lovely woman never lose the enchantment she has cast over them. Her comeliness lingers in their empty chambers like a subtle odour, and centuries after her very bones have crumpled to dust, it is her presence alone that is felt, her footfall that is heard on the marble floors. Garish colours, alas, have driven the tender spirit of Maria de Padilla from the royal palace, but it has betaken itself to the old garden, and there wanders sadly. It is a charming place of rare plants and exotic odours. Cypress and tall palm trees rise towards the blue sky with their irresistible melancholy, their faraway suggestion of burning deserts, and at their feet the ground is carpeted with violets. Yet to me the wild roses brought strangely recollections of England, of long summer days when the air was sweet and balmy. The birds sang heavenly songs, the same songs as they sing in June in the fat Kentish fields. The gorgeous palace had only suggested the long past days of history, and Seville, the joy of life and the love of sunshine. But the old quiet garden took me far away from Spain, so that I longed to be again in England. In thought I wandered through a garden that I knew in years gone by, filled also with flowers, but with hollyhocks and jasmine. The breeze carried the sweet scent of the honeysuckle to my nostrils, and I looked at the green lawns, with the broad, straight line of the grass mower. The low of cattle reached my ears, and wandering to the fence, I looked into the fields beyond. Yellow cows grazed idly, or lay still chewing the cud. They stared at me with listless, sleepy eyes. But I glanced up and saw a flock of wild geese flying northwards in long lines that met, making two sides of a huge triangle. They flew quickly in the cloudless sky, far above me, and presently were lost to view. About me was the tall boxwood of the southern garden, and tropical plants with rich flowers of yellow and red and purple. A dark fir tree stood out, ragged and uneven, like a spirit of the north, erect as a life without reproach, but the foliage of the palms hung down with a sad, adorable grace. End of side note Alcazar, from the land of the Blessed Virgin, Sketches and Impressions in Andalusia, by William Somerset Maugham. Read by LizMourant.
America, or the New World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bellona Times. America, or the New World, from the New Gresham Encyclopedia, Volume 1, Part 1, by Various. The largest of the great divisions of the globe, except Asia, is washed on the west by the Pacific, on the east by the Atlantic, on the north by the Arctic Ocean, while on the south it tapers to a point. On the northwest it approaches within about 50 miles of Asia, while on the northeast the island of Greenland approaches within 370 miles of the European island Iceland. But in the south the distance between the American mainland and Europe or Africa is very great. Extreme points of the continent: north, Boothia Felix at the Strait of Bellot, latitude 72 degrees north; south, Cape Horn, latitude 56 degrees south; west, Cape Prince of Wales, longitude 168 degrees west; east, Point de Goya, longitude 35 degrees west. America as a whole forms the two triangular continents of North and South America, united by the narrow isthmus of Panama, and having an entire length of about 10,000 miles, a maximum breadth in North America of 3,500 miles, a coastline of 44,000 miles, and a total area, including the islands, of over 16 million, of which North America contains about 8,300,000 square miles. South America is more compact in form than North America, in this respect resembling Africa, while North America more resembles Europe. Between the two on the east side is the Great Basin, which comprises the Gulf of Mexico, the Caribbean Sea, and the West India Islands. Like Europe, also, North America possesses numerous islands, while those of South America are less important and confined almost to the southern extremity. 3/4 of the area of America is comparatively flat, and this portion of the surface is bounded on the west by lofty mountain systems which stretch continuously from north to south between the extremities of the continent, generally at no great distance from the west shore. In North America the Rocky Mountains, a broad series of masses, partly consisting of plateaux, form the most important portion of the elevated surface, being continued southward in the mountains and tableland of Mexico and the ranges of Central America. Separated by depressions from the Rocky Mountains proper and running close to and parallel with the western coast are several lofty ranges, Sierra Nevada, Cascade Mountains, etc. Near the eastern coast, and forming an isolated mass, are the Appalachians, a system of much inferior magnitude. The loftiest mountains in North America are McKinley, 20,470 feet, in Alaska, Logan, 19,514 feet, in northwest Canada, and Popocatépetl, 18,000 feet. The depression of the Isthmus of Panama, about 260 feet, forms a natural separation between the systems of the north and the south. In South America, the Andes form a system of greater elevation but less breadth than the Rocky Mountains, and consist of a series of ranges, cordilleras, closely following the line of the west coast from the Isthmus of Panama to Cape Horn. The highest summits are Aconcagua, 23,080 feet, Sorata or Ilampu, 21,484 feet, and Sahama, 21,054 feet. Volcanoes are numerous. Isolated mountain groups of minor importance are the highlands of Venezuela and of Brazil, the latter near the eastern coast, reaching a height of 10,000 feet. The fertile lowlands which lie to the east of the Rocky Mountains and the Andes form a depression extending through both continents from the northern to the southern oceans. They have somewhat different features and different names in different portions. In North America are prairies and savannas; in South America, llanos, selvas, and pampas. Through these low grounds flow the numerous great rivers which form so characteristic a feature of America. The principal are the Mackenzie, Coppermine, and Great Fish rivers entering the Northern Ocean, the Churchill, Nelson, Severn, and Albany entering Hudson's Bay, the St. Lawrence entering the Atlantic, Mississippi and Rio del Norte entering the Gulf of Mexico, all these being in North America. The Magdalena, Orinoco, Amazon, Paranahiba, Rio de la Plata, Colorado, and Rio Negro entering the Atlantic, all in South America, and the Yukon, Fraser, Columbia, San Joaquin, Sacramento, and Colorado entering the Pacific. The rivers which flow into the Pacific, however, owing to the fact that the great backbone of the continent, the Rocky Mountains and the Andes, lies so near the west coast, are of comparatively little importance, in South America being all quite small. Sometimes rivers traversing the same plains, and nearly on the same levels, open communications with each other. A remarkable instance being the Casiquiare in South America, which, branching off from the Rio Negro and joining the Orinoco, forms a kind of natural canal, uniting the basins of the Orinoco and the Amazon. The Amazon or Marañon in South America, the largest river in the world, has a course of about 3,500 miles, and a basin of 2,300,000 square miles. The Mississippi Missouri, the largest river of North America, runs a longer course than the Amazon, but the area of its basin is not nearly so great. North America has the most extensive group of lakes in the world. Lakes Superior, Michigan, Huron, Erie, and Ontario, which through the St. Lawrence send their drainage to the Atlantic. Thus, by means of lakes and rivers, the interior of both North and South America is opened up and made accessible. In regard to climate, North America naturally differs very much from South America, and has more resemblance to the continents of Europe and Asia, regarded as a whole. In North America, as in the older continent, the eastern parts are colder than the western, and hence the towns on the Atlantic coast have a winter temperature about 10 degrees lower than those in corresponding latitudes in Europe. The winter temperature of the greater part of North America is indeed severe, though the intense cold is less felt on account of the dryness of the air. There is no regular season of rainfall unless in the south. Although 2/3 of South America lies within the tropics, the heat is not so great as might be expected, owing to the prevailing winds, the influences of the Andes, and other causes. The highest temperature experienced is probably not more than 100 degrees in the shade. At Rio de Janeiro the mean is about 74 degrees, at Lima 72 degrees. Over a great part of South America there is a wet and a dry season, varying in different regions. On the upper Amazon the rains last for 10 months, being caused by the prevailing easterly winds, bringing moisture from the Atlantic, which is condensed on the eastern slopes of the Andes. In each of the Americas there is a region in which little or no rain falls. In North America it extends over a part of the United States and northern Mexico. In South America over a part of the coast region of Peru and Chile. America is rich in valuable minerals. It has supplied the world with immense quantities of gold and silver, which it still yields in no small amount, especially in the United States. It possesses inexhaustible stores of coal (United States), with iron, copper, lead, tin, mercury, etc. Petroleum may be called one of its specialities, its petroleum wells having caused whole towns to spring into existence. Diamonds and other precious stones are found. As regards vegetation, America may be called a region of forests and verdure, vast tracts being covered by the grassy prairies, llanos, and pampas where the forests fail. In North America the forests have been largely made use of by man. In South America vast areas are covered with forests, which as yet are traversed only by the uncivilized Indian. In the north is the region of pines and firs. Farther south come the deciduous trees, as the oak, beech, maple, elm, chestnut, etc. Then follow the evergreen forests of the tropical regions. The useful timber trees are very numerous. Among the most characteristic of America are mahogany and other ornamental woods, and various dyewoods. In the tropical parts are numerous palms, cacti in great variety, and various species of the agave or American aloe. In the virgin forests of South America the trees are often bound together into an impenetrable mass of vegetation by various kinds of climbing and twining plants. Among useful plants belonging to the American continent are maize, the potato, cacao, tobacco, cinchona, vanilla, Paraguay tea, etc. The most important plants introduced are wheat, rice, and other grains, sugar cane, coffee, and cotton, with various fruits and vegetables. The vine is native to the continent, and both the American and introduced varieties are now largely cultivated. The animals of America include, among carnivora, the jaguar, or American tiger, found only in South America; the puma, or American lion, found mostly in South America; the grizzly bear of North America, fully as powerful an animal as either; the black bear, the skunk, the raccoon, the American or prairie wolf, several species of foxes, etc. The rodents are represented by the beaver, the porcupine, and squirrels of several species; the marsupials by the opossum. Among ruminants are the bison, or as it is commonly called, the buffalo; the moose, or elk; the Virginian stag; the musk ox; and in South America the llama, which takes the place of the camel of the Old World; the alpaca, and the vicuña. Other animals most distinctive of South America are sloths, fitted to live only in its dense and boundless forests; anteaters and armadillos; monkeys with prehensile tails, in this and other respects differing from those of the Old World; the condor among the heights of the Andes; the nandu rhea, or three-toed ostrich; beautiful parrots and hummingbirds. Among American reptiles are the boa constrictor, the rattlesnake, the alligator or cayman, the iguana, and other large lizards, large frogs and toads. The domestic animals of America, horses, cattle, and sheep, are of foreign origin. The electrical eel exists in the tropical waters. The population of America consists partly of an aboriginal race or races, partly of immigrants or their descendants. The aboriginal inhabitants are the American Indians or red men, being generally of a brownish red color, and now forming a very small portion of the total population, especially in North America, where the white population has almost exterminated them. These people are divided into branches, some of which have displayed a considerable aptitude for civilization. When the Europeans became acquainted with the New World, Mexico, Central America, and part of South America were inhabited by populations which had made great advances in many things that pertain to civilized life, dwelling in large and well-built cities under a settled form of government, and practicing agriculture and the mechanical arts. Ever since the discovery of America at the close of the 15th century, Europeans of all nations have crowded into it, and the comparatively feeble native races have rapidly diminished, or lost their distinctive features by intermixtures with whites, and also with negroes brought from Africa to work as slaves. These mixed races are distinguished by a variety of names, as mestizos, mulattoes, zombos, etc. In North America, the white population is mainly of British origin, though to a considerable extent it also consists of Germans, Scandinavians, etc., and the descendants of such. In Central and South America, the prevailing white nationality is the Spanish and Portuguese. In the extreme north are the Eskimos, a scattered and stunted race closely allied to some of the peoples of northern Asia. That the aboriginal inhabitants of America passed over from Asia is tolerably certain, but when and from what part we do not know. The total population of the New World is estimated at 180 million, of which perhaps 124 million are whites, 28 million mixed races, 15 million Negroes, and 13 million Indians. As regards religion, the bulk of the population of North America is Protestant. Of Central and South America, the religion is almost exclusively Roman Catholic. Several millions of the Indians are heathens. The independent states of America are all republican in form of government, Brazil having become a republic in 1889. See North America, Central America, South America, West Indies, etc. The merit of first opening up the American continent to modern Europe belongs to the Genoese navigator Christopher Columbus, who discovered, in October 1492, one of the Bahamas, and named it San Salvador. Europeans, however, had on different former occasions discovered the American coasts, and the coasts of Massachusetts and Rhode Island were visited by Northmen and named Vinland in the year 1000. Still, these discoveries had no influence on the enterprise of Columbus, and cannot detract in the least from his merit. They were forgotten, and had never been made known to the inhabitants of the rest of Europe. Though Columbus was the first of his time who set foot in the New World, it has taken its name not from him, but from Amerigo Vespucci. The mainland was first seen in 1497 by Sebastian Cabot, who sailed under the patronage of Henry VII of England. For further particulars of discovery, see North America and South America. The known history of America hardly goes beyond the period of its discovery by Columbus, but it possesses many monuments of antiquity that might take us many centuries backward, could we learn anything of their origin or of those by whom they were produced. Among such antiquities are great earthworks in the form of mounds or of raised enclosures crowning the tops of hills, river peninsulas, etc., and no doubt serving for defense. They enclose considerable areas, are surrounded by an exterior ditch, and by ramparts which are composed of mingled earth and stones, and are often of great extent in proportion to the area enclosed. They are always supplied either naturally or artificially with water, and give other indications of having been provided for a siege. Barrows and tumuli containing human bones and bearing indications of having been used both as places of sepulture and as temples are also numerous. They are in geometrical forms, circles, squares, parallelograms, etc. A mound on the plain of Cahokia in Illinois, opposite the city of St. Louis, is 700 feet long, 500 feet broad, and 90 feet high. Earth mounds of another class represent gigantic animal forms in bas relief on the ground. One is a man with two heads, the body 50 feet long and 25 feet broad across the breast. Another represents a serpent 1,000 feet in length, with graceful curves. The monuments of Mexico, Central America, and Peru are of a more advanced state of civilization, approach nearer to the historical period, and make the loss of authentic information more keenly felt. Here there are numerous ruined towns with most elaborate sculptures, lofty pyramidal structures serving as temples or forts, statues, picture writing, hieroglyphics, roads, aqueducts, bridges, etc. Some remarkable prehistoric remains discovered in recent years are what are known as the abodes of the cliff dwellers. These consist of habitations constructed on terraces and in caves high up and steep sides of canyons in Colorado and other parts of the western states of North America. Some of these buildings are several stories high. See also Mexico, Peru, etc. Bibliography: L. Ferrand, The American Nation; Prescott, The Conquest of Mexico, and The Conquest of Peru; Windsor, Narrative and Critical History of America; F. W. Halsey, Great Epochs in American History, 11 volumes. End of America, or the New World, by Various. Americanism by Various. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bellona Times. Americanism from the New Gresham Encyclopedia. A term, phrase, or idiom peculiar to the English language as spoken in America, and not forming part of the language as spoken in England. The following is a list of a few of the more noteworthy Americanisms, some of them being rather slangy or vulgar. Approbate, to approve. Around or round, about or near. To hang around is to loiter about a place. Backwoods, the partially cleared forest regions in the western states. Bee, an assemblage of persons to unite their labors for the benefit of an individual or family, or to carry out a joint scheme. Boss, an employer or superintendent of laborers, a leader. Bug, a coleopterous insect, or what in England is called a beetle. Buggy, a four-wheeled vehicle. Bulldoze, to intimidate voters. Bunkum, or bunkum, a speech made solely to please a constituency, talk for talking's sake, and in an inflated style. Bureau, a chest of drawers, a dressing table surmounted by a mirror. Calculate, to suppose, to believe, to think. Camp meeting, a meeting held in the fields or woods for religious purposes, and where the assemblage encamps and remains several days. Canebrake, a thicket of canes. Car, a carriage or wagon of a railway train. The Englishman travels by rail or takes the train. The American takes or goes by the cars. Carpetbagger. A needy political adventurer who carries all his worldly goods in a carpet bag. Caucus. A private meeting of the leading politicians of a party to agree upon the plans to be pursued in an approaching election. Chalk. A long chalk means a great distance, a good deal. Clever. Good-natured, obliging. Cocktail. A stimulating drink made of brandy or gin mixed with bitters, sugar, and water. Corn. Maize. In England it means wheat, or grain in general. Corn husking, or corn shucking. An occasion on which a farmer invites his neighbors to assist him in stripping the husks from his Indian corn. Cowhide. A whip made of twisted strips of raw hide. Creek. A small river or brook, not, as in England, a small arm of the sea. Cunning. Small and pretty. Nice. E.g., it was such a cunning baby. Dander. To get one's dander raised, to have one's dander up, is to have been worked into a passion. Deadheads. People who have free admission to entertainments, or who have the use of public conveyances, or the like, free of charge. Depot. A railway station. Down east. In or into the New England states. A downeaster is a New Englander. Drummer. A bagman or commercial traveler. Dry goods. A general term for such articles as are sold by linen drapers, haberdashers, hosiers, etc. Dutch. The German language. Dutchman, a German. Fix, to. To put in order, to prepare, to adjust, to fix the hair, the table, the fire, is to dress the hair, lay the table, make up the fire. Fixings. Engagements, dress, embellishment, luggage, furniture, garnishings of any kind. Gerrymander. To arrange political divisions so that in an election only part may obtain an advantage over its opponent, even though the latter may possess a majority of votes in the state. From the deviser of such a scheme called Gerry, governor of Massachusetts. Given name. A Christian name. Guess, to. To believe, to suppose, to think, to fancy, also used emphatically, as, Joe, will you liquor up? I guess I will. Gulch. A deep, abrupt ravine caused by the action of water. Happen in, to. To happen to come in or call. Help. A servant. Highfalutin. Inflated speech, bombast. Hoe cake. A cake of Indian meal baked on a hoe or before the fire. Indian summer. The short season of pleasant weather, usually occurring about the middle of November. Johnny cake. A cake made of Indian cornmeal mixed with milk or water and sometimes a little stewed pumpkin. The term is also applied to a New Englander. Julep. A drink composed of brandy or whiskey with sugar, pounded ice, and some sprigs of mint. Log rolling. The assembly of several parties of woodcutters to help one of them in rolling their logs to the river after they are felled and trimmed, also employed in politics to signify a like system of mutual cooperation. Lot. A piece or division of land, an allotment. Lumber. Timber sawed and split for use, as beams, joists, planks, staves, hoops, etc. Lynch law. An irregular species of justice executed by the populace, or a mob without legal authority or trial. Mail letters, to. To post letters. Make tracks, to. To run away. Mitten, to. Get the mitten is to meet with a refusal. Mizzle, to. To abscond or run away. Mush, a kind of hasty pudding. Muss, a state of confusion. Notions, a term applied to every variety of small wares. One horse. A one-horse thing is a thing of no value or importance, a mean and trifling thing. Pickaninny, a Negro child. Pile, a quantity of money. Planks, in a political sense, are the several principles which appertain to a party. Platform is the collection of such principles. Reckon, to. To suppose, to think. Rock, a stone of any size, a pebble, as to throw rocks at a dog. Scalawag, a scamp, a scapegrace. Shanty, a mean structure such as squatters erect, a temporary hut. Skedaddle, to. To run away, a word introduced during the Civil War. Smart, often used in the sense of considerable, a good deal, as a smart chance. Soft sawder, flattering, coaxing talk. Span of horses, two horses as nearly as possible alike, harnessed side by side. Spread eagle style, a compound of exaggeration, bombast, mixed metaphor, etc. Store, a shop, as a bookstore, a grocery store. Strike oil, to. To come upon petroleum, hence to make a lucky hit, especially financially. Stump speech, a bombastic speech calculated to please the popular ear, such speeches in newly settled districts being often delivered from stumps of trees. Sunup, sunrise. Tall, great, fine, used by Shakespeare much in the same sense. Tall talk is extravagant talk. Ticket, to vote the straight ticket is to vote for all the men or measures your party wishes. Truck, the small produce of gardens. Truck patch, a plot in which the smaller fruits and vegetables are raised. Ugly, ill-tempered, vicious. Vamos, to. To run off, from the Spanish vamos, let us go. End of Americanisms by the New Gresham Encyclopedia.
Farming with Dynamite by the E.I. Dupont de Nemours Powder Company, Wilmington, Delaware. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Farming with Dynamite, A Few Hints to Farmers by the E.I. Dupont de Nemours Powder Company, Wilmington, Delaware. Farming with dynamite saves money, time, labor, removes stumps, boulders, hardpan, ensures new rich soil, increased acreage, easy plowing, bigger yields. What is dynamite? Some farmers have a wrong idea about dynamite. They know it is a powerful explosive and believe it is dangerous to handle. Dynamite is very powerful, much more so than gunpowder, but is actually safer to handle. After more than 100 years' experience in making and using explosives, we can truthfully state that by following simple directions with ordinary care, anyone can use our Red Cross dynamite without harm. The purpose of this booklet is to tell you the wonderful value of the use of Red Cross Dynamite on the farm. If it interests you, as it surely will, and if you are progressive and ambitious, write for a copy of our Handbook of Explosives for Farmers, Planters, and Ranchers, which will be sent free of charge and which tells you just how to use Red Cross Dynamite safely and easily and make it the greatest aid to profitable farming. We will be glad to correspond with you about any special requirements of your farm or give you any information you want. Write our nearest office and your letter will receive prompt personal attention. Chief uses of dynamite on the farm. As farmers all over the country begin to understand the value of Red Cross Dynamite in their work, they are constantly reporting new uses for this powerful assistant. The chief uses are mentioned below and are explained in detail further on. Complete instructions are furnished in the Handbook of Explosives for Farmers, Planters, and Ranchers. Clearing land of stumps, trees, and boulders. Breaking up hardpan, shale, or clay subsoils. Plowing. Planting and cultivating orchards. Digging ditches, post holes, wells, and reservoirs. Road making and grading, excavating cellars and foundation trenches, regenerating old worn-out farms. Clearing land of stumps, boulders, and trees. It is needless to tell you the advantages of clearing land. The stump-covered site of a former piece of woods is, as you know, new, rich soil that needs no fertilizer. You also know that pulling stumps with a machine is the hardest kind of work, liable to injure seriously your horses, and certain to require a lot of work to get rid of the stump after pulling. Then, too, it leaves the field full of holes that must be filled, and ploughing the hard-packed soil around old roots is no joke. If instead of pulling the stumps you burn them out, the intense heat required destroys the chief fertile elements of the soil all around the fire. After all your hard work, you will leave a burnt field instead of new fertile soil. You can dynamite all those stumps for about 1/3 the cost of pulling and chopping them up. The blast splits up the stump into firewood, removes all the dirt, breaks all the main roots, and loosens the soil for yards around. You can blast 50 stumps in the time it would take to pull and chop up 1 or 2. One man can do all the work if necessary. After the stumps are all blasted out, you will have a new rich field and easy to cultivate, requiring no fertilizer to yield bumper crops. If you want to remove a whole tree, Red Cross Dynamite will lift it bodily out of the ground, and it will usually fall with the wind. When this is done, there is no stump left to remove. Boulders, which you are now obliged to plough around, can be broken up into easily handled blocks by a single blast. What it costs to blast out stumps. At the latest Farming with Dynamite demonstration, held under the auspices of the Norfolk and Western Railroad at Ivor, Virginia, on August 11, 1910, 1 1/2 acres, containing 46 stumps, were cleared in 1 day at an expense of $18, including labor, or an average of 39 cents per stump. Records kept by the Long Island Railroad covering operations on their experimental farm showed that, including the wages of the men who did the work, the cost of blasting out stumps averaged about 16 cents per stump. Records kept of the cost of this work in different sections of the country show as follows. Locality and kind of stump: southern, pine stumps. Average diameter, 29 inches. Average cost per stump, 30 cents. Locality and kind of stump: Pennsylvania, apple, ash, and chestnut. Average diameter, 34.5 inches. Average cost per stump, 56 cents. Locality and kind of stump: Michigan, white pine, maple, and birch. Average diameter 32 inches. Average cost per stump 47 cents. Locality and kind of stump: Minnesota, birch, ash, spruce, and pine. Average diameter 20 inches. Average cost per stump 16 cents. Locality and kind of stump: Illinois, oak, walnut, and gum. Average diameter 30 inches. Average cost per stump 53 cents. Locality and kind of stump: Western, fir, pine, and cedar. Average diameter 50 inches. Average cost per stump $1.13. Locality and kind of stump: Western, redwood. Average diameter 8 feet and over. Average cost per stump $2 and over. Records kept by Professor A.J. McGuire, Superintendent Experimental Farm of the University of Minnesota, show even lower costs. Breaking up hardpan, shale, or clay soils. This is probably the most important use of Red Cross Dynamite. It is possible, although difficult and expensive, to clear land of stumps and boulders in other ways, but it is not possible to break up hardpan or clay subsoils without the use of Red Cross Dynamite. Land that has a waterproof subsoil is practically worthless, as it holds the surface water in such quantities on level ground that the roots of trees and plants are rotted away. On hilly ground, it allows the surface water to run off, thus preventing the storage of moisture, with the result that vegetation dies quickly in hot weather. Such land can be rendered fertile at once by blasting with Red Cross Dynamite. The subsoil is completely broken up and the dry, dead topsoil converted into a rich loam for less than the amount of the taxes for a year or two. The following extract from the Topeka, Kansas, Mail and Breeze proves the wonderful results of this use of dynamite. Quote, "A few years ago, M.T. Williams bought a quarter section of land near Medicine Lodge in Barber County, and, conceiving the same idea that ex-Governor Crawford and others have, used dynamite in dealing with hard subsoil. The land was overgrown with sunflowers and cockleburs and would have been considered dear at $10 per acre. It was underlaid with a hard subsoil that was almost impervious to water. Mr. Williams' idea was to loosen this subsoil with dynamite. He bored holes in the earth some 3 feet deep and about 40 feet apart, and in each hole placed a part of a stick of dynamite. The explosion of the dynamite loosened the hard subsoil and made a reservoir for the rains, which had formerly run off the land nearly as fast as they fell. On this quarter there is now 100 acres of perhaps as fine alfalfa as can be found in the state. Mr. Williams has refused $15,000 for the quarter and gathers a net income from his alfalfa of from $30 to $35 per acre every year." Last season Mr. Williams proposed to the ladies of the Baptist Church that he would give them a load of hay, provided they would come out to the place, shook the hay, load it on wagons, and haul it to town. They took him at his word and shocked and hauled to town 2 tons, which sold for $16. When the second crop was ready, the ladies came again and touched Mr. Williams for a little more than 2 tons, which sold as well as the first load. End quote. Plowing with dynamite. Ordinarily, plowing merely turns over the same old soil year after year, and constant decrease in crops is only prevented by rotation or expensive fertilizing. With Red Cross Dynamite, you can break up the ground all over the field to a depth of 2 or 3 feet for less than the cost of adequate fertilizing and with better results. Fertilizing only improves the topsoil. Dynamiting renders available all the moisture and elements of growth throughout the entire depth of the blast. In an article by J. H. Caldwell of Spartanburg, South Carolina, in the September 1910 Technical World magazine, he states that before the ground was broken up with dynamite, he planted his corn with stalks 18 inches apart in rows 4 feet apart and raised 19 bushels to the acre. After the ground was blasted, it was able to nourish stalks 6 inches apart in rows the same distance apart and to produce over 250 bushels to the acre. This means an increase of about 160 bushels to the acre every year for an original expense of $40 an acre for labor and explosives. F.G. Morgan of Walton County, Georgia, reports that he has been raising crops of watermelons, weighing from 50 to 60 pounds each, on land blasted by exploding charges of about 3 ounces of dynamite in holes 2.5 to 3 feet deep, spaced 8 to 10 feet apart. Planting and cultivating orchards. In the orchard, Red Cross Dynamite not only saves much labor and time in planting the trees, but ensures the best growth and large yields. A man will spend an hour digging a tree hole that dynamite will excavate in an instant. The spaded hole will be hard all the way down, making it difficult for the transplanted roots to take hold. This is one of the chief reasons why transplanted trees so often die. Red Cross Dynamite not only excavates the required hole, but also loosens the ground for yards around, killing all grubs and forming a spongy reservoir for moisture. That is why trees planted in dynamited holes live and thrive. A whole row of tree holes can be excavated in 1 instant when charged with Red Cross Dynamite. Old trees are benefited by exploding small charges under them or between the rows. This keeps the ground loose and free from grubs. A well-known fruit grower reports that he planted peach trees some years ago to determine whether anything was to be gained by using dynamite. A number of trees were planted in holes by detonating a charge of explosives to make the holes, and others were planted in holes of the regulation size, dug by hand. 3 years later, the trees planted in the blasted rows were strong and healthy, each producing between 5 and 6 bushels of very fine peaches. The other trees planted on the same ground without blasting bore no peaches, both fruit and leaves having shriveled up and dropped off during the dry season. Digging ditches, post holes, wells, and reservoirs. Excavating of any kind is slow, hard work when done with pick and shovel, especially in mixed ground containing large stones, roots, streaks of gravel or shale. Several rods of ditch can be excavated in an instant with dynamite, varying the size of each charge according to the nature of the ground at that point. Most of the dirt is thrown out by the blast, and the remainder is broken up ready for the shovel. A Missourian advises us of a ditch he has just blasted through a swamp for $100, which he says would have cost him $500 if dug in the usual way. On August 11, 1910, at the demonstration at Ivor, Virginia, above referred to, a ditch 85 feet in length, 3 feet deep, and 4.5 feet wide at the top, was blasted with dynamite at a cost not exceeding 10 cents per yard, or about $2.75 for the entire work. Red Cross Dynamite is especially useful in excavating wells and reservoirs, as it opens up all the springs in nearby ground. Road making and grading. Red Cross Dynamite is a big saver of time and labor in making new roads or leveling grades on old roads. Rock, shale, clay, gravel, or sand can all be broken up with ease, simply by varying the charge according to the nature of the ground and the depth of excavation desired. Excavating cellars and foundation trenches. This work can be done with Red Cross dynamite in 1/10 the time required for hand and team shoveling, and the cost of the dynamite is but a fraction of the value of the labor saved. Regenerating old, worn-out farms. All over the eastern and southern sections of the United States are farms and plantations, once rich, fertile, and profitable, but now either abandoned or so unproductive as to be almost worthless. The chief trouble with these farms is that the topsoil is worked out. Red Cross dynamite can be used with complete success to turn up an entirely fresh, fertile soil and convert a $10 an acre worked out farm into land worth $50 to $100 an acre. The cost in dynamite for this conversion would be about $10 to $15 an acre according to the nature of the soil. This matter is worthy of as much consideration on the part of farmers and all others concerned with national resources as the reclamation of desert areas in the West. Surely it is as important to restore the productiveness of established farms in the East as it is to open up new fertile fields in the West and Southwest. If any portion of your farm is not productive, it is probable that Red Cross dynamite can make it productive. The leading railroads of the country are taking the greatest interest in the increasing use of dynamite on the farm because they know by actual results that it means more and better crops, bigger shipments, and greater prosperity all along their lines. Mr. H. B. Fullerton, Director Agricultural Development of the Long Island Railroad, is one of the pioneers in this movement, and in an article entitled Reclaiming Wasteland on Long Island, his wife, Edith Loring Fullerton, graphically describes the use of dynamite in the preparation of wasteland for cultivation. How can we help you? For more than 100 years we have been making and selling explosives. We maintain a highly skilled corps of chemists, explosive specialists, and field representatives whose sole duties are to study conditions and devise means for handling them. If there is any soil condition on your farm that we have not mentioned and which you think might be remedied or improved by dynamite, please write us all about it. There will be no charge for the information we will send you. In fact, we will be much obliged to you for giving us the opportunity to study any peculiar condition. Bear in mind that the age, reputation, and high standing of this company are ample assurance that any statements made by us are conservative and based on long and varied experience. In any case, we want you to write for our Handbook of Explosives for Farmers, Planters, and Ranchers, which we send out only on request, as it is too valuable to send to anyone not interested enough to ask for it. Asking for it puts you under no obligation to us except to read it. We believe that when you have read it, you will understand how simple, safe, and economical the use of Red Cross dynamite is, and that you will find many ways to save and make money with its aid. E.I. Dupont de Nemours Powder Company, Wilmington, Delaware, November 1910. End of Farming with Dynamite by the E.I. Dupont de Nemours Powder Company, Wilmington, Delaware.
History of the 2nd Massachusetts Regiment of Infantry, A Prisoner's Diary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the 2nd Massachusetts Regiment of Infantry, A Prisoner's Diary by Samuel M. Quincy. The committee's announcement that on this evening there would be read by me a paper relating to the history of the regiment, I fear may have awakened false expectations. But it was suggested that a little personal history of my own experiences from the moment when that terrific flank fire caused the regiment to leave me for dead on the field of Cedar Mountain to the moment when, 3 months later, I came again under the Stars and Stripes at Aiken's Landing, would interest former comrades for a short time tonight. It is safe to say, perhaps, that our regiment passed through every possible experience of the war. In all the various scenes of suffering and endurance, both physical and mental, which the war could offer, the 2nd Massachusetts was represented, and in that view, perhaps, the personal adventures of those who, while separated from the corps, always considered its membership the highest of honors, may be considered as forming a part of the general history of the regiment itself. I was fortunate enough to find in my blouse pocket, after acute physical suffering had in a measure given place to the prisoner's worst enemy, the leaden vacuity of ennui, a little duodecimal almanac and diary for 1862, with half a lead pencil. With these, by dint of fine writing, I succeeded in keeping a sort of journal of daily events, with my reflections thereupon, during the whole period of my captivity, the last entry being comprised in the words, "A free man at Willard's." From this journal I shall make copious extracts, believing that words then written will reproduce the situation better than any subsequent description from memory. At about 2 p.m. on the 8th of August, the long roll was beaten in the camp of the 2nd Massachusetts at Little Washington. As often happened, we fell in only to fall out again with the news that it only meant get ready to march. And in fact, it was nearly 5 before we were off. The heat during the first hour or two of the march was severe, but the latter part was by moonlight and very pleasant. Still, I find it recorded that some unfortunate and unseasoned recruits who had just joined us from home, with knapsack heavy with 5 times what they really needed, were utterly played out before the sun went down. And here I take up the narration as I find it in the little book referred to, with an occasional interpolation and explanation, which will be marked as such in brackets. August 14th, 1862. 1 week to the day since the fight. Let us attempt a résumé. On arriving at Culpeper Friday night, after a moonlight march which about played out the unfortunate recruits with their heavy knapsacks, we lay down in a field, Stephen and I cracking my provision box, which had come on with the blankets. This was Lieutenant Stephen Perkins of Company A, with whom I had become intimate, and who shared with me a great and innocent passion for tea. Whichever of us was known to possess a supply of the article was sure of a visit from the other at his campfire after a march. Before separating that night, I remember he said to me, "Sam, we shall see more fighting soon. I feel it. There is a battle in the air." There was, indeed, and it ended the battle of life for him. We then slept on the moor, to the sound of freshly arriving troops and wagons. In the morning we find an army around us. After breakfast, at the sound of the triangle, for by this unmilitary instrument did Johnson our caterer call the officers' mess to meals, under the sun we fall in and take arms, but have hardly done so when we stack them again and proceed to stake out ground for a camp. But this is just done, and tents beginning to rise, when Sherman, of Pope's staff, rushes by to headquarters at a rate which spared not for spoiling of his steed, and which caused us to hold our hands in expectation for a moment. And, sure enough, in 2 minutes we were again in line, and this time off under a blazing sun, though for once without our knapsacks. Through Culpeper, and about 6 or 7 miles further, in a fiery furnace, hotter even than that of Shadrach and Company. Near the front, Heard a little firing. Sergeant Parsons fell with a sunstroke. Left 2 recruits with him and pushed on for the right, where at last, panting and half dead, we got into a wood where we stacked arms and fell down behind them. The half hour of breeze and shade which ensued made men of us once more, so that when my company was ordered to skirmish, we were actually able to do it. The firing of the artillery commenced about 3 p.m., as I should judge, pretty heavy and well sustained. Ned Abbott's company and mine were ordered to report forward, and deployed our skirmishers on the garden fence, with reserves behind, and there, for a couple of hours, we watched the swayings of the artillery fight, timing the explosions of the heavy shells, and watching the varying intervals between the shots of the rebel batteries. At last, as the sun seemed not more than an hour high, and just as Ned Abbott, lying by my side in the rear of our skirmishers, had expressed his disbelief in the fight's coming off that afternoon, an orderly, followed by Pittman of Banks' staff, came up to where Gordon was sitting on his horse near us, watching the field through his glass, and it seemed, for the first time, that something was going wrong. I was near enough to hear that he wanted a regiment of Gordon's brigade to report, as I understood it, to Banks at the center. "You must take him your regiment, then," said Gordon to Colonel Andrews. Abbott and I jumped to our feet and were ordered to rally our men on the battalion, and hardly, panting and breathless, had we resumed our places in line when the regiment advanced by the right of companies to the front, until we had cleared the garden, and then by company into line. Then commenced the furious and incessant roll and crash of musketry, leaving, as Copeland expressed it, no interval in which a single other shot could have been inserted. We plunged over the ditch and crashed through a wood, out of which came Crane of the 3rd Wisconsin, covered with blood and reeling in his saddle, until after about a quarter of a mile we came to a fence with a wheat field beyond. In this a brigade of rebels were in line, but what they were firing at we couldn't see. We opened fire, and then were ordered to cease. Why, I don't know, as I could see no one between us and them. But as their line advanced, we soon reopened fire, as the converging storm of balls hailed upon us. How long this lasted I could not tell. Their red flags advanced, but large gaps were opening in their lines. Finally, the bullets seemed to come from all sides at once. Pattison, my lieutenant, shouted in my ear that Carey was down, and he had been ordered to take his company, and he left. Then the red flags seemed to close upon the fence, and it seemed to me that the right had fallen back, and I started across the little gap in the fence to see. Yes, the right had gone, but in that instant I caught it, first in the right leg, then through the left foot, and in that same instant the enemy were upon us, or rather upon me, for what was left of my company had gone with the rest. Though staggering, I had not yet fallen, when one rushed up and aimed at my head with "Surrender, G.D. your soul," which I did. But if I had known then what I know now, I would have lain there for dead till they were gone, and then dragged myself slowly toward our side. This refers to the fact that one of the first pleasing pieces of information communicated to me by my captors, who were surprised that I did not already know it, was that, by special orders of Jeff Davis, none of Pope's officers were to be treated as prisoners of war or paroled, but kept as hostages, to be hanged from time to time in retaliation for any such execution of guerrillas as was threatened in Pope's celebrated orders, of which we then had not yet heard. But as it was, the journal resumes, I gave up my sword and pistol, sat down, borrowed my captor's knife, ripped my trousers open and shoe off, and examined the damages. An awful hole in foot, and little one in leg, at the bottom of which the bullet was plainly visible. Seeing this, the Confederate gentleman to whom I then belonged was seized with a desire to perform a surgical operation with the knife referred to, but yielded to my remonstrance and request that he would be satisfied with having put it in, and allow some gentlemen of the medical staff to undertake the bullet's extraction. Two of them then offered to take me across the wheat field to where their own wounded were, asking me at the same time what money I had for them. They did not offer any violence or undertake to search me. Had they done so, they would have made prize of my money belt, containing over $90 in greenbacks and a gold watch. I gave them some 10 or 12 gold dollars which I had in my pocket, reserving one by great good luck, as will presently appear. Then they carried me across the field, with each arm affectionately round a rebel neck. As I passed the fence where the right had been, there lay poor Ned, who half an hour before had joked about being 2 hours in action without losing a man, with white waxen face against the dead leaves. It was just light enough for me to recognize him. Who else of the officers had fallen I did not know, save that Carey was down, as Pattison had told me, before our lines gave way. With occasional halts, they carried me across the field and put me down among a groaning mass of wounded of both sides. The men next gave me water and a knapsack for my head. A man came along with a canteen of whiskey, and I got a drink. The moon rose full over the trees, and the cannonade recommenced. I got a piece of the rebel's blanket next to me over my shoulder, lay as near him as I could, for, though the day had been blazing, the night mist and loss of blood made me shiver, and I slept. Once I was awakened by someone attempting to pull off my seal ring, but he desisted when I pulled my hand away, remarked, "A handsome ring," and went on. Very likely he thought me dead, as my companion under the blanket was by that time. Before daylight, the pain of my shattered bones brought me again to consciousness. Somehow I hated to see the sky begin to brighten, knowing how soon the sun would blaze furiously down upon us. And yet I didn't seem to realize the horrors of the position, but looked upon myself as acting a part for which I had expected to be cast, and with the stage business of which I was perfectly familiar. And all the wounded took it more or less as a business matter. As the sun rose, I gradually dragged myself under trees with the rest of the groaning set, leaving those who had died to sleep it out. A rebel soldier passed with 2 canteens on. "What will you sell me one of those canteens for?" said I. "I'll give you $1. He laughed and was passing on. "A gold dollar," said I. He stopped. "What, Yank? Have you got a gold dollar?" "Yes," said I. "You go to the branch, fill the canteen with fresh water, and here's the $1. If he had been a wretch, he might have taken it away and left me to die, for there was no one else near except wounded. But after considering for a few minutes, he went off to the stream, filled the canteen, brought it to me, took the $1, and left. And that canteen, I think, saved my life, for soon the sun rose so that no more shade could be had. I tore up my handkerchief, bound my wounds, and kept them moist, kept the canteen under me, and took little sips when my thirst became unbearable, and so got through the day, making the water last until evening. By and by they began to pick up the wounded by threes and pairs in ambulances. When, however, I should think about 3 p.m., there were about 5 or 6 of us left, and I the only Yankee, a sudden rush of men through the woods and stampede of wagons down the road, with an accompaniment of "Yankees are comin'," swept every sound man away from us. Every man that had legs used them at double quick. Then the prayers of the wounded to the wagoners as they flogged their teams past. "Oh, take me away from here. Help me into a wagon. For God's sakes, don't leave me to the Yankees." One poor fellow, all of whose clothes had been taken off by the surgeon engaged on his wounds, raised himself, stark naked and covered with blood, against a tree, and implored every teamster in turn to stop and take him in. The effect was grisly. It struck me that, if they were really coming, some of the Rebs then rushing by might take occasion to settle one Yankee en passant. So I got my blouse off, covered myself with a dead rebel sergeant's coat, and lay low. A section of artillery extricated itself from the wagons and wheeled into battery, and finding myself just in point-blank range, I succeeded by painful endeavor in getting behind a big stump. But alas, the excitement subsided. The wagons were stopped and ordered back. Officers cursed the originators of the panic, and it was all over. But a real charge or a few shots just then would have started Sesh with a rush and saved the captain of Company E, 2nd Massachusetts Volunteers. After a while, an ambulance came and picked up the last two of us and carried us to where the hospital flies were pitched. My driver, after making sure that nobody heard him, informed me that he had always been for the Union and voted against Sesh. And when they started this war, said he, I swore they'd have to fight it out without me. But I was wrong there, for they've got me. He drove me up to a fly under which were some dozen or 20 wounded on hospital cots. At first they said there was no room, but then somebody discovered that his neighbor was dead and suggested that the Yankee might take his place. So they moved the dead man out under the eaves inside the guys and gave me the cot. The surgeon examined and bound up my foot, relieving me with the assurance that it would probably stay on, though I should always be lame. The bullet came out of my leg very easily, for oddly enough it hadn't pierced my drawers, but had carried them deep into the leg in a sort of bag. A thunderstorm now burst upon us, and with the first gust down came our house, over living and dead. After a long staggering and flapping, they got her set again. The rain thundered on the canvas and cascaded in sheets over the dead man under the eaves, but he was beyond even water cure. The scene was dismal. In the intervals of rain they took to burying legs and arms upon the hill, and it would not have made a bad slide for a stereoscope on the whole. But as night fell, I took my supper with some relish, a piece of hardtack and ham, given me by a rebel private on the field, and with the help of the dead rebel's blanket of last night, which I had sense enough to bag when they picked me up, I slept once more. In the morning they sent me in an ambulance, or avalanche, as they called it, to headquarters. Thought at first I was going before Felix or Stonewall himself. Turned out to be General Hill. He came and looked into the ambulance. What regiment? 2nd Massachusetts. Let's see, Gordon's old regiment. Yes. Best regiment in Banks's army. Cut all to pieces, though. I've been over the ground and exit. He ordered me sent to Orange Courthouse, countermanded, and they dumped me out by a blacksmith's shop. A surgeon came along and ordered me sent to Rapidan Station, on the box seat of an avalanche, and an awful avalanche it was. 4 men with legs and arms off inside. It was 8 miles over rocks and through rivers, and generally such a drive of damnation has never entered into the heart of a man to conceive. Luckily I kept my strength, but why the inside passengers didn't die before we got halfway is the marvel. The lamentable chorus, the cry of agony, the endless groan, as we bounced and jolted over corduroy road and river bed, was an ill thing to hear. We arrived at the railroad about dusk, just as I was calculating about how much longer I could stand it without fainting, and they put us out on the grass among those already arrived. The train came along after dark, and finding that I must shift for myself or be left in the field, I made my painful way on hands and knees, among horses' feet, and under the awful avalanche to the platform, where after a while they picked me up and put me aboard, turned seat back, put my foot up, and slept. An interval of broken oblivion in the dark car, with occasional wakings to a semi-consciousness of rumbling wheels, brakes, and once familiar railroad sounds, mingled strangely with groans, cries, stench, squalor, and misery. But as the night was only a succession of frightful dreams, I didn't undertake to decide which was reality, but took the benefit of the doubt, which was a species of relief. But with the gray dawn, illusions vanished, and the miserable reality stood out, bald and unmistakable. Where we were going I didn't know, but after a while the impression seemed to prevail that it wasn't Richmond but Staunton, and at about 12 we arrived here. The train at once became a menagerie, where the Yankee wild beasts were stirred up and stared at by the town. One citizen, I remember, was turned out of the car by a rebel sergeant for insulting the prisoners. They took us out at last, 1 or 2 Rebs who had died in the night being first served. Finally, about evening, they took the 2 Yankee captains in almost an upside-down position, with heads in straw and feet in air, through the town to the hospital, women coming to the windows with various expressions of countenance, pitied being the scarcest. I have often seen them look out to see soldiers pass, but never expected to figure in this sort of a pageant for their edification. The reflections and moralizing on my situation which follow, it was my first impulse to omit from this paper entirely, but on the whole I decide to let them stand as I find them, requesting only that comrades will consider them as given in a sort of family confidence. Of my life, if life it may be called, continues the diary, in this place I desire to make no record, the olim haeca menenice principle having no application here. Let the waters of oblivion cover it forever, if I am ever again a free man, to lie a crippled and helpless butt for the exulting Philistine and his women 10,000 times worse than himself, while such tremendous history is being made of which we can only guess at the reality, is a living death. And with such a companion, what is happening behind the impenetrable curtain between us and the North? Until the news that God has abdicated and Satan reigns is confirmed beyond a peradventure, so long will I believe that the right will triumph in the end. But where the end may be, this year or 20 hence, qu'en sabe? Of my own chances for life and liberty I cannot even guess. The blackness of darkness surrounds me on every hand, with no perceptible ray or glimmer from any quarter as yet. But doubtless many a man who thinks he sees his path of life stretching away in far perspective is really as blind as I, and can discern no further beyond his nose. When the tide of war shall turn, as turn it will, what will be done with us? Where shall I be, here or in the Libby? Well, each place has its merits. Here, enough to eat and no bracelets. There, the company of gentlemen. Oh, Harry Russell, if you and I were together to cheer each other with regimental chat, or gallant Major Jim, sans, purée sans reproche, in your company, I could suffer and be strong until the end. But I fear that, through desperate wounds, his mortal body has no longer strength to retain the soul of one of the bravest Christian gentlemen that ever drew sword for the right since the world began. And Stephen, my friend, man of culture, reading, and intellect, whose only complaint of camp life was the loss of time and opportunity for the growth of mind, that such lights should be forever extinguished by bullets of men so few degrees above the brute level, saddens the soul. And shall all this have been in vain? Answer, freemen and gentlemen of the North, with unborn generations waiting to bless or curse your memory. Answer now. The above allusion to no bracelets refers to the assertion of a Richmond paper immediately communicated to us by way of cheering our spirits that Pope's officers on arriving at the Libby had all been handcuffed. But although this proved to be erroneous, yet my own boast of no bracelets in the hospital was somewhat premature, as the following incident will show. One evening after supper, just as a half-drunk rebel officer had become so abusive to us that I almost expected the cowardice of a blow, entered the sergeant of the guard, who put a stop to that fun, but to our great disgust, after the officer had gone, produced a pair of handcuffs, which he informed us he was ordered to apply to that Yankee, indicating Captain Bush of the 28th New York, who, being wounded in the arm, was walking up and down the room, which no one else was able to do. This officer, by the way, had voluntarily accompanied his regiment into action, armed with a cane, being under arrest and deprived of his sword. His wound was severe, and the surgeon had expressed doubts of saving the arm. We all remonstrated against the barbarity of handcuffing the only man whom it would really hurt. No use. He had got his orders, and on went the irons. Bush didn't say a word, but after the sergeant had gone, with a sharp stick which his neighbor whittled out for him, and a piece of string poked into the lock of the handcuff, succeeded in pulling back the catch, and slipped one wrist out. The other he didn't mind. Before the ward surgeon came round the next morning, he slipped it in again. The surgeon was indignant, not at the barbarity, but at the interference with his case, and off he rushed to the surgeon in command to have the handcuffs removed. But all he obtained was an order that Bush be sent to Richmond, handcuffs and all. We heard, however, that the ward surgeon had them removed as soon as Bush was clear of the hospital yard. The story we heard, probably true, was that Hay, the medical director in command, reading the account of the Richmond handcuffing, one night when he was tight, was fired with the idea of emulating such a noble example, and ordered the bracelets to be applied at once to any Yankee who was well enough to be walking about. Even our visitors were rather ashamed of this performance, and invented an absurd story that Bush had tried to escape. A man with a shattered arm trying to escape from the only chance of saving it? Journal resumed. It seems that an opportunity may turn up for sending this little book off to the North by a man who will shortly get his parole, and I think will undertake to smuggle it through. These jottings have been almost my only resource to pass away the leaden hours. With no companion to whom I can open my soul, I must soliloquize, if only to convince myself that I have not yet sunk to the level of my surroundings. Saturday, September 20th. 6 weeks to the day since the fight in which we became dead to the world. Hope springs eternal, etc. If it didn't, how many would turn their faces to the wall? One man got his everlasting furlough the other day, just at supper time, but they pulled the sheet over his face and went on with the bread and molasses, and when that was over, down he went to the dead house. This, in my opinion, is for the country the very moment of convulsion and travail, out of which some new state of things, the commencement of some new era, for better or for worse, will surely come. When the pain is sorest, the child is born, and the night is darkest before the dawn of day, of the Lord at hand. But at this critical moment, to be walled up alive, where only faint echoes and uncertain sounds from the great fields reach us, the fields where our fellow soldiers are playing out the great game of the age, is a chance of war, and nothing to complain of while we still live. A great battle has been in Maryland, and although they make it out that we were worsted, yet from signs and tokens we draw our own inferences. First and greatest, the women haven't showed up to crow victory over the Yankee prisoners. Ergo, the first dispatch did not announce a success. The doctors have said nothing, and last night Dr. Hay, with a dozen others and all the dressers that could be spared, left for Maryland. Charlie the nigger yesterday reported that the folks in town felt very bad about it. Reports fly of about 50,000 killed and wounded on both sides, and as they can't know ours, theirs must have been tremendous to have started such reports. Here come the women to the menagerie. At all events, it's such a victory as they can't stand a repetition of, and now if the North will pour in reinforcements, there may be a glimmer of daylight for the cause, if not for me. A man has come into this room, wounded at Port Republic, First Sergeant, 7th Ohio, the most awful specimen of emaciation that I ever saw or would have believed consistent with a vital spark. The articulation of each joint, covered only by the tense, polished skin, is as distinct as in a skeleton. Another horror, a rebel deserter who was put in with the Yankees in order to be under guard, has just been sheared on account of one of the plagues of Egypt, and his head was a sight to dream of, not to tell. He had been living in the woods since he deserted, and was immediately taken down with typhoid fever, and I thought wanted to die. The room now consists as follows, beginning with my next neighbor, Corporal James Shipp, known as Jimmy, the pet of the room, doctors and nurses inclusive. A nice, simple-hearted boy of 17, brave and good, shot in shoulder, scapula taken out, recovering. Private Smith, 46th Pennsylvania, good fellow, apparently has taken laudanum enough to float a ship, and seems to be getting fat on it. The skeleton sergeant comes next. He keeps a journal, and his wound drives me from the room whenever opened. The deserter and company. He wouldn't have needed John Phoenix Tapeworm in order to use the editorial "we." A bragging squirt of a Georgian who got scratched in the finger at Maryland and marched all the way here to save his precious hide and boast of the Yankees he had killed. George Pete, 5th Ohio, a good young fellow, lost his foot the other day after 6 weeks trying to save it. Henry Shaw, 102nd New York, a little white-headed Harmelite, a little conceited, talks a little better English than the rest of them, shot in the back, recovering. Arthur Jordan, 10th Maine, obliging, pleasant, nice fellow, had the measles and was sent to the measly ward, from which he has just made his escape on his own hook, returning here at risk of being put in the guardhouse. Sergeant Henry Holloway, 5th Connecticut, the only one with whom I can fraternize at all, a railroad man, engine driver, etc., infected with the insubordinate ideas natural to his regiment, otherwise a good fellow. Captain, no name, selfishness incarnate. It takes all sorts of men to make up a world, but let us hope that it takes few such as he. Thursday, September 25th. Great news in yesterday's paper. It seems Pope's officers have been paroled. That is a glimmer of daylight, and looks as if the winter might not be passed in shop ward number 7 or the Libby. General Prince is courteously alluded to as the ringleader of the gang. For pure malignity of venom, these Richmond editors would beat even the witch's toad that was stewed after his month's nap under the stone. Sunday, 28th. Away with visions of home and ease. Wilder Dwight has been killed, and I am Major, I suppose. Now to play the man and be prepared to go to the majority in either sense, when God's will is. Just had a visit from Joshua Monroe, and a cheering visit indeed. A descendant of Israel Monroe of Lexington fight, here an Israelite among the Philistines. Rebel soldier, just leaving for his regiment. Shakes hands all around with our men, who enjoin him to take care of himself. And how soon these men may be putting daylight through each other. Note: I have experienced from rebel privates almost uniform kindness, good fellowship, camaraderie. They treat one as fellow soldier. As for our men, they fraternize as though the strawberry mark of brotherhood was on every arm. All the insult, all the bitterness and ill treatment have come from officers and citizens of high position in society, and from the women, whose envenomed tongues are let loose upon the wounded prisoners without mercy. This space, referring to the space in the diary under the printed date of Saturday, May 24th, is the date of our midnight fight on the dark road, and this, Sunday 25th, of our fight and flight to the Potomac, when all hell broke loose in Winchester town. And this Sunday is just such another, cool and bright, and this morning, May 26th, A, B, E, and K were left on picket at the fence and in woods, with a section of Cochrane under Lieutenant Peabody. That was the work that tried our souls. Ned and Dick, brave fellows, both gone before. We a little longer wait, but how little, who can know? 2 men have died on this floor within the last 12 hours. The old man, Carter, with the consumption, and the lieutenant with the typhoid, the former last night, the latter just now. This afternoon, Wednesday, May 28th, we crossed the river, and how good camp was. Monday, October 6th, got letters from home last night, through Jim Savage, who still lives, God be praised, though with one leg off and a shattered shoulder. Add to that we are promised the parole of the yard. Add to that orders expected for Richmond in a few days. I'll bet my knapsack will be packed when the assembly beats. However, we'll not count this chicken before he chips the shell, as old, no name again, has tried to addle the egg all he could. Tuesday, October 7th. One chicken incubated and made his appearance. Hay yesterday afternoon, in the intervals of carving below, the hospital operating room was immediately beneath us, sends up word that if we will write out our parole of the yard, he will sign it. And old, no name again, not being on hand to botch the thing, I cooked up a document, got it signed, and sent down, to which the illustrious chief then affixed his sign, manual, and we are henceforth free of yard and grounds. Bully for that. I remember now I was the first to test the document's efficacy, for we could hardly believe that it would really pass us out. The guard stopped me, of course, called the corporal, and finally decided that it was a genuine thing, and I hobbled painfully down 4 steep flights and out. Looked up and saw the rest, all crowding to the window and waving hands and hats to see me actually emerge like a rat from the trap which had held us through long, weary months. I find that the art of crutch progression is quite a science, and has its outside edges and its backward rolls, etc., which are not to be learned without much practice and balancing. Up and down stairs with ease, confidence, and grace is somewhat of an attainment. Thursday, 9th. Struggled out the pond and washed. First decent wash for 3 months. Had to steal a piece of black soap and push out a board over the mud. Hard work for a cripple. Stopped in at carpenter's shop and saw Dr. Hay slice an arm off. Secundum artem. October 13th. Suffering with the first cold snap. The sergeant's wound keeps every window open, and we might as well, or better be, sub Jove frigido. Rumors of smallpox pervade the air. Tuesday, 14th. An alarm of smallpox yesterday afternoon in our ward. Turned out false, I believe, but has scared everybody most out of their wits. It seems, however, that there were cases elsewhere, for endeavoring to visit the pond again, I was stopped by a guard and told that some tents just pitched by the shore contained the smallpox patients, whom no one was allowed to approach within 100 yards. After they had recovered or died, the tents were set on fire as they stood. Wednesday, 15th. Today I followed Dr. Hay's trail all day, bent on a personal interview, until I earthed him at last in his office, and the result is that we are off for Richmond tomorrow. I had seen the Richmond paper with the official list of Yankees paroled from the Libby, among whom were several whom I knew to be Pope's officers, and I determined not to rot another day as food for Confederate vermin, without claiming my rights as a prisoner of war. So when, after repeated rebuffs, my obstinacy prevailed and Hay gave orders to let me in, he wasn't in a good humor. But I told him, I forgot in what terms, that I had discovered that I was no longer a hostage liable to be hanged in retaliation for the execution of guerrillas, but a prisoner of war with all that implied, and that, in behalf of all who were able to travel, I demanded to be sent to the Libby. He said we were better off where we were. I agreed, but I told him I would suffer anything to know that my name was on the list to be paroled when my turn came, and that it was my right to have it there. Finally he said, "Will you be ready to start before light tomorrow?" "Let me go back for my blanket," said I, "and I'll start now." "Well," he said, "go back and tell all who the ward surgeon says are able to be ready by 4:30. I saluted, faced about, and was in the doorway when he stopped me and seemed to recover his temper. Asked me and any of my friends who could come over to his office after supper and take a farewell drink. In the evening, the journal resumes, we attended in Dr. Hay's office to take a social drink. Hay talked fire and fury sesh, running up as the whiskey ran down. A lawyer and colonel joined in, and the telegram of the governor of North Carolina to the governor of South Carolina was so often quoted that I was fain to back down from what was fast becoming a 3-minute crowd. We had an amputation to diversify the spree. Soldier brought in, who I suspect had applied for a discharge by shooting off 2 fingers of his right hand. They were badly mangled, so Hay put them down on the floor and took them off again. Short meter, not without cutting his own in the operation, he was so tight. I came away then, fearing that my crutches might not be as whiskey-proof as erst was wooden leg of Swain, and the descent of the front steps required that I, hand and foot, literally foot, should keep true time. There wasn't much sleep in number 7 that night, and early next morning we were off, leaving George and the skeleton sergeant, who's fast going down to the dead, though he doesn't know it. We had an awful trip, being detained 6 hours by a smash-up of the night before, killing 7 and wounding 75, a mere skirmish. Shortly before we arrived, at about 1 a.m., an officer came through the car, caught sight of my shoulder straps, stopped. "You are a captain?" "Yes." "Have you got any Federal greenbacks?" Yes, a few. Well, I want some to pay a debt I owe at the North. I'll give you Confederate money for them. You'll want some, for you'll probably lie for months in the Libby, and you'll die if you don't send out and buy good food. Said I, thank you. I guess I'll hold on to my greenbacks till I get there. The fact that nearly all the hospital officials had made the same request on various pretexts was significant enough to me. At 2 a.m. we arrived, where I now write, in the Libby prison, being received with the once familiar cry of Corporal of the Guard, post number 1. The corporal came and let us in. The officer, cross and sleepy, the infernal traitor Peacock, by the way, sent us to the hospital department, up 3 flights, immense room in large tobacco warehouse, lighted with a single dip, which only made darkness visible. A ragged young nurse with his hair on end welcomed us to the scene of despair. We were put on cots of sacking, with nothing under or over us, and shivered ourselves into oblivion. The next morning the familiar notes of reveille on the fife, accompanied by the bass and snare drum of the sideshow, which Andrews used to detest so, brought us again to consciousness. I was about to put my head out of the window, but was forcibly informed that I'd better not, unless I wanted it shot off. This day a party went off which we had hoped to join, but were disappointed, and a squad of 60 odd came in from Macon, Georgia. I thought I had seen filth, squalor, and wretchedness before, but I never even conceived the meaning of the words, and what these men had been through would have been incredible except to those who saw them. They said that Libby was heaven in comparison to what they had come from. Saw a dress parade of the regiment on duty here, which would have shamed the cadets for measliness of turnout. Saturday, in hell, alias the Libby prison. Sunday, this morning before breakfast, little Spitfire clerk came up to take our paroles. I could have embraced the little devil, but I didn't, only waited till my name was called, when I toed the mark instanter, and quite won his heart with the promptitude with which I recited my descriptive list, insomuch that he asked me to take a letter to his sweetheart. After this, the wretched crew were packed into coaches and wagons, under the command of the black-hearted traitor, Captain Peacock, and we left Libby, the sergeant and I being in with 2 half-dead wretches of the Macon crowd, swarming with vermin. But after a miserable jolt of 15 miles, our nigger driver pointed out the boat lying in a distant bend. "And there the flag," said he with a grin, "on the stern, indicating a small red streak, which was the Star-Spangled Banner. Oh, long may it wave," etc. I confess to embracing the staff when I got aboard, and realized that Jeff Davis himself couldn't take me away without a fight. But before they let us go aboard, there was a long and to us incomprehensible delay of nearly 2 hours, during which we lay on the grass just above the landing and watched the boat, the flag, and the blue uniforms with longing eyes. We learned afterwards that Captain Peacock, while strutting up and down the wharf in full Confederate uniform, had been recognized by one of the deckhands who had belonged to his former New York regiment. The deckhand pointed him out to a friend with the remark, "Look at his forehead, and you'll see traitor written there." This being overheard by Mr. Peacock, he demanded an apology for the insult, swearing that, if refused, he would march us all back to the Libby. How they pacified him I don't know, but at the end of 2 hours he had cooled off enough to let us go aboard. I was the first who received permission to go, whereat I bounced up on my 1 foot and 2 crutches, picked up my blanket, and charged down the hill. The rebel sentry, who hadn't yet got his orders to pass us, charged bayonets on me for an instant, but on a sign from Peacock, shouldered their arms again, and the next moment I was embracing the flagstaff, as aforementioned. The Sanitary Commission received us with open arms and some delicious milk punch, and in a few minutes we were under full steam out of rebeldom. Sergeant Holloway and I leaning on the guards, watching the foam fly past, and singing sotto voice, "We're going home, we're going home, we're going home to die no more." We were 2 days on board the flag of truce boat. The next cot to mine was occupied by a man of a Massachusetts regiment, taken at the first Bull Run. He was almost a skeleton, and the worst case of chills and fever I ever saw. The second day being a shake day, he couldn't eat his rations and offered them to me. He said he thought he was dying, but, said he, "I don't complain now that I've got out of hell, and I shall live long enough to get back into God's country and die there, which is all I've been praying for months." Monday, aboard the Commodore, off Fortress Monroe, waiting for orders which have just come from Washington, and here we are at Washington, waiting orders again, when I find myself once more a free man in Willard's Hotel. I shall turn down the leaf of my experiences as prisoner of war to the rebels. Now for philosophy. Captain gone ashore, and fearful rumors pervade the boat about Annapolis, New York, etc. Well, it can be but a day or two, and we are out of rebeldom. I've kept well, so far would have been the next word, but marching orders intervened, and the next entry in big letters at the bottom of the page reads, "A free man at Willard's." And the first act of the free man aforesaid was to purchase some underclothes at the furnishing store, which luckily had not closed for the night, and to proceed therewith to the bathroom, where hot water and soap speedily restored that self-respect which is so difficult to retain after one is conscious of not being the only inhabitant of one's garments. The next day I drew my pay and replaced my ragged blouse, bullet-pierced trousers, and torn Confederate cap, given me on the field to replace my broad-brimmed felt which a Georgia gentleman fancied, by the jauntiest uniform clothes I could find, after which I sallied out on the avenue, and the first man I met was the captain of the Commodore, who at first insisted that I was mistaken, as he had never seen me before in his life, and only my crutches and wounded foot at last convinced him that I was the same man who had talked to him about Harry Russell the day before. The next day it was just the other way. Smart young officer rushes up. "Hello, Captain Quincy. I thought it must be you. How are you?" "Well," said I, "I'm glad you thought it was I, but whether it's you or not, I'm sure I don't know, for I should say I had never set eyes on you before." "What? You don't know the man who you identified yesterday?" And it turned out to be a lieutenant of a Western regiment, a fellow prisoner, all of whose clothing in the Libby consisted of shirt, trousers, and army blanket pinned over his shoulder. Arriving in Washington without a cent, I had identified him at the pay department, while still in his blanket, from which chrysalis the all-potent greenback had evoked as shiny blue and brass butterfly as any on the avenue. This concludes my prison history. I was never again taken, though coming pretty near it once or twice in Louisiana, where as an officer of colored troops my experiences might have been much more severe than those above recounted. If the story has interested former comrades, or assisted in drawing closer the link which binds together the survivors of the old regiment, I can only rejoice that the committee asked me to relate it to you. End of History of the 2nd Massachusetts Regiment of Infantry, A Prisoner's Diary, by Samuel M. Quincy. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas.
if the Confederates had marched on Washington after Bull Run, and if the Confederates had purchased the East India Company's fleet in 1861, by Joseph Edgar Chamberlain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 1. If the Confederates had marched on Washington after Bull Run. There have been a great many attempts to excuse or minimize the failure of General Joseph E. Johnston to follow up on the tremendous Confederate victory won by his second-in-command, General G.T. Beauregard, at Bull Run, July 21, 1861. That the Federal Army was beaten literally to a pulp, there can be no doubt. General Irwin McDowell, who commanded the Union forces, officially reported after the battle that all his troops were in flight, in a state of utter disorganization. They could not, he wired on July 22nd, be prepared for action by tomorrow morning, even if they were willing. The larger part of the men are a confused mob, entirely demoralized. They were actually running away in such a state of panic that they could not get away, for commissary and ammunition wagons, congressmen's and other spectators' horses and carriages, artillery and sutlers' wagons were blocking the road, and panic-stricken soldiers were falling over one another. When General McClellan had come to take command after McDowell had been superseded, he reported this state of affairs. I found no army to command. A mere collection of regiments cowering on the banks of the Potomac. Some perfectly raw, others dispirited by defeat. To reach the spot where the beaten raw recruits were thus cowering, General Johnson and General Beauregard had only to advance 20 miles, over a road every foot of which was well known to them. That the Federal Army was in ignominious flight they were well aware, for they reported it joyfully to the government at Richmond. Why did they settle down into utter inaction, and allow McClellan to fortify the capital and organize, drill, and inspire with hope and confidence a great army? There are a good many ifs in connection with the actual fighting of the Battle of Bull Run. But this if that comes after it, if the elated and triumphant Confederate army had immediately advanced to the Potomac, invested the entrenchments at Arlington Heights, and very likely effected a crossing above or near the great falls of the river, and flanked the capital of the Union, is the greatest and most interesting of them all. General Beauregard actually commanded at the battle on the 21st, because General Johnston, who ranked him, had but just arrived on the scene and was unfamiliar with the ground and the disposition of the troops. But he, Johnston, became responsible for the further prosecution of the campaign, once the battle was won. It was in large measure his fault that the fruits of victory were not reaped. The commonly accepted explanation of the matter is that the Confederates were almost as much disorganized by victory as the Federals were by defeat. That they had no fresh troops and no cavalry with which to pursue, and that Arlington Heights were too well fortified to be attacked. But General Beauregard, sore at the attempt to rob him of the laurels of victory, has been able to show that all of the Confederate brigades of Ewell, Holmes, D.R. Jones, and Longstreet, and 2 regiments of Bonham's brigade, were perfectly fresh and unharmed after the fight. That Early's brigade had hardly been under fire. That new regiments had come up during the day. That the fresh troops in all numbered at least 15,000. That more than half the Confederate army, in fact, had not been engaged. A very unusual proportion after an important battle. The remaining forces, after a night's rest, says Beauregard himself, would have been instantly reorganized and found thoroughly safe to join the advance. Apparently nothing but shame on the northern side, and an unwillingness on the southern side to discredit their great generals, has prevented a full acknowledgment of the fatal tactics which prevented an advance on the Potomac after Bull Run. Now let us see what would have resulted from a Confederate investment of Washington in the summer of 1861. Federal troops had already been attacked in the streets of Baltimore. That city was preponderantly disloyal, and had to be garrisoned with Union troops. Missouri had not yet been won to the Union. Maryland, Delaware, and Kentucky, all of which were necessary to the maintenance of the northern position, were slave states, and their loyalty was doubtful. If the capital of the Union had been taken, all these states, in spite of their previous unwillingness to join the secession movement, would probably have been impelled by a strong self-interest to range themselves on the side of the other slave states, and the Confederacy would have been strengthened by the addition of at least 4 states. There was an important party among the Confederates from the western southern states. It was led by Postmaster General John H. Reagan and included General Albert Sidney Johnston, who believed in advancing at the very outset into Kentucky and making the Ohio River the first line of Southern defense. The plan was rejected by Davis and his advisors. It was an unfortunate reaction. The Confederacy was finally beaten because it was flanked in the west and cut in two at Vicksburg. But if Washington had been captured or invested after Bull Run, it is certain that the Confederate line would have been pushed to the Ohio, and it would probably have been held there. The advantage gained by McClellan in West Virginia would have been lost, for he would practically have found himself within the Confederate lines and would have been compelled to withdraw into Pennsylvania. Even as matters were, the position of the Union was highly precarious all through the summer and autumn of 1861. There were signs of a demand for peace in the North. Lincoln's own party was turning against him. The sympathy of Europe was rapidly passing over to the Confederacy. But so long as Lincoln stood firm in the White House and Congress sat at the Capitol, the government at Washington still lived, and the people felt it. The truce so kindly, so inexplicably permitted by Davis and Lee and Johnston, enabled McClellan to organize and drill a great army, to fortify the capital, to spread renewed confidence in the North, and, in short, to establish a fulcrum for future victory. This was not the last time that opportunity knocked at the door of the Confederacy. It knocked again, and loudly, as will be shown in the next chapter, the same year. Either event taken alone appears decisive. For as we contemplate the events of the 21st of July, 1861, it quite appears as if the flag of 2 republics, 3, and conceivably 4, might have been flying over this great American domain today if Johnston had pressed his advance down the Warrenton Turnpike early Monday morning, July 22nd. Wars, divisions, European intrusion, retrogression and darkness would have been America's fate, instead of that imperial advance, with liberty and union, which has dazzled and heartened the whole world. 2. If the Confederate States had purchased the East India Company's fleet in 1861. In the preceding chapter, I have noted the disastrous consequences of the rejection of John H. Reagan's plan, urged at Montgomery at the very foundation of the Confederacy, for the prompt occupation of the south bank of the Ohio River as the advanced line of defense, and the equally unfavorable result of the failure of Johnson to press on to the Potomac after the great success at Manassas. Gettysburg was a pivotal combat also, for if Lee had been supported by Stuart's cavalry on that occasion, there is at least a possibility that the war's tide might have been turned then and there. But there was a narrower contingency than either one of these. To a positively decisive extent, the success of the national forces in subjugating the southern states turned on the sea power. The conquest of the Confederacy was, in fact, a matter of supreme difficulty as it was, and if the South had possessed a respectable navy, and had been able to keep its ports open and steadily exchange its cotton in Europe for the materials and munitions of war, the conquest would not have been possible at all. The chance for the establishment of such a navy lay within the grasp of the Confederate statesmen, and was by them let slip. Neither they nor anyone else at the time realized how easy the thing would have been. It is first necessary to explain in what situation the national government was, at the outset of the war, in the matter of a naval force. Nominally, the United States Navy consisted of 90 vessels, but of those 50 were utterly obsolete and unusable except as supply ships. Of the other 40, 20 were in a state of hopeless unreadiness. Several of the best ships were in the remotest corners of the world. The home squadron was comprised of 12 ships, of which only 7 were steamers. Nearly 50 years after the invention of steam navigation, the United States depended principally upon sailing vessels for its defense. Only 3 trustworthy warships were left in northern waters for the defense of such ports as New York, Boston, and Philadelphia. As between the North and the South, the chance to wield the sea power lay within the one of the 2 rival governments, which should first put on the water even a very small fleet of ironclad, steam-driven vessels. The Confederacy proved afterward what power could be exerted in this direction with but one single ironclad, when the Merrimac destroyed or scattered all the ships in Hampton Roads, for a moment threatened Washington and the northern cities with ravage, and was checked at last only by the almost providential appearance of another ironclad, Ericsson's little Monitor, on the scene. And the Alabama's armor of chains made her for a time almost a match for the United States Navy. By what means could the Confederacy have forestalled the North in the provision of a really effective navy? The chance, as I have said, was offered and declined, with fatal want of foresight. It lay in the 10 steamships of the English East India Company, which in 1861 was winding up its affairs. These ships were offered to the Confederacy at a fair valuation. They were very good vessels, and capable of prompt armoring in at least as effective a style as that in which the Alabama was afterwards armored. The East India Company was prepared to make such terms as the Confederate government could have met. British outfitters were perfectly willing to trust the Southern statesmen. The ships could have been armed in a few weeks. There was nothing to prevent their entrance into Southern ports, for the blockade was not made effective until 1 year after the war broke out. The Otero, renamed by the Confederates the Florida, had no difficulty in taking on her men and guns in the Bahamas. Possessed of 10 good steam vessels, commanded by such men as Maury, Moffett of the Florida, and Seames of the Alabama, the Confederacy could have quickly overcome its lack of mechanics and workshops by importation from Europe. It was the command of the Mississippi, the Cumberland, and the Tennessee rivers which broke the back of the Confederacy. And does anyone imagine that the wooden ships of Farragut could have entered the Mississippi, compelled the abandonment of New Orleans, and secured the possession of not only the seacoast, but the inland river waters, which commanded the Confederacy from the rear, if there had been any good ships to resist him? The start which these 10 ships would have given a Confederate navy would have more than put the South even with the North on the sea. It must be remembered that up to 1862, even as it was, the South could do better in the courts and exchanges of Europe than the Union could. Why? Because the South had the cotton, upon which the mills of Europe depended. The continued chance to market cotton would have saved the situation for the South. Alabamas in any requisite number would have issued from British shipyards. As it was, several powerful rams were under construction for the Confederacy in 1861 and 1862 in the yards of the Lairds. But the continued insistence of Minister Adams on the unlawfulness of this proceeding, joined with the fact that the Confederates had no recognizable navy to back up their purchases, at last compelled the British government to take these rams over and add them to its own sea power. President Jefferson Davis declined the offer of the East India ships for the apparent reason that the military necessities of the Confederacy pressed hard upon the financial resources of the new government. Every member of his government was quite thoroughly convinced that the national power could not successfully invade the South, provided a strong army were quickly put into the field. The ready material for good soldiers was much more abundant in the South than in the North. Nearly all Southern men were horsemen, hunters, marksmen, out-of-door men. On the other hand, the first levies from the North were mostly city men, unaccustomed to firearms, strangers to exposure, flabby of physique. Manassas amply illustrated the great superiority as soldiers of the first comers from the South over the first comers of the North. The Confederate leaders counted upon making permanent the advantage which they were confident of gaining in the field at the outset. To purchase out of hand 10 steamships, from resources that were yet to be created, and with the manhood of 7 states demanding to be armed, looked indeed like madness. And yet this was the very card which, if played, would have saved the Confederacy's game. Conceive for a moment the Union Navy debarred from entrance into the James or any of the navigable waters of Virginia, to support military operations in the direction of Richmond. Conceive Wilmington, North Carolina, which was an easily defensible port, and which really remained open to the blockade runners for almost 2 years after the beginning of the war, rendered a fairly safe point of departure for European trade throughout the war. Conceive the Mississippi, from Cairo southward to its mouth, continuously under the power of the Confederacy, with a fleet of river gunboats backed up by a Gulf squadron. Does anyone imagine that in that case, the North could have made either any warlike or commercial use of the Ohio, the Cumberland, the Tennessee, or even the Mississippi from Cairo up to St. Louis? Freed from the unceasing coast menace and from the danger of being cut in two along the rivers, the effectiveness of the land forces would have been more than doubled. Leaving out of the account the possibility of offensive operations against Washington and the cities of the North, the defense of the seceded states could have been made so secure that the people of the North would have called loudly for peace. The border slave states would have cast in their lot with the Confederacy, and England and France would have openly sided with the South. Secession would have triumphed definitely before the end of the year 1863. With the English East India Company, it was a case of take our ships or leave them. The South left them, and with them, it left its chance for independence, and for putting two mediocre American republics into place where one great one, after that decisive moment, was bound to stand forever. End of If the Confederates had marched on Washington after Bull Run, and If the Confederates had purchased the East India Company's fleet in 1861. From The Ifs of History, by Joseph Edgar Chamberlain. Recording by James Christopher. jxchristopher@yahoo.com.
Johnny Appleseed, a Pioneer Hero, by W. D. Haley, from Harper's New Monthly Magazine, November, 1871. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. Johnny Appleseed, a Pioneer Hero. The Far West is rapidly becoming only a traditional designation. Railroads have destroyed the romance of frontier life, or have surrounded it with so many appliances of civilization that the pioneer character is rapidly becoming mythical. The men and women who obtain their groceries and dry goods from New York by rail in a few hours have nothing in common with those who, 50 years ago, packed salt 100 miles to make their mush palatable, and could only exchange corn and wheat for molasses and calico by making long and perilous journeys in flatboats down the Ohio and Mississippi rivers to New Orleans. 2 generations of frontier lives have accumulated stores of narrative which, like the small but beautiful tributaries of great rivers, are forgotten in the broad sweep of the larger current of history. The march of Titans sometimes tramples out the memory of smaller but more useful lives, and sensational glare often eclipses more modest but purer lights. This has been the case in the popular demand for the dime novel dilutions of Fenimore Cooper's romances of border life, which have preserved the records of Indian rapine and atrocity as the only memorials of pioneer history. But the early days of Western settlement witnessed sublimer heroisms than those of human torture, and nobler victories than those of the tomahawk and scalping knife. Among the heroes of endurance that was voluntary, and of action that was creative and not sanguinary, there was one man whose name, seldom mentioned now save by some of the few surviving pioneers, deserves to be perpetuated. The first reliable trace of our modest hero finds him in the territory of Ohio in 1801 with a horse-load of apple seeds, which he planted in various places on and about the borders of Licking Creek, the first orchard thus originated by him being on the farm of Isaac Stadden, in what is now known as Licking County in the state of Ohio. During the 5 succeeding years, although he was undoubtedly following the same strange occupation, we have no authentic account of his movements until we reach a pleasant spring day in 1806, when a pioneer settler in Jefferson County, Ohio, noticed a peculiar craft with a remarkable occupant and a curious cargo slowly dropping down with the current of the Ohio River. It was Johnny Appleseed, by which name Jonathan Chapman was afterward known in every log cabin from the Ohio River to the northern lakes, and westward to the prairies of what is now the state of Indiana. With 2 canoes lashed together, he was transporting a load of apple seeds to the western frontier, for the purpose of creating orchards on the farthest verge of white settlements. With his canoes he passed down the Ohio to Marietta, where he entered the Muskingum, ascending the streams of that river until he reached the mouth of the Walhounding, or White Woman Creek, and still onward up the Mohican into the Black Fork to the head of navigation in the region now known as Ashland and Richland counties, on the line of the Pittsburgh and Fort Wayne Railroad in Ohio. A long and toilsome voyage it was, as a glance at the map will show, and must have occupied a great deal of time, as the lonely traveler stopped at every inviting spot to plant the seeds and make his infant nurseries. These are the first well-authenticated facts in the history of Jonathan Chapman, whose birth, there is good reason for believing, occurred in Boston, Massachusetts in 1775. According to this, which was his own statement in one of his less reticent moods, he was at the time of his appearance on Licking Creek 26 years of age. And whether impelled in his eccentricities by some absolute misery of the heart, which could only find relief in incessant motion, or governed by a benevolent monomania, his whole afterlife was devoted to the work of planting apple seeds in remote places. The seeds he gathered from the cider presses of western Pennsylvania, but his canoe voyage in 1806 appears to have been the only occasion upon which he adopted that mode of transporting them, as all his subsequent journeys were made on foot. Having planted his stock of seeds, he would return to Pennsylvania for a fresh supply, and as sacks made of any less substantial fabric would not endure the hard usage of the long trip through forests dense with underbrush and briars, he provided himself with leathern bags. Securely packed, the seeds were conveyed, sometimes on the back of a horse, and not infrequently on his own shoulders, either over a part of the old Indian trail that led from Fort Duquesne to Detroit by way of Fort Sandusky, or over what is styled in the appendix to Hutchison's History of Bonnier's expedition in 1764, the second route through the wilderness of Ohio, which would require him to traverse a distance of 166 miles in a west-northwest direction from Fort Duquesne in order to reach the Black Fork of the Mohican. This region, although it is now densely populated, still possesses a romantic beauty that railroads and bustling towns cannot obliterate, a country of forest-clad hills and green valleys, through which numerous bright streams flow on their way to the Ohio. But when Johnny Appleseed reached some lonely log cabin, he would find himself in a veritable wilderness. The old settlers say that the margins of the streams, near which the first settlements were generally made, were thickly covered with a low, matted growth of small timber, while nearer to the water was a rank mass of long grass, interlaced with morning glory and wild pea vines, among which funereal willows and clustering alders stood like sentinels on the outpost of civilization. The hills that rise almost to the dignity of mountains were crowned with forest trees, and in the coverts were innumerable bears, wolves, deer, and droves of wild hogs that were as ferocious as any beast of prey. In the grass, the massassanga and other venomous reptiles lurked in such numbers that a settler named Chandler has left the fact on record that during the first season of his residence, while mowing a little prairie which formed part of his land, he killed over 200 black rattlesnakes in an area that would involve an average destruction of one of these reptiles for each rod of land. The frontiersman, who felt himself sufficiently protected by his rifle from wild beasts and hostile Indians, found it necessary to guard against the attacks of the insidious enemies in the grass by wrapping bandages of dried grass around his buckskin leggings and moccasins. But Johnny would shoulder his bag of apple seeds and with bare feet penetrate to some remote spot that combined picturesqueness and fertility of soil, and there he would plant his seeds, place a slight enclosure about the place, and leave them to grow until the trees were large enough to be transplanted by the settlers, who, in the meantime, would have made their clearings in the vicinity. The sites chosen by him are, many of them, well known, and are such as an artist or a poet would select: open places on the loamy lands that border the creeks, rich, secluded spots hemmed in by giant trees, picturesque now, but 50 years ago, with their wild surroundings and the primal silence, they must have been tenfold more so. In personal appearance, Chapman was a small, wiry man, full of restless activity. He had long, dark hair, a scanty beard that was never shaved, and keen black eyes that sparkled with a peculiar brightness. His dress was of the oddest description. Generally, even in the coldest weather, he went barefooted, and sometimes, for his long journeys, he would make himself a rude pair of sandals. At other times he would wear any cast-off foot covering he chanced to find, a boot on one foot, and an old brogan or a moccasin on the other. It appears to have been a matter of conscience with him never to purchase shoes, although he was rarely without money enough to do so. On one occasion, in an unusually cold November, while he was traveling barefooted through mud and snow, a settler who happened to possess a pair of shoes that were too small for his own use forced their acceptance upon Johnny, declaring that it was sinful for a human being to travel with naked feet in such weather. A few days afterward the Donner was in the village that has since become the thriving city of Mansfield, and met his beneficiary contentedly plodding along with his feet bare and half frozen. With some degree of anger he inquired for the cause of such foolish conduct, and received for reply that Johnny had overtaken a poor barefooted family moving westward, and as they appeared to be in much greater need of clothing than he was, he had given them the shoes. His dress was generally composed of cast-off clothing that he had taken in payment for apple trees, and as the pioneers were far less extravagant than their descendants in such matters, the homespun and buckskin garments that they discarded would not be very elegant or serviceable. In later years, however, he seems to have the thought that even this kind of second-hand raiment was too luxurious, as his principal garment was made of a coffee sack in which he cut holes for his head and arms to pass through, and pronounced it a very serviceable cloak, and as good clothing as any man need wear. In the matter of headgear his taste was equally unique. His first experiment was with a tin vessel that served to cook his mush, but this was open to the objection that it did not protect his eyes from the beams of the sun. So he constructed a hat of pasteboard with an immense peak in front, and having thus secured an article that combined usefulness with economy, it became his permanent fashion. Thus strangely clad, he was perpetually wandering through forests and morasses, and suddenly appearing in white settlements and Indian villages. But there must have been some rare force of gentleness dwelling in his looks and breathing in his words, for it is the testimony of all who knew him that, notwithstanding his ridiculous attire, he was always treated with the greatest respect by the rudest frontiersmen, and, what is a better test, the boys of the settlements forbore to jeer at him. With grown-up people and boys he was usually reticent, but manifested great affection for little girls, always having pieces of ribbon and gay calico to give to his little favorites. Many a grandmother in Ohio and Indiana can remember the presents she received when a child from poor, homeless Johnny Appleseed. When he consented to eat with any family, he would never sit down to the table until he was assured that there was an ample supply for the children, and his sympathy for their youthful troubles and his kindness toward them made him friends among the juveniles of the borders. The Indians also treated Johnny with the greatest kindness. By these wild and sanguinary savages he was regarded as a great medicine man, on account of his strange appearance, eccentric actions, and especially the fortitude with which he could endure pain, in proof of which he would often thrust pins and needles into his flesh. His nervous sensibilities really seem to have been less acute than those of ordinary people, for his method of treating the cuts and sores that were the consequences of his barefooted wanderings through briars and thorns was to sear the wound with a red-hot iron and then cure the burn. During the War of 1812, when the frontier settlers were tortured and slaughtered by the savage allies of Great Britain, Johnny Appleseed continued his wanderings and was never harmed by the roving bands of hostile Indians. On many occasions the impunity with which he ranged the country enabled him to give the settlers warning of approaching danger in time to allow them to take refuge in their blockhouses before the savages could attack them. Our informant refers to one of these instances when the news of Hull's surrender came like a thunderbolt upon the frontier. Large bands of Indians and British were destroying everything before them and murdering defenseless women and children, and even the blockhouses were not always a sufficient protection. At this time, Johnny traveled day and night, warning the people of the approaching danger. He visited every cabin and delivered this message: "The Spirit of the Lord is upon me, and he hath anointed me to blow the trumpet in the wilderness, and sound an alarm in the forest. For behold, the tribes of the heathen are round about your doors, and a devouring flame followeth after them." The aged man who narrated this incident said that he could feel even now the thrill that was caused by this prophetic announcement of the wild-looking herald of danger, who aroused the family on a bright moonlight midnight with his piercing voice. Refusing all offers of food and denying himself a moment's rest, he traversed the border day and night until he had warned every settler of the approaching peril. His diet was as meager as his clothing. He believed it to be a sin to kill any creature for food, and thought that all that was necessary for human sustenance was produced by the soil. He was also a strenuous opponent of the waste of food, and on one occasion, on approaching a log cabin, he observed some fragments of bread floating upon the surface of a bucket of slops that was intended for the pigs. He immediately fished them out, and when the housewife expressed her astonishment, he told her that it was an abuse of the gifts of a merciful God to allow the smallest quantity of anything that was designed to supply the wants of mankind to be diverted from its purpose. In this instance, as in his whole life, the peculiar religious ideas of Johnny Appleseed were exemplified. He was a most earnest disciple of the faith taught by Emanuel Swedenborg, and himself claimed to have frequent conversations with angels and spirits. Two of the latter, of the feminine gender, he asserted had revealed to him that they were to be his wives in a future state, if he abstained from a matrimonial alliance on earth. He entertained a profound reverence for the revelations of the Swedish seer, and always carried a few old volumes with him. These he was very anxious should be read by everyone, and he was probably not only the first colporteur in the wilderness of Ohio, but as he had no tract society to furnish him supplies, he certainly devised an original method of multiplying one book into a number. He divided his books into several pieces, leaving a portion at a log cabin, and on a subsequent visit furnishing another fragment, and continuing this process as diligently as though the work had been published in serial numbers. By this plan he was enabled to furnish reading for several people at the same time, and out of one book. But it must have been a difficult undertaking for some nearly illiterate backwoodsman to endeavor to comprehend Swedenborg by a backward course of reading, when his first installment happened to be the last fraction of the volume. Johnny's faith in Swedenborg's works was so reverential as almost to be superstitious. He was once asked if, in traveling barefooted through forests abounding with venomous reptiles, he was not afraid of being bitten. With his peculiar smile he drew his book from his bosom and said, This book is an infallible protection against all danger, here and hereafter. It was his custom, when he had been welcomed to some hospitable log house after a weary day of journeying, to lie down on the puncheon floor, and, after inquiring if his auditors would hear some news right fresh from heaven, produce his few tattered books, among which would be a New Testament, and read and expound until his uncultivated hearers would catch the spirit and glow of his enthusiasm, while they scarcely comprehended his language. A lady who knew him in his later years writes in the following terms of one of these domiciliary readings of poor, self-sacrificing Johnny Appleseed: "We can hear him read now, just as he did that summer day, when we were busy quilting upstairs, and he lay near the door, his voice rising denunciatory and thrilling, strong and loud as the roar of wind and waves, then soft and soothing as the balmy airs that quivered the morning glory leaves about his gray beard. His was a strange eloquence at times, and he was undoubtedly a man of genius. What a scene is presented to our imagination! The interior of a primitive cabin, the wide open fireplace where a few sticks are burning beneath the iron pot in which the evening meal is cooking. Around the fireplace the attentive group, composed of the sturdy pioneer and his wife and children, listening with a reverential awe to the news right fresh from heaven, and reclining on the floor, clad in rags, but with his gray hairs glorified by the beams of the setting sun that flood through the open door and the unchinked logs of this humble dwelling, this poor wanderer, with the gift of genius and eloquence, who believes with the faith of apostles and martyrs that God has appointed him a mission in the wilderness to preach the gospel of love and plant apple seeds that shall produce orchards for the benefit of men and women and little children whom he has never seen. If there is a sublimer faith or a more genuine eloquence in richly decorated cathedrals and under brocade vestments, it would be worth a long journey to find it." Next to his advocacy of his peculiar religious ideas, his enthusiasm for the cultivation of apple trees in what he termed the proper way, that is, from seed, was the absorbing object of his life. Upon this, as upon religion, he was eloquent in his appeals. He would describe the growing and ripening fruit as such a rare and beautiful gift of the Almighty with words that became pictures, until his hearers could almost see its manifold forms of beauty present before them. To his eloquence on this subject, as well as to his actual labors in planting nurseries, the country over which he traveled for so many years is largely indebted for its numerous orchards. But he denounced as absolute wickedness all devices of pruning and grafting, and he would speak of the act of cutting a tree as if it were a cruelty inflicted upon a sentient being. Not only is he entitled to the fame of being the earliest colporteur on the frontiers, but in the work of protecting animals from abuse and suffering he preceded, while in his smaller sphere he equaled the zeal of the good Mr. Berg. Whenever Johnny saw an animal abused or heard of it, he would purchase it and give it to some more humane settler, on condition that it should be kindly treated and properly cared for. It frequently happened that the long journey into the wilderness would cause the new settlers to be encumbered with lame and broken-down horses that were turned loose to die. In the autumn, Johnny would make a diligent search for all such animals, and gathering them up, he would bargain for their food and shelter until the next spring, when he would lead them away to some good pasture for the summer. If they recovered so as to be capable of working, he would never sell them, but would lend or give them away, stipulating for their good usage. His conception of the absolute sin of inflicting pain or death upon any creature was not limited to the higher forms of animal life, but everything that had being was to him, in the fact of its life, endowed with so much of the divine essence that to wound or destroy it was to inflict an injury upon some atom of divinity. No Brahmin could be more concerned for the preservation of insect life, and the only occasion on which he destroyed a venomous reptile was a source of long regret, to which he could never refer without manifesting sadness. He had selected a suitable place for planting apple seeds on a small prairie, and in order to prepare the ground he was mowing the long grass when he was bitten by a rattlesnake. In describing the event he sighed heavily and said, "Poor fellow, he only just touched me, when I, in the heat of my ungodly passion, put the heel of my scythe in him and went away. Some time afterward I went back, and there lay the poor fellow dead." Numerous anecdotes bearing upon his respect for every form of life are preserved, and form the staple of pioneer recollections. On one occasion, a cool autumnal night, when Johnny, who always camped out in preference to sleeping in a house, had built a fire near which he intended to pass the night, he noticed that the blaze attracted large numbers of mosquitoes, many of whom flew too near to his fire and were burned. He immediately brought water and quenched the fire, accounting for his conduct afterward by saying, "God forbid that I should build a fire for my comfort, which should be the means of destroying any of his creatures." At another time he removed the fire he had built near a hollow log, and slept on the snow, because he found that the log contained a bear and her cubs, whom he said he did not wish to disturb. And this unwillingness to inflict pain or death was equally strong when he was a sufferer by it, as the following will show. Johnny had been assisting some settlers to make a road through the woods, and in the course of their work they accidentally destroyed a hornet's nest. One of the angry insects soon found a lodgment under Johnny's coffee-sack cloak, but although it stung him repeatedly, he removed it with the greatest gentleness. The men who were present laughingly asked him why he did not kill it, to which he gravely replied that it would not be right to kill the poor thing, for it did not intend to hurt me. Theoretically, he was as methodical in matters of business as any merchant. In addition to their picturesqueness, the locations of his nurseries were all fixed with a view to a probable demand for the trees by the time they had attained sufficient growth for transplanting. He would give them away to those who could not pay for them. Generally, however, he sold them for old clothing or a supply of cornmeal, but he preferred to receive a note payable at some indefinite period. When this was accomplished, he seemed to think that the transaction was completed in a business-like way. But if the giver of the note did not attend to its payment, the holder of it never troubled himself about its collection. His expenses for food and clothing were so very limited that, notwithstanding his freedom from the Ori Sacre Femme, he was frequently in possession of more money than he cared to keep, and it was quickly disposed of for wintering infirm horses, or given to some poor family whom the ague had prostrated or the accidents of border life impoverished. In a single instance only he is known to have invested his surplus means in the purchase of land, having received a deed from Alexander Finley of Mohican Township, Ashland County, Ohio, for a part of the southwest quarter of Section 26. But with his customary indifference to matters of value, Johnny failed to record the deed and lost it. Only a few years ago the property was in litigation. We must not leave the reader under the impression that this man's life, so full of hardship and perils, was a gloomy or unhappy one. There is an element of human pride in all martyrdom, which, if it does not soften the pains, stimulates the power of endurance. Johnny's life was made serenely happy by the conviction that he was living like the primitive Christians. Nor was he devoid of a keen humor, to which he occasionally gave vent, as the following will show. Toward the latter part of Johnny's career in Ohio, an itinerant missionary found his way to the village of Mansfield, and preached to an open-air congregation. The discourse was tediously lengthy, and unnecessarily severe upon the sin of extravagance, which was beginning to manifest itself among the pioneers by an occasional indulgence in the carnal vanities of calico and store tea. There was a good deal of the Pharisaic leaven in the preacher, who very frequently emphasized his discourse by the inquiry, "Where now is there a man who, like the primitive Christians, is traveling to heaven barefooted and clad in coarse raiment?" When this interrogation had been repeated beyond all reasonable endurance, Johnny rose from the log on which he was reclining, and, advancing to the speaker, he placed one of his bare feet upon the stump which served for a pulpit, and, pointing to his coffee-sack garment, he quietly said, "Here's your primitive Christian." The well-clothed missionary hesitated and stammered, and dismissed the congregation. His pet antithesis was destroyed by Johnny's personal appearance, which was far more primitive than the preacher cared to copy. Some of the pioneers were disposed to think that Johnny's humor was the cause of an extensive practical joke, but it is generally conceded now that a widespread annoyance was really the result of his belief that the offensively odored weed known in the West as the dog fennel, but more generally styled the mayweed, possessed valuable anti-malarial virtues. He procured some seeds of the plant in Pennsylvania, and sowed them in the vicinity of every house in the region of his travels. The consequence was that successive flourishing crops of the weed spread over the whole country, and caused almost as much trouble as the disease it was intended to ward off. And to this day the dog fennel introduced by Johnny Appleseed is one of the worst grievances of the Ohio farmers. In 1838, 37 years after his appearance on Licking Creek, Johnny noticed that civilization, wealth, and population were pressing into the wilderness of Ohio. Hitherto he had easily kept just in advance of the wave of settlement, but now towns and churches were making their appearance, and even at long intervals the stagecoach driver's horn broke the silence of the grand old forests, and he felt that his work was done in the region in which he had labored so long. He visited every house and took a solemn farewell of all the families. The little girls who had been delighted with his gifts of fragments of calico and ribbons had become sober matrons, and the boys who had wondered at his ability to bear the pain caused by running needles into his flesh were heads of families. With parting words of admonition he left them, and turned his steps steadily towards the setting sun. During the succeeding 9 years he pursued his eccentric avocation on the western border of Ohio and in Indiana. In the summer of 1847, when his labors had literally borne fruit over 100,000 square miles of territory, at the close of a warm day, after traveling 20 miles, he entered the house of a settler in Allen County, Indiana, and was, as usual, warmly welcomed. He declined to eat with the family, but accepted some bread and milk, which he partook of, sitting on the doorstep and gazing at the setting sun. Later in the evening he delivered his "news right fresh from heaven" by reading the Beatitudes. Declining other accommodation, he slept as usual on the floor, and in the early morning he was found with his features all aglow with a supernal light, and his body so near death that his tongue refused its office. The physician, who was hastily summoned, pronounced him dying, but added that he had never seen a man in so placid a state at the approach of death. At 72 years of age, 46 of which had been devoted to his self-imposed mission, he ripened into death as naturally and beautifully as the seeds of his own planting had grown into fiber and bud and blossom and the matured fruit. Thus died one of the memorable men of pioneer times, who never inflicted pain or knew an enemy, a man of strange habits, in whom there dwelt a comprehensive love that reached with one hand downward to the lowest forms of life, and with the other upward to the very throne of God. A laboring, self-denying benefactor of his race, homeless, solitary, and ragged, he trod the thorny earth with bare and bleeding feet, intent only upon making the wilderness fruitful. Now no man knoweth his sepulchre, but his deeds will live in the fragrance of the apple blossoms he loved so well, and the story of his life, however crudely narrated, will be a perpetual proof that true heroism, pure benevolence, noble virtues, and deeds that deserve immortality may be found under meanest apparel and far from gilded halls and towering spires. End of Johnny Appleseed, a Pioneer Hero, by W. D. Haley.
A letter from James Madison to Henry Lee, June 25th, 1824. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by A Founder's Keeper, the Progressing America Project. James Madison to Henry Lee. I have received, sir, your letter of the 18th, enclosing the proposal of a new publication, under the title of, quote, American Gazette and Literary Journal, end quote. Of the prospectus I cannot say less than that it is an interesting specimen of cultivated talents. I must say at the same time that I think it concedes too much to a remedial power in the press over the spirit of party. Besides the occasional and transient subjects on which parties are formed, they seem to have a permanent foundation in the variance of political opinions in free states, and of occupations and interests in all civilized states. The Constitution itself, whether written or prescriptive, influenced as its exposition and administration will be, by those causes, must be an unfailing source of party distinctions. And the very peculiarity which gives preeminent value to that of the United States, the partition of power between different governments, opens a new door for controversies and parties. There is, nevertheless, sufficient scope for combating the spirit of party, as far as it may not be necessary to fan the flame of liberty, in efforts to divert it from the more noxious channels, to moderate its violence, especially in the ascendant party, to elucidate the policy which harmonizes jealous interests, and particularly to give to the Constitution that just construction, which, with the aid of time and habit, may put an end to the more dangerous schisms otherwise growing out of it. With a view to this last object, I entirely concur in the propriety of resorting to the sense in which the Constitution was accepted and ratified by the nation. In that sense alone it is the legitimate Constitution. And if that be not the guide in expounding it, there can be no security for a consistent and stable, more than for a faithful exercise of its powers. If the meaning of the text be sought in the changeable meaning of the words composing it, it is evident that the shape and attributes of the government must partake of the changes to which the words and phrases of all living languages are constantly subject. What a metamorphosis would be produced in the code of law if all its ancient phraseology were to be taken in its modern sense! And that the language of our Constitution is already undergoing interpretations unknown to its founders, will, I believe, appear to all unbiased inquirers into the history of its origin and adoption. Not to look farther for an example, take the word consolidate, unquote, in the address of the convention prefixed to the Constitution. It there and then meant to give strength and solidity to the Union of the States. In its current and controversial application, it means a destruction of the States by transfusing their powers into the government of the Union. On the other point touched in your letter, I fear I shall not very soon be able to say anything. Notwithstanding the importance of such a work as that of Judge Johnson, and the public standing of the author, I have never given it a reading. I have put it off, as in several other voluminous cases, till I could go through the task with a less broken attention. While I find that the span of life is contracting much faster than the demands on it can be discharged, I do not, however, abandon the proposed perusal of both the "Life of Greene" and "The Campaign of 1781." End of James Madison to Henry Lee.
Life on the Pampas by Annie Allnutt Brassey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bellona Times. Life on the Pampas by Annie Allnutt Brassey from A Voyage in the Sunbeam. There's tempest in yon horned moon, and lightning in yon cloud, but hark the music, mariners, the wind is piping loud. Saturday, September 16th. Waking at 5:30, we busied ourselves until 9 o'clock, when we again started in a special train for Carcaraña. After a short stop at Roldan, it was reached 2 hours later, and breakfast was followed by a long ride through the Land Company's colony, and from thence to Candelaria, a purely Spanish settlement. I freely confess that I had hardly believed all the stories they told me last night about the terrible doings of the locusts, and though they must have been slightly exaggerated, it all seemed too dreadful to be true, as if one of the plagues of Egypt had been revived by the wand of an evil magician. In this somewhat incredulous mood, I rashly said that, although I was very sorry to hear of the visit of these destructive creatures, as they were unfortunately here, I should like to see them. My wish was shortly to be gratified, for in the course of our ride we saw in the distant sky what looked very much like a heavy purple thundercloud, but which the experienced pronounced to be a swarm of locusts. It seemed impossible, but as we proceeded they met us, first singly and then in gradually increasing numbers, until each step became positively painful, owing to the smart blows we received from them on our heads, faces, and hands. We stopped for a time at Mr. Holt's large estancia, where, notwithstanding the general appearance of prosperity, the traces of the ravages of the locusts were only too visible. On remounting to proceed on our journey, we found that the cloud had approached much nearer, the effect produced by its varying position being most extraordinary. As the locusts passed between us and the sun, they completely obscured the light. A little later, with the sun's rays shining directly on their wings, they looked like a golden cloud, such as one sometimes sees in the transformation scene of a pantomime, and at a greater distance, when viewed from the top of a slight eminence, they looked like a snowstorm or a field of snow-white marguerites, which had suddenly taken to themselves wings. When on the ground, with their wings closed, they formed a close mass of little brown specks, completely hiding the ground and crops, both grass and grain. In riding over them, though not a quarter of their number could rise, for want of space in which to spread their wings, They formed such a dense cloud that we could see nothing else, and the horses strongly objected to face them. They got into one's hair and clothes and gave one the creeps all over. I am sure I shall often dream of them for some time to come, and I have quite made up my mind that I never wish to see another locust as long as I live. I have, however, secured some fine specimens for anyone who is curious about them. The land we passed through appeared to be well farmed. We spoke to several of the colonists, especially to one Italian family living in a little mud rancho with a tiled roof. They were all gathered together to witness the dying agonies of one of their best cows, perishing from the effects of the drought. The rest of the animals in the corral looked, I am sorry to say, thin and miserable, and as if they intended soon to follow their companions' example. The poor people, nevertheless, seemed very cheery and contented, and hospitably gave us each a drink of some remarkably muddy water. After a 30-mile ride under a hot sun, fortunately on the easiest of horses, we were none of us sorry to stop for a short time at Carcaraña and obtain some refreshment before proceeding, horses, carriage, and all, by train to Rosario, another colony on the line. Arrived at the latter place, I thought I had had enough riding for the first day, and therefore visited the various farms and houses in the carriage, the rest of the party going, as before, on horseback. After a round of about 15 miles, we returned to the station, where we were kindly received by the sister of the station master. An excellent dinner was provided for us in the refreshment room, where before we entered our special train, and Rosario was reached at about 10 o'clock. Sunday, September 17th. A kind friend sent his carriage to take us to the English church, a brick building built to replace the small iron church that existed here previously, and only opened last month. The service was well performed, and the singing of the choir excellent. We paid a visit to the Sunday schools after luncheon, and then drove to the quinta of Baron Alvier. The road lies through the town, past the race course, crowded with gauchos, getting up scratch races amongst themselves, and on over undulating plains and watercourses into the open country. Sometimes there was a track, sometimes none. In some places the pastures were luxuriantly green, in others the ground was carpeted with white lilac and scarlet verbena, just coming into bloom, for it is still early spring here. Here and there came a bare patch, completely cleared by the locusts, who had also stripped many of the fine timber trees in the garden of the quinta. On the gate-posts at the entrance were the nests of 2 oven-birds, like those we had already seen on the telegraph posts, so exactly spherical as to look like ornaments. In one of the shrubberies a fine jaguar was shut up in a cage, who looked very like a tiger. Though he had evidently just had his dinner, he was watching with greedy interest the proceedings of some natives in charge of a horse, an animal which he esteems a great delicacy when procurable. On our way across the camp we saw a great quantity of the seeds of the Martinia proboscidea, mouse-burrs as they call them, devil's claws or toe-nails. They are curious-looking things, as the annexed woodcut will show. Frank Buckland has a theory, and very likely a correct one, that they are created in this peculiar form for the express purpose of attaching themselves to the long tails of the wild horses that roam about the country in troops of hundreds. They carry them thousands of miles, and disseminate the seed wherever they go at large, in search of food and water. When we returned to Rosario, we noticed a great crowd still on the race course, and were just in time to see the finish of one race, ridden barebacked, and for a very short distance. All the races are short. and as the natives are always engaging in these little contests of speed, the horses get into the habit of extending themselves directly you put them out of a walk. But the least touch is sufficient to stop them immediately, and I never saw horses better broken than they are here. The most fearful bits are used for the purpose, but when once this is accomplished, the mere inclination of the body, or the slightest pressure of the finger upon the bridle, is sufficient to guide them. They will maintain for almost any length of time a quick canter, what they call here a little gallop, at the rate of 3 leagues (10 miles) an hour, without showing the slightest sign of fatigue. They don't like being mounted, and always fidget a little then, but are quite quiet directly you are in the saddle. I rode several horses which had never carried a lady before, but after the first few minutes they did not seem to mind the riding habit in the least. They evidently dislike standing still, unless you dismount and throw the rein on the ground, when they will remain stationary for hours. Monday, September 18th. The early part of this morning was spent in much the same way as on Saturday, Tom going as before to the Land Company's office, whilst I remained at home to write. At 9 o'clock we proceeded to the station, and started in our comfortable railway carriage for Tortugas. We formed quite a large party altogether, and the journey over the now familiar line, past Roldan, Carcareña, and Cañada de Gomez, was a very pleasant one. At Tortugas we left the train, and paid a visit to one of the overseers of the colony, and his cheery little French wife, who, we found, had been expecting us all day on Saturday. A few weeks ago this lady's sister was carried off by Indians, with some other women and children. After riding many leagues, she seized her opportunity, pushed the Indian who was carrying her off his horse, turned the animal's head round, and galloped back across the plain, hotly pursued, until within a mile or two of the colony, by the rest of the band. It was a plucky thing for a little bit of a woman to attempt with a great powerful savage, and she is deservedly looked upon in the village as quite a heroine. The journey between Rosario and Cordova occupies 12 hours by the ordinary train, and as Fraile Muerto is exactly halfway between the two places, the trains going in either direction commence their journey at the same hours, 6 a.m. and 6 p.m., by which means the passengers meet each other here in time to breakfast and dine together. There is a fine bridge over the river near Fraile Muerto, but the place is principally celebrated as having been the site of the Henleyite colony, which caused disappointment to so many young men of family, who were induced to come out here from England, and to go up country, with no other result than the loss of all their money. The scheme was supposed to be perfect in all its details, but proved upon a closer acquaintance to be utterly worthless. The iron church at Rosario is still standing, which the members of the expedition took up there, and we have also met some of the young men themselves at various times. The train did not reach Cordova until 7:30 p.m., and it was therefore too late for us to see much of the approach to the city, but tomorrow we intend to do a good deal in that way. In the middle of the night we were aroused by a violent thunderstorm. The lightning was most vivid, and illuminated our room with many colors. The rain fell heavily, flooding everything, and making the streets look like rivers, and the courtyard of the hotel like a lake. It is one of the oldest, and, at the same time, one of the most unhealthy of the cities of South America, for it is built in the hollow of the surrounding hills, where no refreshing breezes can penetrate. Traveling in Brazil is like passing through a vast hothouse, filled with gorgeous tropical vegetation and forms of insect life. In the neighborhood of Montevideo you might imagine yourself in a perpetual greenhouse. Here it is like being in a vast garden, in which the greenest of turf, the brightest of bedding out plants, and the most fragrant flowering shrubs abound. Each country, therefore, possesses its own particular beauty, equally attractive in its way. Shortly after leaving Cordova, we passed through an Indian village, but, except at this point, we did not meet many natives during our ride. One poor woman, however, whom we did unfortunately encounter, had a fall from her horse, owing to the animal being frightened at the umbrella I carried, yet my own horse had, after a very brief objection, quietly submitted to the introduction of this novelty into the equipment of his rider. We found that the hotel on the Caldera, for which we were bound, was shut up, but one of the party had the keys, and an excellent lunch quickly made its appearance. The view from the veranda over the river to the Sierras beyond was very fine. It had become quite hot by this time, and I was much interested in seeing all our horses taken down to the water to bathe. They appeared to be perfectly familiar with the process, and the river being shallow, they picked out all the nice holes between the boulders, where they could lie down and be completely covered by the water. Just as we were starting to return, black clouds gathered from all around. The lightning flashed, the thunder muttered, and big drops began to fall. But the storm was not of long duration, and we escaped the worst part of it, though we had ample evidence of its severity during our homeward ride. In the slippery ground, the washed-away paths, and the swollen ditches. We stopped halfway to see the drowning out of some poor little bizcachas from their holes. The water had been turned into their dwellings by means of trenches, and as the occupants endeavored to make their escape at the other end, they were pounced upon by men and dogs, the prairie owls meanwhile hovering disconsolately overhead. Two of the gentlemen of our party each managed to purchase a living bizcacha, which was then wrapped up in a handkerchief and conveyed home. When young, they are pretty little creatures, and are easily tamed. It was late when we reached Cordova, but I was anxious to visit the observatory before our departure, as it is one of the best, though not by any means the largest, in the world. Professor Gould, the astronomer, is away just at present, but we were kindly received by Mrs. Gould, who conducted us over the building. They have a fine collection of various instruments and some wonderful photographs of the principal stars: Saturn, with his ring and 8 moons, Jupiter, with his 4 moons, Venus, Mercury, etc. If we could have stayed longer we might have seen much more, but it was now quite dark, and we had only just time for a short visit to the observing room itself. Our ride down to the city in the dark would have been exceedingly risky if our horses had been less sure-footed, for the roads had been washed away in many places. But we reached the bottom of the observatory hill in safety, and shortly afterwards arrived at the hotel just in time for dinner. After dinner we drove to the station, where we found all our own party assembled, and many more people, who had come to see us off. I was given the Chilean bit used for the horse I rode today, as a remembrance of my visit. It is a most formidable-looking instrument of torture, and one which I am sure my dear little steed did not in the least require, but I suppose the fact of having once felt it when being broken in is sufficient for a lifetime, for the horses here have certainly the very lightest mouths I ever met with. A gift of a young puma, or small lion, was also waiting for me. It is about 4 months old, and very tame, but considering the children, I think it will be more prudent to pass it on to the zoo in London. The train started at 8:30 p.m., and took an hour to reach Rio Segundo, where we found tea and coffee prepared. After that we proceeded to make our arrangements for the night, some of the gentlemen sleeping in the saloon carriages, and some on beds made up in the luggage van. Tom and I turned into our 2 cozy little berths, and knew nothing more until we were called at 4:30 a.m. at Cañada de Gomez. The lamp had gone out, and we found it rather difficult work dressing and packing in the cold and dark, but it was soon done, and a cup of hot coffee in the refreshment room afterwards made us feel quite comfortable. Then we all separated, Captain Dunlop to join his ship, Tom to complete his report on the colonies of the Central Argentine Land Company, which he is preparing in compliance with the request of the directors in London, while the rest of the party awaited the arrival of the wagonette which was to take us to the estancia of Las Rosas. Wednesday, September 20th. At 6:30 a.m. the wagonette arrived, a light but strong, unpainted vehicle, drawn by a pair of active little well-bred horses, both of whom had been raced in their day. There were but a few leagues of cultivated ground to be passed over before we reached the broad, undulating, solitary Pampas, where for some time the only visible signs of life were to be found in the taraturo birds, a sort of plover, who shrieked discordantly as we disturbed their repose. The partridges, large and small, put up by the retriever who accompanied us, some prairie fowls, a great many hawks of all sizes, and the pretty little weta birds with their 2 immense tail feathers, 4 times the length of their bodies. The first glimpse of the far-spreading prairie was most striking in all its variations of color. The true shade of the pampas grass, when long, is a light dusty green; when short it is a bright fresh green. But it frequently happens that, owing to the numerous prairie fires, either accidental or intentional, nothing is to be seen but a vast expanse of black, charred ground, here and there relieved by a few patches of vivid green, where the grass is once more springing up under the influence of the rain. The road, or rather track, was in a bad condition, owing to the recent wet weather, and on each side of the 5 cañadas, or small rivers, which we had to ford, there were deep morasses, through which we had to struggle as best we could, with the mud up to our axle-trees. Just before arriving at the point where the stream had to be crossed, the horses were well flogged and urged on at a gallop, which they gallantly maintained until the other side was reached. Then we stopped to breathe the horses and to repair damages, generally finding that a trace had given way, or that some other part of the harness had shown signs of weakness. On one occasion we were delayed for a considerable time by the breaking of the splinter bar, to repair which was a troublesome matter. Indeed, I don't know how we should have managed it, if we had not met a native lad, who sold us his long lasso to bind the pieces together again. It was a lucky rencontre for us, as he was the only human being we saw during the whole of our drive of 30 miles, except the peon who brought us a change of horses half-way. In the course of the journey we passed a large estancia, the road to which was marked by the dead bodies and skeletons of the poor beasts who had perished in the late droughts. Hundreds of them were lying about in every stage of decay, those more recently dead being surrounded by vultures and other carrion birds. The next cañada that we crossed was choked up with the carcasses of the unfortunate creatures who had struggled thus far for a last drink, and had then not had sufficient strength left to extricate themselves from the water. Herds of miserable-looking, half-starved cattle were also to be seen, the cows very little larger than their calves, and all apparently covered with the same rough shaggy coats. The pasture is not fine enough in this part of the country to carry sheep, but deer are frequently met with. A little later we again began to approach cultivated land, and a mile or two further brought us to a broad road, with high palings on either side, down which we drove, and through the yard, to the door of the estancia. The house is a 1-story building, 1 room wide, with a veranda in front and at the back, one side of which faces the yard, the other a well-kept garden, full of violets and other spring flowers, and roses just coming into bloom. There are several smaller detached buildings, in which the sleeping apartments are situated, and which are also provided with verandas and barred windows. Having visited the various rooms, in company with our hosts, we sat down to a rough but substantial breakfast, to which full justice was done. Traveling all night and a ride of 30 miles in the fresh morning air have a tendency to produce a keen appetite, and the present occasion proved no exception to that rule. After breakfast I rested and wrote some letters, while the gentlemen inspected the farm and stud. The proprietor of this estancia has the best horses in this part of the country, and has taken great pains to improve their breed, as well as that of the cattle and sheep, by importing thoroughbreds from England. Unlike the Arabs, neither natives nor settlers here think of riding mares, and it is considered quite a disgrace to do so. They are therefore either allowed to run wild in troops, or are used to trample out corn, or to make mud for bricks. They are also frequently killed and boiled down for the sake of their hides and tallow, the value of which does not amount to more than about 10s. per head. Large herds of them are met with at this time of year on the Pampas, attended by a few horses, and accompanied by their foals. The natives of these parts pass their lives in the saddle. Horses are used for almost every conceivable employment, from hunting and fishing to brick-making and butter churning. Even the very beggars ride about on horseback. I have seen a photograph of one, with a police certificate of mendicancy hanging round his neck, taken from life for Sir Woodbine Parish. Every domestic servant has his or her own horse, as a matter of course, and the maids are all provided with habits, in which they ride about on Sundays, from one estancia to another, to pay visits. In fishing, the horse is ridden into the water as far as he can go, and the net or rod is then made use of by his rider. At Buenos Aires I have seen the poor animals all but swimming to the shore, with heavy carts and loads from the ships anchored in the inner roads, for the water is so shallow that only very small boats can go alongside the vessels, and the cargo is therefore transferred directly to the carts, to save the trouble and expense of transshipment. In out-of-the-way places on the Pampas, where no churns exist, butter is made by putting milk into a goatskin bag attached by a long lasso to the saddle of a peon, who is then set to gallop a certain number of miles, with the bag bumping and jumping along the ground after him. About 4 o'clock the horses, much larger and better bred animals than those we have been riding lately, were brought round from the corral. Mine was a beauty, easy, gentle, and fast. We first took a canter round the cultivated ground, about 300 acres in extent, and in capital condition. Lucerne grows here splendidly, and can be cut 7 times a year. As we left the yard, Mr. Neal's man asked if he would take the dogs. He replied in the negative, but I suppose he must have referred to the greyhounds only, for we were certainly accompanied on the present occasion by 11 dogs, of various sorts and sizes, those left behind being shut up and kept without food, in anticipation of the stag hunt tomorrow. We rode over the race course, where the horses are trained, and on to the partridge ground. The larger kind of these birds are extremely stupid, and are easily ridden down by a horseman, or caught in a noose. They rise 3 times, and after the 3rd flight they are so exhausted and terrified that it is easy to dismount and catch them with the hand, as they lie panting on the long grass. Partridge hunting is considered good sport. It is necessary to keep your eye constantly fixed upon the bird, and to watch where he settles, and then to gallop to the spot as hard as possible, leaving your horse to look after himself amid the long grass, and this maneuver has to be repeated until at last the unfortunate bird is overtaken and caught. As we were riding along, the dogs found and killed a bizcacha in a bank, just as Mr. Elliot had pulled it out and had laid it dead in the field. Its little companion owl arrived, and appeared to be in the most dreadful state of mind. It shrieked and cried as it hovered over us, and finally selected a small white fox terrier, who, I think, really had been principally concerned in the death, as the object of its vengeance, pouncing down upon his head and giving him 2 or 3 good pecks, at the same time flapping its wings violently. The other dogs drove it off, but more than half an hour afterwards, while we were looking at some horses, nearly a mile from the spot, the plucky little owl returned to the charge, and again swooped down upon the same dog with a dismal cry, and administered a vigorous peck to him. Altogether it was a striking and interesting proof of the attachment existing between these curious birds and beasts, the object of the owl in the present instance clearly being to revenge, if possible, the death of its friend. On our return to the farm, we went all round the place and found that everything was being made secure for the night, after which we watched all the servants come in one by one for their daily ration of grog, and then retired to dress for dinner, shortly after which, being thoroughly tired out, I retired to my bedroom, attended by a very kind old Irishwoman, who had been deputed to look after me. My mind was at first somewhat disturbed by the discovery of 1 or 2 enormous toads and long-armed spiders in my apartment, but they fortunately did not interfere with my repose, for I slept like a top. All the rooms being on the ground floor, it is almost impossible entirely to exclude intruders of this description. I admired very much what I took to be 2 fine ponchos, of a delicate fawn color, used as tablecloths, but upon closer examination I found that they were made of the finest silk, and learned afterward that they were imported from England. I don't know why the same material should not be employed for a similar purpose at home, but I believe that those manufactured hitherto have been designed expressly for the South American market, to which they are exported in considerable quantities. Thursday, September 21st. At 5 o'clock, when I awoke, it was so misty that I could see only about halfway across the yard. By 6, the hour at which we were to have started on our hunting expedition, matters had improved a little, but it was still considered unsafe to venture out, for fear of being lost on the vast plains which surrounded us. An hour later, however, it was reported that the fog was clearing off, and a little before 8 o'clock we started. Horses, riders, and dogs all appeared to be in the highest spirits, the former jumping and frisking about, hardly deigning to touch the ground, the latter tearing after one another and barking at every stray bird they met. The pack numbered 17, and could hardly be called a level lot of hounds, comprising, as it did, 2 deerhounds, 5 well-bred greyhounds, 2 retrievers, 1 setter, 1 spaniel, 1 French poodle, 2 fox terriers, 1 black and tan terrier, and 2 animals of an utterly indescribable breed, but they all did their work well, as the event proved. Even the shaggy, fat old French poodle arrived in each case before the deer was cut up. 2 deer were soon descried in the distance, and we cantered steadily towards them at the rate of about 10 miles an hour, until the dogs winded and sighted them. Then, directly the first short yelp was heard, every horse extended himself in an instant, galloping away as hard as he could go, almost literally ventre à terre. They were nearly all thoroughbreds, and had been raced, so that the speed was something delightful, but it only lasted 10 minutes, at the end of which time the dogs ran into one of the deer, and thus put a temporary stop to our enjoyment. He proved to be a fine buck, and was soon killed. His legs were cut off for trophies, but his horns being like velvet, the head was not worth having. Some of the dogs pursued the doe, but failed to pull her down, and returned half an hour later, fatigued and panting. It had become hot by this time, so we rode to the nearest water, to enable the animals to drink and bathe, and then started afresh at a sharp canter. There were plenty of biscacha holes and boggy places to be avoided, but we allowed the horses to take care of themselves and us in this respect, and occupied ourselves almost exclusively in looking for fresh deer. For some time we found nothing. Then two sprang out of the long grass close to the cañada, which they crossed, and on reaching the other side started off in different directions. The pack pursued and divided, some going after each animal. I and two others of the party followed the doe, and after another short burst of 10 minutes, at a tremendous pace, we ran into and killed her. As soon as she had been dispatched, we wanted to follow the buck, in pursuit of which the rest of the riders had gone, but there was now nothing to be seen of him or them. Flat as the country looked, the slight undulations of the ground quite hid them from our view. After riding about for 2 hours in various directions, looking and listening most patiently, we abandoned the search in despair, and returned to the house, where we found that our friends had already arrived. They had enjoyed the best run they have had for many months, 7 miles from point to point, but the dogs had lain down dead beat at the end of the first 6 miles. The horsemen had galloped on, their animals tailing off one by one, until only 2 remained in it at all. Having mutually agreed to let the stag live till another day, to afford perhaps as good a run and as much pleasure to someone else, they thereupon also abandoned the chase and turned their horses' heads homewards. After a change of dress, we proceeded to pack up, preparatory to our departure, and then had breakfast, after which we bade adieu to our kind hosts, and started in the wagonette to retrace our steps to the station. It was very bright and hot, and the sun and wind had already begun to have a visible effect upon the vegetation of the Pampas. The streams were much more passable, and we reached Cañada de Gomez at about 5:30, in a shorter time than it had taken us to perform the outward journey yesterday. On reading Rosario at about 10 o'clock, we found several friends waiting to receive us with invitations to tea. But we felt too tired in body and too disreputable in appearance to accept them, and preferred going straight to our hotel and to bed. End of Life on the Pampas by Annie Allnutt Brassey.
On Life by Percy Bysshe Shelley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life and the world, or whatever we call that which we are and feel, is an astonishing thing. The mist of familiarity obscures from us the wonder of our being. We are struck with admiration at some of its transient modifications, but it is itself the great miracle. What are changes of empires, the wreck of dynasties, with the opinions which supported them? What is the birth and the extinction of religious and of political systems to life? What are the revolutions of the globe which we inhabit, and the operations of the elements of which it is composed, compared with life? What is the universe of stars and suns, of which this inhabited earth is one, and their motions and their destiny, compared with life? Life, the great miracle, we admire not, because it is so miraculous. It is well that we are thus shielded by the familiarity of what is at once so certain and so unfathomable, from an astonishment which would otherwise absorb and overawe the functions of that which is its object. If any artist, I do not say had executed, but had merely conceived in his mind the system of the sun and the stars and planets, they not existing, and had painted to us in words or upon canvas the spectacle now afforded by the nightly cope of heaven, and illustrated it by the wisdom of astronomy, great would be our admiration. Or had he imagined the scenery of this earth, the mountains, the seas, and the rivers, the grass and the flowers, and the variety of the forms and masses of the leaves of the woods, and the colors which attend the setting and the rising sun, and the hues of the atmosphere, turbid or serene, these things not before existing, truly we should have been astonished, and it would not have been a vain boast to have said of such a man, non merita nome di creatore, se non ideo ed il poeta. But now these things are looked on with little wonder, and to be conscious of them with intense delight is esteemed to be the distinguishing mark of a refined and extraordinary person. The multitude of men care not for them. It is thus with life, that which includes all. What is life? Thoughts and feelings arise, with or without our will, and we employ words to express them. We are born, and our birth is unremembered, and our infancy remembered but in fragments. We live on, and in living we lose the apprehension of life. How vain is it to think that words can penetrate the mystery of our being! Rightly used, they may make evident our ignorance to ourselves, and this is much. For what are we? Whence do we come? And whither do we go? Is birth the commencement? Is death the conclusion of our being? What is birth and death? The most refined abstractions of logic conduct to a view of life which, though startling to the apprehension, is in fact that which the habitual sense of its repeated combinations has extinguished in us. It strips, as it were, the painted curtain from this scene of things. I confess that I am one of those who are unable to refuse my assent to the conclusions of those philosophers who assert that nothing exists but as it is perceived. It is a decision against which all our persuasion struggle, and we must be long convicted before we can be convinced that the solid universe of external things is such stuff as dreams are made of. The shocking absurdities of the popular philosophy of mind and matter, its fatal consequences in morals, and their violent dogmatism concerning the source of all things, had early conducted me to materialism. This materialism is a seducing system to young and superficial minds. It allows its disciples to talk, and dispenses them from thinking. But I was discontented with such a view of things as it afforded. Man is a being of high aspirations, looking both before and after, whose thoughts wander through eternity, disclaiming alliance with transience and decay, incapable of imagining to himself annihilation, existing but in the future and the past, being not what he is, but what he has been and shall be. Whatever may be his true and final destination, there is a spirit within him at enmity with nothingness and dissolution. This is the character of all life and being. Each is at once the centre and the circumference, the point to which all things are referred, and the line in which all things are contained. Such contemplations as these, materialism and the popular philosophy of mind and matter alike forbid. They are only consistent with the intellectual system. It is absurd to enter into a long recapitulation of arguments sufficiently familiar to those inquiring minds, whom alone a writer on abstruse subjects can be conceived to address. Perhaps the most clear and vigorous statement of the intellectual system is to be found in Sir William Drummond's Academical Questions. After such an exposition, it would be idle to translate into other words what could only lose its energy and fitness by the change. Examined point by point and word by word, the most discriminating intellects have been able to discern no train of thoughts in the process of reasoning which does not conduct inevitably to the conclusion which has been stated. What follows from the admission? It establishes no new truth. It gives us no additional insight into our hidden nature, neither its action nor itself. Philosophy, impatient as it may be to build, has much work yet remaining, as pioneer for the overgrowth of ages. It makes one step towards this object. It destroys error and the roots of error. It leaves, what it is too often the duty of the reformer in political and ethical questions to leave, a vacancy. It reduces the mind to that freedom in which it would have acted, but for the misuse of words and signs, the instruments of its own creation. By signs I would be understood in a wide sense, including what is properly meant by that term, and what I peculiarly mean. In this latter sense, almost all familiar objects are signs, standing not for themselves, but for others, in their capacity of suggesting one thought which shall lead to a train of thoughts. Our whole life is thus an education of error. Let us recollect our sensations as children. What a distinct and intense apprehension had we of the world and of ourselves! Many of the circumstances of social life were then important to us which are no longer so. But that is not the point of comparison on which I mean to insist. We less habitually distinguished all that we saw and felt from ourselves. They seemed, as it were, to constitute one mass. There are some persons who, in this respect, are always children. Those who are subject to the state called reverie feel as if their nature were dissolved into the surrounding universe, or as if the surrounding universe were absorbed into their being. They are conscious of no distinction, and these are states which precede or accompany or follow an unusually intense and vivid apprehension of life. As men grow up, this power commonly decays, and they become mechanical and habitual agents. Thus feelings and then reasonings are the combined result of a multitude of entangled thoughts, and of a series of what are called impressions, planted by reiteration. The view of life presented by the most refined deductions of the intellectual philosophy is that of unity. Nothing exists but as it is perceived. The difference is merely nominal between those two classes of thought which are vulgarly distinguished by the names of ideas and of external objects. Pursuing the same thread of reasoning, the existence of distinct individual minds, similar to that which is employed in now questioning its own nature, is likewise found to be a delusion. The words I, you, they, are not signs of any actual difference subsisting between the assemblage of thoughts thus indicated, but are merely marks employed to denote the different modifications of the one mind. Let it not be supposed that this doctrine conducts to the monstrous presumption that I, the person who now write and think, am that one mind. I am but a portion of it. The words I and you and they are grammatical devices invented simply for arrangement, and totally devoid of the intense and exclusive sense usually attached to them. It is difficult to find terms adequate to express so subtle a conception as that to which the intellectual philosophy has conducted us. We are on that verge where words abandon us, and what wonder if we grow dizzy to look down the dark abyss of how little we know? The relations of things remain unchanged, by whatever system. By the word things is to be understood any object of thought, that is, any thought upon which any other thought is employed, with an apprehension of distinction. The relations of these remain unchanged, and such is the material of our knowledge. What is the cause of life? That is, how was it produced, or what agencies, distinct from life, have acted or act upon life? All recorded generations of mankind have weariedly busied themselves in inventing answers to this question, and the result has been religion. Yet that the basis of all things cannot be, as the popular philosophy alleges, mind is sufficiently evident. Mind, as far as we have any experience of its properties, and beyond that experience how vain is argument, cannot create, it can only perceive. It is said also to be the cause. But cause is only a word expressing a certain state of the human mind with regard to the manner in which two thoughts are apprehended to be related to each other. If any one desires to know how unsatisfactorily the popular philosophy employs itself upon this great question, they need only impartially reflect upon the manner in which thoughts develop themselves in their minds. It is infinitely improbable that the cause of mind, that is, of existence, is similar to mind. End of On Life, by Percy Bysshe Shelley.
The feasibility and advisability of some policy to inaugurate a system of rifle practice throughout the public schools of the country, by General George W. Wingate of New York and General Ammon B. Critchfield of Ohio. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Notice: At the annual meeting of the National Board for the Promotion of Rifle Practice, held at Washington, D.C., January 24, 1906, the question of building up an interest in target practice throughout the schools of the country was discussed, and a special committee consisting of General L. M. Oppenheimer, of Texas, General George W. Wingate, of New York, and General Ammon B. Critchfield, of Ohio, was appointed to inquire into and report at the next annual meeting of the board upon the feasibility and advisability of some policy to inaugurate a system of rifle practice throughout the public schools of the country. At the last meeting of the board, held at Washington, D.C., January 25, 1907, the report of this committee was submitted by Generals Wingate and Critchfield, and is published in accordance with the following resolution of the board, which was unanimously adopted. Resolved, that the report of the Committee on Rifle Practice in Public Schools be approved, and the thanks of the board be tendered Generals Wingate and Critchfield for their valuable paper. That the National Board for the Promotion of Rifle Practice recommend to the various educational authorities the desirability of interesting schoolboys over 13 years of age in the subject of rifle practice. It was further resolved that this report be printed separately and given the greatest publicity, the matter of distribution and number of copies required therefor to be submitted to the Committee on Publicity with power. It is deeply regretted that before the completion of the report General Oppenheimer died, and his great help in assisting to promote interest in rifle practice is lost to the country. This report is earnestly commended to the superintendents of public instruction throughout the country. Robert Shaw Oliver, Assistant Secretary of War, President National Board for the Promotion of Rifle Practice. Grote Hutchison, Captain, General Staff, Member and Recorder, National Board for the Promotion of Rifle Practice. Report on the feasibility and advisability of some policy to inaugurate a system of rifle practice throughout the public schools of the country. New York, January 21, 1907. General Board for the Promotion of Rifle Practice. Gentlemen, in pursuance of the resolution of the board requesting the late General L. M. Oppenheimer of Texas, who died since the last meeting of the board and whose death is deplored, and the undersigned to report, on the feasibility and advisability of some policy to inaugurate a system of rifle practice throughout the public schools of the country, we respectfully report. For many years attempts have been made to inaugurate a system of military instruction in the public schools of the country. As a rule, these have not proved successful. In a few private military schools situated in the country some target practice is conducted, but the difficulty of carrying on anything of the kind in the public schools has rendered it impracticable. The matter, however, has recently been introduced in the public schools of the city of New York, and the success which has been attained there has demonstrated the feasibility and advisability of introducing rifle practice in the public schools among the boys over the age of 13 years. The schools of the different states are organized upon many different methods. The educational authorities not unnaturally are jealous of their prerogatives. No outside organization could well introduce a new subject of instruction in the schools without seriously interfering with the educational routine. Consequently, however desirable it may be that the pupils attending these schools should be taught to shoot, such instruction can only be secured by the voluntary action of the school authorities and with their hearty cooperation. The result which has been attained by the Public Schools Athletic League in introducing shooting in the high schools of the city of New York has been so thoroughly tested that the committee are of the opinion that that system should be recommended for adoption. Few appreciate the magnitude of the New York public schools. There are 3 training schools, 19 high schools, 490 elementary schools, 2 truant schools, and 1 nautical school. Total 515, with 14,500 teachers. These schools are scattered all over the 326 square miles which the city covers. The registered number of pupils enrolled in these schools is about 600,000, which is more than the entire population of St. Louis, the fourth city in the Union. Half of them are boys. The number attending the high schools is about 20,000, a little more than half of whom are boys. The College of the City of New York has about 4,000 male students. The vast territory over which the city has spread and its congested streets have made it impossible for the children, particularly in the poorer districts, to get any physical exercise, and the physical condition of many of them has in consequence not only become below normal, but instead of spending their energies in play, as they do in the country, the boys are led to join gangs and to become criminals. This lamentable condition of affairs led to the formation of the Public Schools Athletic League for the purpose of promoting wholesome athletic exercises among the children attending the public schools of that city. The league is made up from officers and directors of the Board of Education, superintendents, principals, and teachers, prominent athletes, gentlemen interested in philanthropic work, and leading businessmen. It was organized December 4, 1903, and its progress has been so great that during the year 1906 there were over 150,000 entries in the games which it carried on, which numbered over 600. In the early part of 1905 it decided to institute rifle practice among the boys of the high schools of the city, which schools are attended by boys from 14 to 19 years of age, by installing in as many of the high schools as possible a sub-target gun machine. This is an ingenious apparatus by which an ordinary Krag army rifle is attached to a rod upon an upright standard, placed to the right of the firer, in such a way that while the gun is movable, the rod follows the movements of the barrel of the rifle, and is at all times parallel with the line of the sights. The shooter cocks the rifle and aims at a target a foot high on the other side of the room, and when his aim is satisfactory, pulls the trigger. When this is done, an electrical connection is made which shoots forward the rod which is on the standard, so that its point punches a hole in a miniature target like a visiting card, which is placed in front of it, which hole is mathematically on the same relative place on the card target as would have been made in the target at which the shooter was aiming if he had a bullet in his rifle. It consequently gives the same experience in holding and pull off as is had in actual shooting. The machine possesses the additional advantage that the instructor standing on one side of the shooter can see by the movements of the point of the rod on the miniature target exactly how the aim is being taken on the large target, and is able to correct all errors in holding and pulling off as they are made, something which has hitherto been supposed to be impossible. The apparatus makes no noise. There is no danger of its hurting anybody. It can be used very rapidly, and there is no expense involved in its operation. The results obtained from its use are so valuable that several of the New York National Guard regiments consider the machine equal in value to their rifle galleries. The League succeeded in interesting a number of prominent gentlemen with the importance of teaching the youth of the country the use of the military rifle, so that they presented a sufficient number of these machines to enable the League to install one of them in each of 10 of the high schools at a cost of $265 each. The schools which are thus equipped are as follows. Mr. S.R. Guggenheim, the treasurer of the League, gave one to each of the following schools: the High School of Commerce and the DeWitt Clinton High School, Manhattan; Morris High School, Bronx; Boys High School, Brooklyn; Curtis High School, Staten Island; and the Bryant High School, Queens. Colonel Leslie C. Bruce presented one to the Stuyvesant High School, Manhattan; Mr. Warren Cruikshank gave one to Erasmus Hall High School, Flatbush; Colonel Robert B. Woodward gave one to the Manual Training High School, Brooklyn, in memory of his brother, the late Major General John B. Woodward, and Hon. Bird S. Kohler and Mr. Horace J. Morse united in giving one to the Commercial High School, Brooklyn. Another, presented by Mr. J. A. Haskell, will shortly be installed in one of the other high schools. The City College expects to have one during the spring. In pursuance of the policy adopted by the League in regard to its athletic games, it caused a Marksmanship Committee to be appointed in 1905, consisting of the coaches of the different schools having gun machines, to organize and control the shooting under regulations adopted by the High Schools Games Committee and approved by the Central Games Committee of the League. This committee has been found of great value in carrying on the work and creating interest in shooting in their different schools. In 1905, Mr. Henry Payne Whitney presented to the League a beautiful bronze bas relief, being a reproduction of Darnley's Battle of Lexington, for annual competition by teams from the different schools having these machines, the winning school to keep it for the year. In 1905, 4 gun machines were in use, namely, by the DeWitt Clinton High School, High School of Commerce, Morris High School, and the Boys High School. In June 1905, a competition was held between these schools, each school shooting in its own building under the inspection of the Marksmanship Committee. The following were the scores for teams of 8, 10 shots standing, highest possible score 400. DeWitt Clinton High School, 377. High School of Commerce, 363. Morris High School, 345. Boys High School, 344. The winning team averaged 47 3/8 out of 50. 2 boys made perfect scores. Each member of the winning team was given a bronze badge modeled from the Whitney Trophy. The result of this match greatly stimulated interest in the shooting. It also attracted public attention. During the fall of 1905 and the spring of 1906, the League was able to equip the remainder of the other 6 high schools with the machine. In 1906, it employed Captain G.W. Corwin, inspector of rifle practice in the 71st Regiment, New York National Guard, and one of the best shots in the National Guard, as a general instructor, who served until after the Creedmoor competition. He selected in each school a teacher who was interested in the subject, usually the athletic instructor, as superintendent of shooting, and in each class 4 boys as sergeant instructors. The superintendent and these boys were carefully instructed by Captain Corwin in the theory and practice of shooting so as to make them competent instructors. The system adopted varied in the different schools. Most of them preferred to use school hours for the purpose. In these schools, usually when each class was sent to the gymnasium for physical exercise, squads of boys in rotation were detached to practice their firing under the immediate direction of a sergeant instructor and the general direction of the superintendent of shooting, the whole being carefully supervised by Captain Corwin. Some schools preferred to have their shooting after school hours, in which case, however, it was carried on under the same general principle. Captain Corwin was of the opinion that the former method was the most satisfactory, although the Morris High School, which won the Whitney Trophy in 1906, adopted the latter method. The League established a marksmanship badge, to be awarded, as in the National Guard and in the Army, to each boy who annually showed satisfactory proficiency in shooting. The qualifying score first adopted for this badge was 40 out of a possible 50 offhand. It was found almost immediately that the boys were shooting so well that it was necessary to raise the standard, which was therefore increased to 42 and later to 43. The following is a list of the number of boys who qualified as marksmen in their respective schools during the year 1906. Boys High School, 45. Bryant High School, 18. Commercial High School, 6. Curtis High School, 24. DeWitt Clinton High School, 23. Morris High School, 16. Erasmus High School, 15. Manual Training High School, 23. High School of Commerce, 19. Stuyvesant High School, 8. Total, 197. The qualifying score has now been raised to 44. The Brooklyn Eagle assumed the expense of manufacturing and presenting these badges, which consisted of a Maltese cross having crossed rifles, the seal of the League, which is the winged victory, in the center, the whole being suspended from a bar with the word "Marksman" on it and the date. During the spring of 1906 a large number of interscholastic competitions were held. These were found valuable, not only in broadening the boys' ideas in respect to shooting, but in helping their nerve in competitions. On June 1 and 2 the annual interscholastic competition for the Whitney Trophy was held. Instead of having each team shoot in its own school, it was decided to have them shoot together at the 71st Regiment Armory as neutral ground, under the supervision of Captain Corwin as range officer. The following were the scores, the conditions being the same as above stated. Morris High School, Instructor E. M. Williams, 359. Curtis High School, Instructor O. M. Curtis, 356. High School of Commerce, Instructor Charles Jameson, 355. DeWitt Clinton, Instructor Emmanuel Haug, 354. Manual Training High School, Instructor Ernest G. Muller, 350. Bryant High School, Instructor George W. Norton, 349. Erasmus High School, Instructor J. M. Tilden, 348. Stuyvesant High School, Instructor M. F. Goodrich, 348. Boys High School, Instructor W. H. Andrews, 340. The two best scores were not as high as were made in 1905, largely owing to the strain of shooting in actual competition and among strange surroundings. But the average was better and the scores were closer. The Savage Arms Company presented a rifle to each of the 6 schools whose team made the highest score in this match. For the purpose of impressing upon the boys and the public that those who could make a good score on the sub-target gun machine could shoot accurately in the field, the league arranged for a match between teams of 5 from all high schools and colleges to be held at Creedmoor, July 26, 1906, to be shot 100 yards standing, 400 yards lying, 5 shots at each distance. It also arranged for 2 days' previous practice by the teams and also by all other boys who had won its marksman's badge, and paid the transportation and ammunition for the participants. It provided Captain Corwin as instructor, who was assisted by a number of volunteers from the National Guard. About 150 boys in all availed themselves of this opportunity. None of the boys had ever previously fired a cartridge. Some of them were consequently a little nervous, in addition to being embarrassed in shooting in the presence of so many military men. After a few shots, however, they got over their nervousness. In the first practice, the average score was about 60 out of 100. The second score averaged 80. Mr. J. A. Haskell, president of the DuPont Powder Company, and a member of the National Board, induced that company to present for annual competition in the match a handsome bronze trophy. Mr. Simon Ullman presented a bronze figure of a rifleman as second annual prize. The following is the score of the competitors in this match, highest possible score 250. DeWitt Clinton High School, Manhattan, 220. Boys High School, Brooklyn, 215. St. John's Military School, Manlius, New York, 211. Commercial High School, Brooklyn, 201. Curtis High School, Staten Island, 201. St. John's Second Team, 183. Manual Training High School, Brooklyn, 181. Stuyvesant High School, Manhattan, 174. The winning team averaged 44 out of a possible 50, although the day was a difficult one for shooting. The School of Applied Science of Columbia University asked to be allowed to enter a team in this match and offered to allow the high school boys a handicap of 25 points. This was objected to on the ground that they were grown men, who had opportunities for practice which were out of the reach of the boys, and who were not in the same class. They were, however, allowed to shoot under protest for the purpose of seeing how their scores would compare with those of the boys. The score which they made was 218, which is less than that of the DeWitt Clinton team, which could have beaten them without any handicap. This shooting shows the value of the practice with the sub-target machine, as the teams from both Columbia University and St. John's Military School had been practiced in actual rifle shooting, and yet were inferior in marksmanship to the high school boys, who had only used the machine. A match was put on the program of the New Jersey Rifle Association, September 1906, at Seagirt, in which a number of the boys entered. The pressure upon the target accommodation in consequence of the national matches was, however, so great that it could not be held at the date appointed, and the boys could not remain. The high schools which are equipped with this sub-target gun machine have organized rifle clubs and are holding interscholastic contests in the armories of the different regiments of the National Guard, shooting with .22 caliber ammunition, and are displaying great proficiency. The movement has the hearty support of President Roosevelt, who has accepted the office of honorary vice president of the League, and also has announced his intention of writing to the boy who attains the greatest skill in the rifle matches during the year a personal letter of congratulation and commendation. At the present time there are over 7,000 young men being instructed in these high schools in shooting with the military rifle, the gun used being the regular Craig Army rifle as issued by the War Department. Great interest in the matter has been taken by both teachers and boys. Many of these have now become so proficient that the services of a paid instructor have been dispensed with. It could, of course, be much better if a regular officer could be procured for such a purpose. But the finances of the League will not permit it to continue to incur the expense of paying the salary of such an instructor. It is believed that if a young and active regular officer could be detailed to act in this capacity, he would be of the greatest service, and could, besides helping the shooting, give the boys some idea of military movements and discipline, which would be of great value. In fact, an officer in this position would accomplish greater results for the country than is obtained by any of those who are detailed as instructors in many of the small colleges. The supply of regular officers is, however, insufficient for the needs of the Army, and it has so far been impossible to have one detailed for this purpose. The League is now preparing a manual of instruction to be used in the different schools. In addition to containing instructions for the use of the sub-target gun machine, it will give a general idea of what is necessary to know in order to shoot accurately. Those who have had charge of the instruction of these boys are unanimous in the opinion that they acquire knowledge of rifle shooting in about 1/4 of the time that is found necessary in the case of grown men. It is hardly necessary to state that the experience of our recent wars has pointed out that while there is no difficulty in case of war in getting all the volunteers that the country requires, and they can be given a reasonable amount of drill in a few weeks, it takes a long time to teach them to shoot, and that unless they can shoot accurately, they are of little value as soldiers. If, however, the young men who are graduating from our high schools in the different states should be skilled riflemen, the country can rest content with a small standing army, knowing that in case of war it can put into the field at short notice a force of volunteers whose skill in rifle shooting will enable them to be fully the equal of any army which may be brought against them. The system is, therefore, a great factor for national peace. The committee would therefore recommend: 1. That the largest possible publicity should be given to the methods that have been found to be so successful in the New York high schools. 2. That the educational officials of the different states should be urged to introduce instruction in rifle shooting in their schools among the boys of 13 years of age and upward, conforming to the New York methods as far as their situation will permit. 3. That this would be helped by the organization of a public schools athletic league in each educational center. George W. Wingate, A.B. Critchfield, Committee. End of A Report on the Feasibility and Advisability of Some Policy to Inaugurate a System of Rifle Practice Throughout the Public Schools of the Country, by General George W. Wingate and General Ammon B. Critchfield. Recording by TriciaG.
The Social Possibilities of War by John Dewey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. The Social Possibilities of War. Severally and collectively, mankind always builds better or worse than it knows. Even in the most successful enterprises, aims and results do not wholly coincide. In executing our immediate purpose, we have to use forces which are outside our intent. Once released, however, they continue to operate, and they bring with them consequences which are unexpected and which in the end may quite submerge the objects consciously struggled for. Such an immense undertaking as the present war is no exception. The will to conquer describes the immediate aim. But in order to realize that end, all sorts of activities are set going, arrangement made, organizations instituted, as incidental means. After they have been called into being, they cannot be whisked out of existence merely because the war has come to an end. They have acquired an independent being and in the long run may affect consequences more significant than those consciously desired. If, for example, one takes a cross-section through the warring countries at present, one finds a striking rise in power of the wage-earning classes. Through the necessities of war, their strategic position in modern social organization has been made clear, and the Russian Revolution has brought the fact to dramatic self-consciousness. Is it not conceivable that some future historian may find this consequence outweighing any for which the war was originally fought? If it is the unintended which happens, a forecast of the consequences of the war seems doubly futile, for it is hard enough to disentangle even the professed aims in such a manner as to make them precise and definite. Yet it is possible to see some of the forces which have been released by the war. Through fixing attention upon them, we make some guess about the future in its larger outlines. The first result which I see is the more conscious and extensive use of science for communal purposes after the war. Changes which are effected by embodying scientific discoveries in mechanical inventions and appliances endure. The transformations brought about first in industry and then in general social and political life by the stationary steam engine, the locomotive, the internal combustion engine, etc., have stayed put, while matters which absorbed in their day much more of conscious attention and made much more of a stir in the realm of thought, have sunk beneath waves of oblivion. Mechanically speaking, the greatest achievements of the year have been, of course, the submarine and airplane, the mastery of the undersea and the air. Is it not likely that the combined effects of the two will do more to displace war than all the moralizing in existence? Anticipations of the future are too readily couched in terms of the fantastic rather than of the commonplace, or rather, the miraculous, once established, becomes commonplace. But considering the social revolution wrought by steam and electric transportation on land and water in abolishing parochial and provincial boundaries, it seems probable that air navigation will round out their work in obliterating nationalistic frontiers. The war has, in addition to specific inventions, made it customary to utilize the collective knowledge and skill of scientific experts in all lines, organizing them for community ends. It is unlikely that we shall ever return wholly to the old divorce of knowledge from the conduct of social affairs, a separation which made knowledge abstract and abstruse, and left public affairs controlled by routine, vested interest, and skilled manipulation. The one phase of Prussianism, borrowed under the stress of war from the enemy, which is likely permanently to remain, is systematic utilization of the scientific expert. Used for the ends of a democratic society, the social mobilization of science is likely in the end to effect such changes in the practice of government, and finally in its theory, as to initiate a new type of democracy. With respect to this alteration, as with respect to the airplane, there is more likelihood of underestimating than of exaggerating the consequences which are to follow. Another consequence, not directly willed but made necessary as an incident of the war, is the formation of large political groupings. Almost all the nations of the world are now arrayed on one or the other of the two sides. Not only is such a worldwide organization including the peoples of every continent a new and unique fact, so much so that the world for the first time is politically as well as astronomically round, but the character of the alliances is quite unprecedented. In order that the military alliance may be made effective, there is in effect, if not in name, a pooling of agricultural and industrial resources, a conjoint supervision of shipping and hence of international trading, a worldwide censorship and economic blacklist. In addition, each nation now has an interest in knowing about other nations, which has put the world as a whole on the map for the citizen of Little Peddlington and Jay Corners. The kind of knowledge and interest that was once confined to travelers and the cultured has become widely distributed. When 1 million or 2 young men return from France, the jolt given to our intellectual isolation by the very fact of the war will be accentuated. And Europe, it is safe to say, will have learned as much about us as we about it. The shrinkage of the world already affected as a physical fact by steam and electricity will henceforth be naturalized in the imagination. All of these things mean the discovery of the interdependence of all peoples, and the development of a more highly organized world, a world knit together by more conscious and substantial bonds. Whatever the immediate decisions of the statesmen who sit in the peace conference at the end of the war, this means that an international state is on its way. Few people realize what a small number of independent states remained in the world even before the war, many times less than there were within the present German Empire a century ago. Consolidation has proceeded with the same certainty and acceleration as in the case of the multitude of small local railway systems which once sprawled over this country, and from the same causes. The war has speeded up the movement, and in the various commissions and arrangements which it necessitated, will leave behind mechanisms which are bound to continue in operation, first in order to meet actual post-war needs, and then because there is no way of getting rid of them without uprooting too many other things which will have got linked up with them. It is a mistake to think that the movement for the self-determination of nations, the releasing of nationalities now held independence, will arrest, much less reverse, the integrating movement. Cultural emancipation of nationalities and local autonomy within a federation are to be hoped for. If they are not attained, the war will have been fought in vain so far as its most important conscious objective is concerned. But even if this goes beyond local autonomy to the point of complete political independence of a new Bohemia, Poland, Ukraine, Palestine, Egypt, or India, it will not militate against the virtual control of the world by a smaller number of political units. The war has demonstrated that effective sovereignty can be maintained only by states large enough to be economically self-supporting. New nations could exist permanently only if guaranteed by some large political union, which would have to be more closely knit together than were the treaty alliances which neutralized, till the war broke out, some of the smaller states of Europe. To say, however, that the world will be better organized is not, unfortunately, the same thing as to say that it will be organized so as to be a better world. We shall have either a world federation in the sense of a genuine concert of nations, or a few large imperialistic organizations, standing in chronic hostility to one another. Something corresponding to the present anti-German federation, with minor realignments in course of time, might constitute one of these, the Central Empires and Southeastern Europe another, Russia, it is conceivable, would go it alone, and the Oriental countries might make a fourth. In this case, we should have a repetition of the balance of power situation on a larger scale, with all its evils, including the constant jockeying to secure by threat and bribe the allegiance of Scandinavia, Spain, and some of the South American countries to one imperialistic federation or another. The choice between these two alternatives is the great question which the statesmen after the war will have to face. If it is dodged, and the attempt is made to restore an antebellum condition of a large number of independent, detached and sovereign states allied only for purposes of economic and potential military warfare, the situation will be forced, probably into the alternative of an imperially organized balance of power whose unstable equilibrium will result in the next war for decisive dominion. The counterpart of the growth of world organization through elimination of isolated territorial sovereign states is domestic integration within each unit. In every warring country there has been the same demand that in the time of great national stress production for profit be subordinated to production for use. Legal possession and individual property rights have had to give way before social requirements. The old conception of the absoluteness of private property has received the world over a blow from which it will never wholly recover. Not that arbitrary confiscation will be resorted to, but that it has been made clear that the control of any individual or group over their own property is relative to public wants, and that public requirements may at any time be given precedence by public machinery devised for that purpose. Profiteering has not been stamped out. Doubtless in some lines of war necessities it has been augmented. But the sentiment aroused against profiteering will last beyond the war, while even more important is the fact that the public has learned to recognize profiteering in many activities which it formerly accepted on their own claims as a matter of course. In short, the war, by throwing into relief the public aspect of every social enterprise, has discovered the amount of sabotage which habitually goes on in manipulating property rights to take a private profit out of social needs. Otherwise, the wrench needed in order to bring privately controlled industries into line with public needs would not have had to be so great. The war has thus afforded an immense object lesson as to the absence of democracy in most important phases of our national life, while it has also brought into existence arrangements for facilitating democratic integrated control. This organization of means for public control covers every part of our national life. Banking, finance, the supervision of floating of new corporate enterprises, and the mechanism of credit, have been affected by it to various degrees in all countries. The strain with respect to the world's food supply has made obvious to all, from the farmer in the field to the cook in the kitchen, the social meaning of all occupations connected with the physical basis of life. Consequently, the question of the control of land for use instead of for speculation has assumed an acute aspect, while a flood of light has been thrown upon the interruption of the flow of food and fuel to the consumer with a view to exacting private toll. Hence, organization for the regulation of transportation and distribution of food, fuel, and the necessities of war production like steel and copper. To dispose of such matters by labeling them state socialism is merely to conceal their deeper import, the creation of instrumentalities for enforcing the public interest in all the agencies of modern production and exchange. Again, the war has added to the old lesson of public sanitary regulation the new lesson of social regulation for purposes of moral prophylaxis. The acceleration of the movement to control the liquor traffic is another aspect of the same fact. Finally, conscription has brought home to the countries which have in the past been the home of the individualistic tradition the supremacy of public need over private possession. It may seem a work of supererogation to attempt even the most casual listing of the variety of ways in which the war has enforced this lesson of the interdependence, the interweaving of interests and occupations, and the consequent necessity of agencies for public oversight and direction in order that the interdependence may become a public value instead of being used for private levies. It is true that not every instrumentality brought into the war for the purpose of maintaining the public interest will last. Many of them will melt away when the war comes to an end. But it must be borne in mind that the war did not create that interdependence of interests which has given enterprises once private and limited in scope a social significance. The war only gave a striking revelation of the state of affairs which the application of steam and electricity to industry and transportation had already effected. It afforded a vast and impressive object lesson as to what had occurred, and made it impossible for men to proceed any longer by ignoring the revolution which has taken place. Thus the public supervision and control occasioned by this war differ from that produced by other wars not only in range, depth, and complexity, but even more in the fact that they have simply accelerated a movement which was already proceeding apace. The immediate urgency has in a short time brought into existence agencies for executing the supremacy of the public and social interest over the private and possessive interest which might otherwise have taken a long time to construct. In this sense, no matter how many among the special agencies for public control decay with the disappearance of war stress, the movement will never go backward. Peoples who have learned that billions are available for public needs when the occasion presses will not forget the lesson, and having seen that portions of these billions are necessarily diverted into physical training, industrial education, better housing, and the setting up of agencies for securing a public service and function from private industries will ask why in the future the mainstream should not be directed in the same channels. In short, we shall have a better organized world internally as well as externally, a more integrated, less anarchic system. Partisans are attempting to locate the blame for the breakdown in the distribution of fuel and the partial breakdown in food supplies upon mere inefficiency in governmental officials. But whatever the truth in special cases such accusations, it is clear that the causal force lies deeper. Fundamental industries have been carried on for years and years on a social basis, for public service indeed, but for public service under such conditions of private restriction as would render the maximum of personal profit. Our large failures are merely exhibitions of the anarchy and confusion entailed by any such principle of conducting affairs. When profit may arise from setting up division and conflict, it is hopeless to expect unity. That this, taken together with the revelation by the war of the crucial position occupied by the wage earner, points to the socialization of industry as one of the enduring consequences of the war cannot be doubted. Socialization, as well as the kindred term socialism, covers, however, many and diverse alternatives. Many of the measures thus far undertaken may be termed in the direction of state capitalism, looking to the absorption of the means of production and distribution by the government, and to the replacement of the present corporate employing and directive forces by a bureaucracy of officials. So far as the consequences of war assume this form, it supplies another illustration of the main thesis of Herbert Spencer that a centralized government has been built up by war necessities, and that such a state is necessarily militaristic in its structure. On the other hand, it must be pointed out that in Great Britain and this country, and apparently to a considerable degree even in centralized Germany, the measures taken for enforcing the subordination of private activity to public need and service have been successful only because they have enlisted the voluntary cooperation of associations which have been formed on a non-political, non-governmental basis, large industrial corporations, railway systems, labor unions, universities, scientific societies, banks, etc. Moreover, the wage earner is more likely to be interested in using his newly discovered power to increase his own share of control in an industry than he is in transferring that control over to government officials. He will have to look to politics for measures which will secure the democratization of industry from within, but he need not go further than this. Reorganization along these lines would give us in the future a federation of self-governing industries, with the government acting as adjuster and arbiter, rather than as direct owner and manager, unless perhaps in case of industries occupying such a privileged position as fuel production and the railways. Taxation will be a chief governmental power, through which to procure and maintain socialization of the services of the land, and of industries organized for self-direction rather than for subjection to alien investors. While one can say here as in the case of international relations that a more highly organized world is bound to result, one cannot with assurance say which of two types of organization is going to prevail. But it is reasonably sure that the solution in one sphere will be congruous with that wrought out in the other. Governmental capitalism will stimulate and be stimulated by the formation of a few large imperialistic organizations, which must resort to armament for each to maintain its place within a precarious balance of powers. A federated concert of nations, on the other hand, with appropriate agencies of legislation, judicial procedure, and administrative commissions, would so relax tension between states as to encourage voluntary groupings all over the world, and thus promote social integration by means of the cooperation of democratically self-governed industrial and vocational groups. The period of social reconstruction might require a temporary extension of governmental regulation and supervision, but this would be provisional, giving way to a period of decentralization after the transfer of power from the more or less rapacious groups now in control had been securely effected. The determination of the issue in one sense or the other will not, of course, immediately follow the conclusion of the war. There will be a long period of struggle and transition. But if we are to have a world safe for democracy and a world in which democracy is safely anchored, the solution will be in the direction of a federated world government and a variety of freely experimenting and freely cooperating self-governing local, cultural, and industrial groups. It is because, in the end, autocracy means uniformity as surely as democracy means diversification, that the great hope lies with the latter. The former strains human nature to the breaking point, the latter releases and relieves it. Such, I take it, is the ultimate sanction of democracy, for which we are fighting. End of The Social Possibilities of War.
Speech of John Hossack, convicted of a violation of the Fugitive Slave Law, by John Hossack. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. At the February term of the U.S. District Court for the Northern District of Illinois, John Hossack and Joseph Stout of Ottawa were convicted of having aided in rescuing a fugitive slave from the custody of the U.S. Deputy Marshal at Ottawa, October 20, 1859, and sentenced by Judge Drummond to pay a fine of $100 and be in prison 10 days. Mr. Hossack is a Scotchman by birth, but spent many years of his life in Quebec, following the occupation of a baker. About 20 years since, he removed to Ottawa, Illinois, and assisted in the construction of the Illinois and Michigan Canal. He has been for some years past a prominent dealer in grain, has acquired a competency by enterprise and industry, and is considered one of the most upright and intelligent citizens in the community. The following plea made by him before the court evinces true nobility of soul, the highest moral integrity, the most generous humanity, and genuine manly eloquence. Let it be read in every household, so that the execution of the infamous Fugitive Slave Act in every part of the North shall be rendered impracticable by a regenerated public sentiment. May it please the court. I have a few words to say why sentence should not be pronounced against me. I am found guilty of a violation of the Fugitive Slave Law, and it may appear strange to your Honor that I have no sense of guilt. I came, sir, from the tyranny of the Old World when but a lad, and landed upon the American shores, having left my kindred and native land in pursuit of some place where men of toil would not be crushed by the property-holding class. Commencing the struggle of life at the tender age of 12 years, a stranger in a strange land, having to earn my bread by the sweat of my brow, your Honor will bear with me, unaccustomed as I am to appear in courts, much less to address them. I have feared that I might fail in bearing myself on this occasion worthy of the place and the position I occupy, and the great principles involved in the case before you. I say to your Honor, therefore, if I fail in observing the usual forms of the place, it will be from a want of judgment and error of the head, and not of the heart. Therefore, I do not think I shall fare worse at the hands of your Honor if I state plainly my views and feelings on the great question of the age, the rights of man. I feel that it is a case that will be referred to long after you and I have gone to meet the great Judge of all the earth. It has been argued by the prosecution that I, a foreigner, protected by the laws of my adopted country, should be the last to disobey those laws, but in this I find nothing that would destroy my sympathy for the crushed, struggling children of toil in all lands. Surely I have been protected. The fish in the rivers, the quail in the stubble, the deer in the forest have been protected. Shall I join hands with those who make wicked laws in crushing out the poor black man, for whom there is no protection but in the grave, where the wicked cease from troubling and the weary are at rest? It is true, sir, I am a foreigner. I first saw the light among the rugged but free hills of Scotland, a land, sir, that never was conquered, and where a slave never breathed. Let a slave set foot on that shore, and his chains fall off forever, and he becomes what God made him, a man. In this far off land I learned of your free institutions, your prairie lands, your projected canals, and your growing towns. 22 years ago I landed in this city. I immediately engaged on the public works, on the canal then building that connects this city with the great river of the West. In the process of time the state failed to procure money to carry on the public works. I then opened a prairie farm to get bread for my family, and I am one of the men who have made Chicago what it is today, having shipped some of the first grain that was exported from this city. I am, sir, one of the pioneers of Illinois who have gone through the many hardships of the settlement of a new country. I have spent upon it my best days, the strength of my manhood. I have 11 children who are natives of this, my adopted country. No living man, sir, has greater interest in its welfare, and it is because I am opposed to carrying out wicked and ungodly laws, and love the freedom of my country, that I stand before you today. Again, sir, I ought not to be sentenced, because, as has been argued by the prosecution, I am an abolitionist. I have no apologies to make for being an abolitionist. When I came to this country, like the mass from beyond the sea, I was a Democrat. There was a charm in the name. But, sir, I soon found out that I had to go beyond the name of a party in this country in order to know anything of its principle or practice. I soon found that however much the great parties of my adopted country differed upon banks, tariffs, and land questions, in one thing they agreed, in trying which could stoop the lowest to gain the favor of the most cursed system of slavery that ever swayed an iron rod over any nation, the Moloch which they had set up, to which they offered as human sacrifice millions of the children of toil. As a man who had fled from the crushing aristocracy of my native land, how could I support a worse aristocracy in this land? I was compelled to give my humble name and influence to a party who proposed at least to embrace in its sympathies all classes of men from all quarters of the globe. In this choice I found myself in the company of Clarkson and Wilberforce in my native land, and of Washington and Franklin, and many such in this boasted land of the free. And more than all these, the Redeemer, in whom I humbly trust for acceptance with my God, who came to heal the brokenhearted, to preach deliverance to the captives, to set at liberty those who were bruised. Yea, this very religion binds me to those in bonds as bound with them. Tell me, sir, with these views, can I be anything but an abolitionist? Surely for this I ought not to be sentenced. Again, sir, I ought not to be sentenced, because the fugitive slave law under which I am torn from my family and business by the supple tools of the slave power, the slave breeder, and the slave hunter, is at variance with both the spirit and letter of the Constitution. Sir, I place myself upon the Constitution in the presence of a nation who have the Declaration of Independence read to them every 4th of July, and profess to believe it. Yea, in the presence of civilized men I hold up the Constitution of my adopted country, as clear from the blood of men and from a tyranny that would make crowned heads blush. The parties who prostitute the Constitution to the support of slavery are traitors, traitors not only to the liberties of millions of enslaved countrymen, but traitors to the Constitution itself, which they have sworn to support. A foreigner upon your soil, I go not to the platforms of contending parties to find truth. I go, sir, to the Constitution of my country. The word slave is not to be found. I read, "We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice," yes, sir, establish justice, to promote the general welfare and to secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. These were the men who had proclaimed to the world that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and contended even unto death for 7 long years. Can it be, sir, that these great men, under cover of these hallowed words, intended to make a government that should outrage justice and trample upon liberty as no other government under the whole heavens has ever done? This dreadful power that has compelled the great political parties of the country to creep in the dust for its favor, that has debauched to a large extent the Christianity of the nation, that bids a craven priesthood stand with golden rule in hand and defend the robbing of mothers of their babes and husbands of their wives, that bid courts decree injustice. Sir, I plant myself upon the Constitution and demand justice and liberty, and say to this bloody Moloch, away! Sir, the world has never furnished so great a congregation of hypocrites as those that formed the Constitution, if they designed to make it the greatest slaveholder, slave breeder, and slave catcher on earth. He is a great slaveholder that has 1,000 slaves. But if this law is a true exponent of the Constitution, this government, ordained for justice and liberty, holds 4 millions of slaves. No, sir, no. For the honor of the fathers of my country, I appeal from the bloody slave-holding statute to the liberty-loving Constitution. While these fathers lived, state after state, in carrying out the spirit of the Constitution, put an end to the dreadful system. The great Washington, in his last will and testament, carried out the spirit of the Constitution. But, sir, the law under which you may sentence me violates both the letter and the spirit of the Constitution. I have a word to say upon the articles of the Constitution which it is claimed the Fugitive Slave Law is designed to carry out. No person held to service or labor in one State, under the laws thereof, escaping into another, shall, in consequence of any law or regulation therein, be discharged from such service or labor, but shall be delivered up on the claim of the party to whom such service or labor is due. That is the provision that is claimed transforms the government into a monster of iniquity. I have read over and over that article, interpreted by all laws of language known to a plain man. How these 3 or 4 lines can transform this government, ordained to secure justice, into a mean tool to aid the plunderers of cradles, the destroyers of home, the ravishers of women, and the oppressors of men, to carry on their hellish work. How it can do this thing I cannot see. That article binds the several States separately, not to pass a certain law, but where in it do we find a fugitive slave law? Where do you find a commissioner? Where do you find that the government is to hunt up men and return, at its own expense, a slave that flees from his cruel and bloody master? Where in those lines is the authority to compel me to be a partaker in the crimes of the man-stealer? The general government is not once mentioned, but the States in their separate sovereignties are named. But, sir, this article expressly provides that the party making the claim shall have owed him service or labor due from the party claimed. If Jim Gray owed service or labor or money to Phillips, I am the last man in the world to raise my voice or hand to prevent Phillips or any man from obtaining his dues. What I would grant to the devil himself I would not withhold, even from the slaveholder, his due. Jim Gray claims that he does not owe Phillips a day's work or a dollar of money. Phillips claims that he owes him every day's work that has been deposited in his bones and sinews, yea, the toil of his body and mind both, till death shall end the period of stipulated toil. Here is a question for legal examination and judicial discussion. Does the man Gray owe this man Phillips anything? The Constitution is very clear and very plain in pointing out the way this question is to be settled. Article 5 provides that no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. That Jim Gray is a person is admitted on all hands. Phillips admits it. The bloodhounds, marshals, and attorneys that hunt him say he is a person held to service. The amount in dispute is the liberty and lifelong toil of a man just entering into the full maturity of manhood. A great question lies between these men, but Gray, standing on soil covered by this Constitution, can be robbed of liberty or the wages of his toil only by due process of law. Article 7 says expressly, in suits at common law, when the value of controversy shall exceed $20, the right of trial by jury shall be preserved. Here, sir, is the case involving the question of liberty and hundreds of dollars of money. The law, sir, under which I appear before you overrides these plain provisions and commits this whole question to one man and offers him a bribe to trample right and liberty under foot. I know, sir, it may be said that Jim Gray was a slave and not entitled to these humane provisions. Had he never worn the chain of the oppressor nor felt the lash of the bloody taskmaster, had he been born in Canada or anywhere else on the globe, had he been a citizen of one of the states of this Union and never been enslaved, it would have been all the same. His liberty would have been stricken down and he been given to the party claiming his lifelong toil, and your commissioner would have pocketed the bribe offered by this law for doing such a crime against humanity and the plainest provisions of the Constitution. No, sir, in a court of the United States, where the Constitution provides for trial by jury, I ought not to be sentenced for raising my hand to rescue a fellow man from a mob that would strip him of his liberty and lifelong toil without due process of law, without trial by jury. Sir, this law tramples so flagrantly upon the spirit and letter of the Constitution that I ought not to be sentenced. Before passing from the constitutional objections to this law, I would call the attention of your Honor to the partiality of the law, which is so at variance with the designs of the fathers in organizing this government. No man can read the Constitution in which the word slave cannot be found, from which the idea that a man could be reduced to a thing and held as property was carefully excluded. No man, I say, can read that Constitution and come to the conclusion that slavery was to be fostered, guaranteed, and protected far beyond everything else in the country. Admit that Jim Gray was Philip's property. How comes it that that particular property is more sacred than any other property? Philip's horse escapes from him and is found in a distant state, but the President of the United States and every department of the government are not put on the track to find the horse and return him to Philip's stable, and then pay the whole bill from the national treasury. No, sir, but his slave escapes, he runs away, and for some reason his property in man is so much more holy and sacred that the whole government is bound to take the track and hunt the poor panting fugitive down and carry him back to his chains and bondage at the government's expense. Sir, under a Constitution unstained by the word slave, we have a law magnifying slave property above all other property in the nation, a law giving it guarantees that no other property could possibly obtain. Sir, the partiality of this law is so great that it stands opposed to a Constitution that guarantees equal justice and protection to all. John G. Fee is driven out of his Kentucky home and robbed of the fruits of his lifelong toil. There is no power to secure him his home or protect him in his rights of property or opinion. But had John G. Fee only owned a slave and his slave escaped, the government, under this law, would have followed his slave to the utmost limit of the United States and returned his slave to him at its own expense. Your Honor will pardon me, if I need pardon, but I cannot for the life of me see what there is in robbing a man of his inalienable rights and enslaving him for life that should entitle it to the special and particular protection of national law. I am aware, sir, that I shall be reminded that judges, marshals, attorneys, and many citizens regard this law as constitutional and stand ready to execute it, though it trample every principle of the Declaration of Independence in the dust. Sir, no law can be enacted so bad that it will find men deluded or base enough to execute it. The law of Egypt that consigned the new-born babe to the slaughter found tools for its execution. The bloody decree of Herod found men ready to obey the law of the country, though it commanded the slaughter of the innocents of a province. Sir, tell me not of men ready and willing to execute the law. My Redeemer, whose name I am hardly worthy to speak, and yet whose name is all my trust, although he knew no sin, yet he was crucified by law. Again, sir, it will be said that some, whom the world calls doctors of divinity and doctors of law, have undertaken to prove that slavery was guaranteed by the Constitution. If that be so, in the name of the Most High God, tear out the red strip of blood. It was not written by the angel Gabriel, nor nailed to the throne of the Almighty. If slavery is in it, it is a covenant with death and an agreement with hell. But, sir, I have one consideration more that I will urge why sentence ought not to be pronounced against me. This law, which I think I have proved outrageous to the rights of man, is so obviously at variance with the law of that God who commands me to love him with all my soul, mind, might, and strength, and my neighbor as myself, and the Redeemer who took upon him my nature and the nature of poor Jim Gray, has been so particular in telling me who my neighbor is, that the path of duty is plain to me. This law so plainly tramples upon the divine law that it cannot be binding upon any human being under any circumstances to obey it. The law that bids me do to other men as I would have other men do to me is too plain, too simple to be misunderstood. But, sir, I am not now left to the general law of love in searching for my duty in this particular case. Permit me to refer your Honor to the oldest law book in existence. Though it may not be in use in this court, yet I think it better authority than Blackstone or any law book that ever was written. It is the Book of Books. In that book I find some special enactments given to the Hebrew Commonwealth that leave me in no doubt as to my duty in reference to this law. He that stealeth a man and selleth him, or if he be found in his hands, he shall surely be put to death. Again, thou shalt not deliver unto his master the servant that has escaped from his master unto thee. He shall dwell with thee, even among you, in that place he shall choose, in any one of thy gates, where it liketh him best. Thou shalt not oppress him. These plain statutes, with many more that I might give, leave me in no doubt as to the mind of the unchanging Jehovah in reference to man stealing and slave hunting. Sir, the whole system of slavery originated in man stealing, and is perpetrated by fraud and violence and plunder. Others may have their doubts as to their duty under this law. I, sir, have none. This law is just as binding on me as was the law of Egypt to slaughter Hebrew children, just as binding as the law that said, worship the golden image, worship not God, just as binding as the law forbidding Christ and his apostles to preach the gospel. Send me a law bidding me rob or murder my neighbor, I must decline to obey it. I can suffer, but I must not do wrong. Send me a law bidding me join hands in robbing my fellow men of their freedom, I cannot do so great a wrong. Yea, send me a law bidding me stop my ears to the cry of the poor. I can suffer the loss of all these hands have earned. I can suffer bonds and imprisonment. Yes, God helping me, I can give up my life, but I cannot knowingly trample upon the law of my God, nor upon the bleeding prostrate form of my fellow man. I go not to Missouri to relieve oppressed humanity, for my duty has called me nearer home, but when He that directs the steps of man conducts a poor oppressed panting fugitive to my door, and there I hear his bitter cry, I dare not close my ear against it, lest in my extremity I cry for mercy, and shall not be heard. Sir, this law so flagrantly outrages the divine law that I ought not to be sentenced under it. A single remark and I have done. From the testimony, part of which is false, and from your rendering and interpretation of the law, the jury have found me guilty, yes, guilty of carrying out the great principles of the Declaration of Independence, yes, guilty of carrying out the still greater principles of the Son of God. Great God, can these things be? Can it be possible? What country is this? Can it be that I live in a land boasting of freedom, of morality, of Christianity? How long, oh, how long shall the people bow down and worship this great image set up in this nation? Yes, the jury say guilty, but recommend me to the mercy of the court. Mercy, sir, is kindness to the guilty. I am guilty of no crime. I therefore ask for no mercy. No, sir, I ask for no mercy. I ask for justice. Mercy is what I ask of my God. Justice in the courts of my adopted country is all I ask. It is the inhuman and infamous law that is wrong, not me. My feelings are at home. My wife and my children are dear to my heart. But, sir, I have counted the cost. I am ready to die, if need be, for the oppressed of my race. But slavery must die, and when my country shall have passed through the terrible conflict which the destruction of slavery must cost, and when the history of the great struggle shall be candidly written, the rescuers of Jim Gray will be considered as having done honor to God, to humanity, and to themselves. I am told there is no appeal from this court. Yet I do appeal to the court of high heaven, when Judge Drummond and Judge Caton, the rescuer and the rescued, shall all have to stand at the judgment seat of the Most High. I have, sir, endeavored to obey the divine law and all the laws of my country that do not conflict with the laws of my God. My humble wish is, that it may then appear that I have done my duty. All I wish to be written on my tombstone is, he feared God and loved his fellow men. End of speech of John Hossack, convicted of a violation of the Fugitive Slave Act. Read by Veronica Jenkins, in Ottawa, Illinois.
The Washington Place Fire by Rosie Safran. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Editor's Note: This article was obtained by a representative of The Independent, who interviewed Miss Safran shortly after the disastrous fire in Washington Place, New York City, March 25, 1911. An investigation by the grand jury has followed, and last week Isaac Harris and Max Blanc, owners of the Triangle Waste Company, were indicted for manslaughter in the first and second degrees, the maximum penalties being 20 and 10 years imprisonment respectively. The partners are now under $25,000 bail. Editor. I, with a number of other girls, was in the dressing room of the 8th floor of the Ash Building in Washington Place at 4:40 o'clock on the afternoon of Saturday, March 25th, when I heard somebody cry, "Fire!" I left everything and ran for the door on the Washington Place side. The door was locked, and immediately there was a great jam of girls before it. The fire was on the other side, driving us away from the only door that the bosses had left open for us to use in going in or out. They had the doors locked all the time for fear that some of the girls might steal something. At the one open door there was always a watchman who could see if anyone carried out a bundle, or if there was a suspicious lump in anyone's clothing. The fire had started on our floor, and quick as I had been in getting to the Washington Place door, the flames were already blazing fiercely and spreading fast. If we couldn't get out, we would all be roasted alive. The locked door that blocked us was half of wood. The upper half was thick glass. Some girls were screaming. Some were beating the door with their fists. Some were trying to tear it open. There were 700 of us girls employed by the Triangle Waste Company, which had 3 floors, the 8th, 9th, and 10th, in the Ash Building. On our floor alone there were 230. Most of us were crazy with fear, and there was great confusion. Someone broke out the glass part of the door with something hard and heavy. I suppose the head of a machine, and I climbed out, or was pulled, through the broken glass and ran downstairs to the 6th floor, where someone took me down to the street. I got out to the street and watched the upper floors burning, and the girls hanging by their hands and then dropping as the fire reached up to them. There they were dead on the sidewalk. It was an awful, awful sight, especially to me who had so many friends among the girls and young men who were being roasted alive or dashed to death. I can't describe how I felt as I stood there watching. I could see the figures, but not the faces. The police kept us all too far back. We hoped that the fire nets would save some, but they were no good for persons falling so far. One girl broke through the thick glass in the sidewalk and fell down into a cellar. That shows with what force they came down from the 9th floor. One girl jumped from the 9th floor, and her clothing caught on a hook that stuck out from a wall on the 8th. The fire burned through her clothing, and she fell to the sidewalk and was killed. Another girl fell from the 8th to the 6th floor, when a hook supporting a sign caught her clothes and held her. She smashed the window of the 6th floor with her fist and got in the shop and went down to the street, saving herself. One of my friends, Annie Rosen, was an examiner on the 9th floor. She was near a window when the cry of fire was raised. She tried to open the window to get out. It stuck, but she got it open and climbed on a little fire escape. The fire was coming up from the 8th floor, and in getting from the 9th to the 8th, her hat and her hair were burned. She doesn't know how she got to the 8th. Maybe she fell. She was going to jump to the ground, but the people who were watching her from the street shouted not to do it, and somehow she got through the flames. She fell from the 8th to the 6th floor on the fire escape, and then she was carried down to the street and taken to Bellevue Hospital, where there were many of her companions. She is out now, but pale as a ghost. She does not think that she will ever be strong again. She has lost her nerve and is afraid all the time. I was on the street with the other girls watching. We were screaming for about 20 minutes, and then someone took me home. I don't know who it was. Afterward, I went to the morgue and saw my friends there. Ida Jacobowski, Rosie Sorkin, Benny Sklauer, Jacob Klein, Sam Lehrer, and others. It was on the 9th floor that there was the great loss of life. Altogether 145 were killed, and of these 120 belonged on the 9th floor. When firemen broke open the door on the Washington Place side, they found 50 bodies piled up there. I, who worked on the 8th floor, was unhurt except for the shock, and will go to work again at the same business as soon as I can get a job in a fireproof factory. I was in the great shirtwaist strike that lasted 13 weeks. I was one of the pickets, and was arrested and fined several times. The union paid my fines. Our bosses won, and we went back to the Triangle Waste Company as an open shop, having nothing to do with the union. But we strikers who were taken back stayed in the union, for it is our friend. If the union had had its way, we would have been safe in spite of the fire, for 2 of the union's demands were adequate fire escapes on factory buildings, and open doors giving free access from factories to the street. The bosses defeated us, and we didn't get the open doors or large fire escapes, and so our friends are dead, and relatives are tearing their hair. In persuading us to go back to work after the strike, the bosses showed us how easy it was to make good wages on the scale they offered. The waist styles then were simple with little trimming, so we did make good wages at first. Then the styles changed to more complicated designing and more trimming with the scale the same. We couldn't make so many of the shirtwaists, and so we didn't earn so much money. Our hours were from 7:30 in the morning till 6 in the evening, but we could work overtime if we liked, and also could work on Sundays, making 7 days' work a week. There was no extra pay for this overtime work. The bosses wanted us to do it when there was a rush of business, but they would not pay any higher rate. Generally, overtime is paid for at a higher rate. I averaged about $14 a week. I worked overtime at that. Sometimes I made $18 a week. That is the most earned by the smartest girl, and that means working from 7:30 in the morning till 9 o'clock at night, and Sundays too. I learned to operate a machine in Schlebovice, Galicia, Austria, where I was born. Schlebovice is a little country village. I came to this country 3 years ago, and for the last 2.5 years, till the date of the fire, I worked for the Triangle Waste Company. The wages were not so bad, though many of the girls only made $6 and $8 a week. But they should have had some regard for our lives. End of The Washington Place Fire by Rosie Safran.